Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are picking up on a new trial. And Kathy Davis, it's current, but it started a few weeks ago. So they broke 2 weeks for Thanksgiving. It started before Thanksgiving, and then they broke 2 weeks for Thanksgiving. So they're actually in day 7 or 8. I think day 8. So we're going to catch them, I think, maybe on Wednesday, Thursday at the latest. So we're gonna get through 3 days today. Hopefully we'll get through 2 days tomorrow. That'll get us to 5. Then we can get 6 and 7, and hopefully we can catch them by Thursday. So to answer your question, it is current, but we're a little bit behind. So it's a tough one, you guys. I'm not going to lie about it. This one is pretty brutal. When you hear what happened to, well, let's just go through it. So this is Arizona versus Ian Mitcham. Allison Feldman is the victim. She's 31. The defendant is Ian Mitcham. He's 50. So this happened February 17th of 2015. Allison was discovered on the 18th by her boyfriend, fiance. So it stayed cold. This is considered a cold case. So Allison Feldman was found inside her home on February 18th. Prosecutors allege she was brutally beaten, essayed, and strangled. And it's bad. I'm not going to lie. This one's tough. This one's going to be tough. The case went unsolved for years before advances in DNA testing and familial DNA analysis led investigators to Ian Mitcham, 50, who was arrested April 10th of 2018. He was then later charged with first degree and burglary. So they relied on a DNA profile developed through DNA analysis through his family, which ultimately pointed to Mitcham. The defense challenged the legality of that DNA evidence, arguing it was improperly obtained and should be excluded. So the arrest was made, I've said this many times, familial DNA, I've got to edit that, which linked DNA from the crime scene to a sample belonging to Mitcham's brother, Mark, who was in prison for other charges. Now, investigators then identified a blood sample from Mitcham that had been collected during a January 2015 DUI arrest, which was later used to confirm the match to the crime scene evidence. So this is going to be a win for DNA. Now, the defense is saying, no, you got the wrong guy. It's somebody else. You got the wrong guy. It's somebody else. So we'll see how it plays out. So welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Appreciate you guys being with us. I know we're the boyfriend. Yeah, JMS, it was boyfriend. I think they were engaged. So boyfriend, fiance. We'll find out more, but I'm pretty sure they were definitely boyfriend, girlfriend. We'll hear the whole story. Yeah, they were, he had to study for some tests. So he went to his house. He texted her, called her. She wasn't responding. And he comes back a day later and he finds her. So it's pretty brutal. I'm not going to lie. It's pretty brutal what happened. Oh, hold on. All right, sorry guys. Something's going on in Walsh, so I just had to jump on over there for Walsh. But I'll be back in a second. Just give me 1 minute. I'll be back in a second. Hold on. Sorry, there was something happening in Brian Walsh, so just give me a moment. I'll be back in a second. All right, sorry guys, we have something going on over in Brian Walsh land. So this is the joys of dual streaming. You just never know what's going to happen. So before we start Mitcham, I just want to make sure I know what's going on over here. So I'll be back. All right, hold on, guys. Let me just play some music until we get back here. I'm coming back soon. We're almost done with Walsh. so we are back here. Sorry for that little interruption, you guys. Well, that's the joys of dual streaming. So, the joys of dual streaming. Try to give you guys valuable content while we're on Verdict Watch, and it doesn't always go as smoothly as we want, but we roll with it. All right, so let's get back on this. February 17th, 2015 was the date of the incident. Allison Feldman is the victim. She's 31. Ian, he calls himself Ian or pronounces it Ian Mitcham, is the defendant. He's 50 years old, and it was DNA that ultimately brought this cold case to trial. So with that, as we do, we're going to look at some news reports first, and then we're going to get into the trial. So I've got a few news reports first to kind of get you guys up to speed with what's going on with this trial. So settle in, and let's hear the story. It's brutal. Again, I'm not gonna shy away from this one. It's pretty tough. So just keep that in mind, and we'll find some justice for Allison.
Is going to great lengths to keep their daughter's murder case from going cold.
Nearly 3 years after Allison Feldman's brutal murder, her mother and father still travel to the Valley from Minnesota every month, hoping for answers.
Team 12's Ryan Cody joins us from Scottsdale with their tragic journey. Ryan?
Detectives continue to comb through mountains of evidence here at the Scottsdale Police Department. But now, nearly 3 years after Allison Feldman's murder, the real evolution of this case is happening some 5 minutes down the road.
We've planted these bougainvilleas all around the backyard.
Why did they do it?
That's what she liked.
So month after month, year after year, Harley Feldman and his wife fly in from Minnesota.
We feel closer to her here.
Not just here in the Valley, here in their daughter's old home, the same home where Allison Feldman was murdered nearly 3 years ago.
When you get to a point where we're talking about 3 years now, I mean, it's borderline cold case. How does coming here keep it warm for you?
It isn't a cold case. There's obviously less leads coming in, but there's other things going on that keep the case alive.
Police collecting hundreds of pieces of evidence, including the killer's DNA. But they haven't found the killer, so the Feldmans keep coming and never consider staying anywhere else.
I think of having two jobs. One is to keep her legacy alive, and the other is to find this murderer.
Meeting with Scottsdale police every month for the last 3 years.
The hardest part is not having this guy found yet. He's out and free and she isn't, and that bothers us a lot. And the longer it goes on, we worry that it would become a cold case and that people might give up on it. New cases come in and time works against you.
Keeping the case alive and keeping Allison's house a home.
Her room is still there. It looks just like it did before.
So the sun never sets on her legacy.
You know, when I first came down here, I thought, wow, Arizona's really brown. But there's a lot of color here once you see it, and that's what she got used to.
Even after now dozens of trips to the police department, Harley says there's always something new that gives he and his wife hope for their next trip to Arizona. In Scottsdale, Ryan Cody, 12 News.
All right, so that's the first news clip. That was from December 6th of 2017. Remember, this happened in 2015, right? So this was 2015. This was February 17th to 18th of 2015. So that was from 2017. Now we're going to fast forward to April 11th of 2018. All right, so now the next we're going to fast forward to a news clip, 2018.
A man accused of a brutal murder here in the Valley faced a judge today. 42-year-old Ian Mitcham is now charged with first-degree murder for the killing of Allison Feldman.
Investigators believe Mitcham murdered Feldman in her Scottsdale home 3 years ago. Team 12's Antonio Mejia reports on what we're learning about the man now behind bars.
It was a shock to us.
Tony Reed lives right across the street from Mitcham's house.
He would always wave and was very friendly. He seemed like a very nice guy.
The Phoenix home, surrounded by officers on Tuesday.
It was chaos.
Reed says officers searched the home for several hours.
There was cops everywhere. They had their jackets on with their guns.
Ian, why'd you do it?
No comment from Mitcham as he was led into 4th Ave jail. Court documents show the 42-year-old denied killing 31-year-old Allison Feldman back on February 17th of 2015. But those documents also show Mitcham admitted he had an alcohol problem during the months surrounding Feldman's murder. Scottsdale police say he was arrested for DUI just 1 month before Feldman's murder. Mitcham would be arrested again a year later for driving under the influence while he had a child in the car with him.
Ian Mitcham.
And counsel?
Yes, Juan Martinez on behalf of the state.
Police linked Mitcham to the Scottsdale resident's murder using a familial DNA test, but the suspect was not immediately matched. Instead, the test was linked to his brother, who's in prison.
This may be the first time we have been able to indict somebody using familial DNA. It's the ability to identify a potential suspect through the DNA of a family member.
Investigators then searched for a relative and linked Mitcham's DNA to the murder scene using a blood sample from one of his DUI arrests.
All right, so that's his arrest. Now we're going to see him in court. We're going to see that court proceeding. So let's check this out. All right, so this is the court proceeding.
Okay, sir, state your name and date of birth.
Ian Mitcham, October 6, 75.
Okay. And counsel?
Yes, Juan Martinez on behalf of the state. The state is requesting a bond of $5 million. The reason for it is the killing of Allison Feldman and the strangulation and ligature that took place, and also the blunt force trauma to the back of the head. There was also some lacerations to the vascular wall, which are consistent with the bottle neck being inserted. I do have a written statement from the father, Harley Feldman, who indicates that he is requesting that the court note that this individual is a threat to other women, that he murdered his daughter for no good reason in the daughter's home, having a total disregard for human life. Additionally, I would note that the father indicates that his daughter was someone that was always doing wonderful and caring things for others. For those reasons, it appears that to the state, and we request that you set bond at $5 million.
Okay. Sir, you're here on a Superior Court new case alleging one count of murder in the first degree, that's a Class 1 felony, and one count of burglary in the second degree, that's a Class 3 felony. I have appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing is going to be a status conference on April 18 at 8:30. And for the record, I did receive and review a statement from the alleged victim's father, and I did consider that prior to coming into court. I am going to set a $5 million cash bond. If you post that bond, there'll be a long list of conditions you're going to have to follow, okay? All right, step to the clerk and get your paperwork, sir. Mario.
All right, so that was Juan Martinez. I didn't think he was still doing it back then, but I thought he was already gone. But yeah, $5 million cash bond. I gotta update update my description because I didn't find any information on that. So $5 million cash bond. So yeah, that was Juan Martinez. And this gets crazier because the judge gets recused. She recuses herself. So this is a very interesting case. Very interesting case. Sad, horrible, horrific. But then we have Juan Martinez. The original judge got recused, or recused herself, I guess. So yeah, let's just keep going on. This is going to be It's going to be a crazy trial. I can tell already.
Only on 12 News, we are counting.
All right, here's some more news. Got just a few more news reports and we'll get to the trial.
Down the top 18 stories of 2018, this year is bringing some closure for the family and friends of Allison Feldman.
It's been 3 years since the brutal murder inside her Scottsdale home. Authorities arresting a suspect after using an unprecedented technique to find that missing link. We have the details in our number 6 story of the year.
I get angry that this happened.
My best friend is gone.
Why did this happen and why was it her?
February 18th, 2015, a violent death inside the Scottsdale home. 31-year-old Allison Feldman found bludgeoned to death.
Investigators always talked about how horrific and brutal the crime scene was. Allison was found in a back bedroom. They said she was naked. There were signs of sexual assault. She had head trauma, and they also said she had a cloth wrapped around her head.
Month after month, year after year, Allison's father, Harley, and his wife flying in from Minnesota.
We felt closer to her here.
Not only would Harley and his wife come to the valley about once every 3 months or so, but they would stay in the same house where Allison was murdered. And they said not just because they wanted to feel closer to her, but because they wanted to continue meeting with Scottsdale investigators just to make sure firsthand that the case wasn't going cold.
Finally, a breakthrough in April 2018. Ian Mitcham, charged with Allison's murder, sexual assault, and burglary, found through familial DNA testing.
None of us had ever heard of familial DNA testing before because it's something that had never been used on a case in the state of Arizona before. Cops were able to take DNA from the crime scene. They matched it to DNA that was currently in the system from Mitcham's brother, who was serving time in an Arizona penitentiary. So all of these things had to happen for investigators to connect the dots and pin this back on Mitcham in the first place.
I want to make sure that he doesn't get away, that he's put away for hopefully the rest of his life.
Now, familial DNA is nothing new. It's been around for at least a decade. Arizona is one of 12 states now using this method.
All right, let's switch gears a bit.
All right, so that was from 2018. So I've got two more, actually three more news clips. This one is a good one. This is a good timeline. I think this one is from 2021. This is a good timeline. We'll get you guys to wrap your head around this whole thing.
It's been 6 years since.
Because it's a twisted case. There's no question about it. All right, so this is from February 17th of 2021. All right, so this is from February 1st of 2021.
A 31-year-old Scottsdale woman was brutally killed in her own home. As Allison Feldman entered the prime of her life, her father says her future was taken away.
It took 3 years to solve that murder thanks to the help of familial DNA and evidence from the suspect's DUI arrest. But the motive still remains unknown.
Fox 10's Justin Lum reports on the Feldman family's long wait for justice.
When Allison Feldman decided on the college of her choice, her father Harley did not expect her to leave the cold of Minnesota for the desert of Arizona. Ultimately, she picked U of A.
She couldn't wait to come down to Arizona. And once she was here, she fell in love with the campus and the people.
5 years after graduating, Allison became a medical sales rep. Then she made the Valley her home, buying a house in Scottsdale. 31 years old with a career, property, and a boyfriend.
Because we don't know what took place, we investigate it as a homicide until we can rule that fact out.
But on February 18, 2015, life changed for the Feldman family.
We knew something was wrong. She hadn't called all day. We hadn't heard from her the night before. Her phone was off. In sales, your phone's never off.
Scottsdale Police Detective John Heinzelman called Harley.
Called me and said to me, "Are you driving?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Pull over." and I knew what was coming next. I just knew it.
We've identified who the victim is, Allison Feldman, who is the resident of this home.
Allison's boyfriend found her murdered inside her home.
This case was one of the worst scenes that I've been to.
Court documents reveal graphic details. Her killer strangled her, beat her, and sexually assaulted her with a beer bottle. The suspect used bleach or chlorine to clean up the gruesome scene, but a large pool of blood remained. How and why did this happen to a woman believed to have no enemies in a peaceful suburb near Pima and Thomas Roads?
It could be somebody that lives in the neighborhood. It could be. It could also be somebody that doesn't live in the neighborhood. It could be a random act of violence. We simply don't know right now.
This was a very quiet neighborhood. This was something that doesn't happen here in Scottsdale.
And no signs of forced entry at Allison's home. Detectives collected more than 400 pieces of evidence as well as DNA from the glass bottle, furniture, and a doorknob. Detective Heinzelman says investigators initially looked at Allison's boyfriend as a person of interest.
That's the first person we looked at, and for any number of reasons, the fact that he called us means he has information that we need to know.
There's a tremendous amount of forensic evidence that we've obtained on this case, and we do have a DNA profile.
Police did develop a partial DNA profile from the crime scene. Despite interviews with hundreds of people, still no leads on a suspect.
It started to become that issue where we talk about the phrase cold case. Is this a cold case?
We had our doubts. We were starting to have our doubts. Not because the police weren't doing really good work, it just wasn't leading to the suspect.
As doubt grew, chance appeared in a meeting between strangers. See, Allison's mother, Elaine, accompanied her father, World War II vet Sid Schaffner, to Israel and Poland in 2016. Schaffner would be honored for helping liberate some 30,000 prisoners from the Dachau concentration camp in Germany in 1945. But during the trip, Elaine met former three-term Arizona Senator Barbara Leff and told her about her daughter's murder. Leff's connections led to the Attorney General's office approving a critical move in the case. Enter the familial DNA search, a way for law enforcement to find relatives of the person they want to identify. At this point in late 2017, the technique had never been used in Arizona. The AG, Maricopa County Attorney's Office, and DPS went to work with Scottsdale Police.
Familial DNA, think of that more like casting a net over a large group of family members, or what will be called first-degree relatives of that unknown DNA profile.
Remember the DNA profile from the Feldman murder scene? National databases could not come up with a match, but investigators now used familial DNA to find a partial match to a first-degree relative, the suspected killer's brother, Mark Mitcham, who was serving time in an Arizona prison for child molestation.
The way the system works is you look for that family lineage. If there had been not a family member that would have been in the system at this time, we would not have got a hit back.
When the chief called me, I'll never forget this either, I just relaxed.
April 10th, 2018, police arrested Ian Mitcham at the Phoenix deli he worked at. A blood sample taken from him in a DUI arrest 3 years earlier had been stored as evidence. That was 1 month before Allison's murder. This newly acquired DNA profile matched the one developed from the crime scene. Detective Heinzelman says there's no personal link known between Mitcham and Allison.
We haven't found any specific motive. That's actually something that I'm still conducting some investigation to determine. Is there a link that we haven't seen yet?
Mitcham was also arrested for aggravated DUI in 2016, accused of driving drunk with a minor. Police say he admitted to having alcohol issues, but denied knowing Allison Feldman, said he never went inside her home. Today, Allison's parents still visit Scottsdale. They stay in her home, keeping her memory alive.
We're missing a life that we had with her. We're missing grandchildren we won't have from her. We're missing all the good things that would happen in her life.
Trial has been delayed to January 2022. The pandemic could push it back further. The long wait for the Feldmans continues, knowing justice is in reach. Justin Lum, Fox 10 News.
Mitcham is facing charges of first-degree murder, sexual assault, and second-degree burglary. And again, trial is set for January 4th, 2022.
All right, that clearly didn't happen. So Juan Martinez, we heard from. Justin Lum, he was one of the reporters at Lori Daybell. So there's a lot of, we're hearing some familiar names. So a trial was originally set for January of 2022. So this next clip is going to tell us a little bit of why that didn't happen. And don't worry, I will tell you guys if there's anything that happens in Brian Walsh.
It wasn't just.
Don't worry, I will absolutely let you know if anything goes on in Brian Walsh. All right, 2 more clips. This is judges recusing themselves. 2 judges.
Our daughter, she was my wife's best friend.
Harley Feldman and his family thrust into a decade-long fight for justice after the loss of his daughter.
So it's been over 10.5 years now, and that part is really frustrating. But, we have to move on. It's hard.
Allison Feldman was 31 when she was found dead with blunt force injuries inside her Scottsdale home back in 2015. It would take 3 years to make an arrest in her murder, the case marking the first time familial DNA was used in Arizona, pointing police to suspect Ian Mitcham, but a battle over DNA evidence delaying the case against Mitcham for years, even reaching the state Supreme Court.
The pressure is on all the time.
Yeah.
Because you don't know where it's going. Don't know where the next motion is going to come from. Don't know where the next decision is going to be made. And so it's the uncertainty that's really hard.
Currently, that DNA evidence is allowed to be used during the October trial. But before even reaching that date,
I think it's quite possible I will be recusing from this matter.
Back-to-back judges having to recuse themselves due to familiarity with people involved in the case.
They wanted to kind of put on the record that I know Mr. Kirschler.
Court documents showed the most recent included a friendship between the judge and defense attorney.
What was it like to hear, multiple judges recuse themselves from the case?
It's frustrating. You get ready to go. In fact, the first judge was a huge surprise.
A new judge has now been assigned, and despite the changes, the previous trial date still stands.
We're doing this because we owe it to her. We lost her life, but our job is to get this done.
But the battles in court aren't over. New court documents show Mitcham's attorneys are once again pushing back against that DNA evidence.
They're going to try to bring it up over and over because they believe it'll help their case.
Mitcham is scheduled to be back in court for a status conference next week. He has pleaded not guilty. In Phoenix, Ashley Holden, ABC 15, Arizona.
So interesting, right? So 2 judges were recused because they knew people that were they knew the defense attorney. That's really, really interesting. All right, I've got one more clip, and then we'll start the trial. And I'm glad you guys appreciate this because I do it for myself and I want to educate you guys. So I'm glad that you guys appreciate.
After 10 years,
I'm glad you guys appreciate the backdrop, if you will. All right, so this is from November 12th. So again, here's the other weird thing about this trial. It started, I have to sneeze, hold on. Excuse me. Here's the other thing that happened. This started in November, right? It started right before Thanksgiving, and then they took a 2-week break, and then they picked up. So they're in day 8, I believe. So we'll catch them. We're going to catch them this week because we're going to cram 3 days in today. We'll do. Thank you, Amy. We'll do. Thanks, Shirley. I got a little congestion. Sorry. So we're going to try and catch them. So it's live, but we're behind a little bit. So we're going to try and catch them.
After 10 years, a high-profile murder trial is finally underway. Opening statements began today in the case against Ian Mitcham, the man accused of killing 31-year-old Allison Feldman in her Scottsdale home.
This case is very significant because of groundbreaking use of DNA technology that could shape future investigations nationwide. Here's a timeline of the case. Feldman's body was found by her boyfriend in February of 2015. Investigators say she'd been beaten, sexually assaulted, and strangled. An unknown male's DNA was collected at the crime scene. The case went cold until 2017 when investigators used familial DNA to identify a relative of Ian Mitcham. That led detectives to a vial of Mitcham's blood from a 2015 DUI arrest. And in 2018, police matched it to the crime scene DNA, prompting his arrest. The trial faced years of legal delays and challenges as defense attorneys fought to suppress that crucial DNA evidence. Then last year, the Arizona Supreme Court ruled the evidence was admissible, saying investigators would have inevitably obtained his genetic profile under state law.
All right, so that is the background. So now we have the background. Hope everybody feels pretty comfortable with the background. It's bad, you guys. Like I said, it's not it's not going to be a pleasant case. Let me just put it that way. I watched opening statements over the weekend, and it's bad. Just prepare yourselves. It's not going to be pretty.
Fingerprint compare.
What Allison went through is not pleasant. So just prepare yourselves. Do what you got to do. Do what you have to do to make sure that you are feeling okay. Carol, yeah, no problem. Thank you for hanging with us. All right, so we're going to get to opening statements. All right, so this is opening statements.
Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of our jury this morning. We're back on the record in State versus Mitcham. Let the record also reflect that we are in the presence of counsel for the state, counsel for the defense, and Mr. Mitcham. Good morning to all of you. Welcome back this morning. As you may recall, we went through those preliminary instructions last week, and today we will turn to opening statements this morning. As a reminder, the parties are permitted to make opening statements, and what they say in their opening statements is not evidence. It's simply an outline of what the parties think the evidence will be, and is offered to help you understand and follow the evidence during the trial. And with that, I will turn it over to the state whenever you're ready.
Good morning. It has been said that the home serves as more than just a physical space. It is a sanctuary where individuals seek solace, comfort, security away from the outside world, and the freedom to let their guard down. For Allison Feldman, her home, nestled in a quiet neighborhood in Scottsdale, was just that, until the evening of February 17th, 2015. You see, that was the night when Ian Mitcham, a man unknown to Allison, made his way into her home and proceeded to violently beat, sexually assault, and strangle her to death. Sadly, on February 17th, 2015, Allison's sanctuary ultimately became the place where she would take her very last breath. This is Allison Feldman, and back in February of 2015, when she was killed, she was 31 years old. Allison wasn't originally from Arizona. In fact, she had spent most of her formative years in Minnesota. While there, she lived with her two parents and her older sister. Allison was tremendously close with her family. After Allison graduated high school, she moved to Arizona, specifically Tucson, so that she could attend college at the University of Arizona. After she graduated college, she eventually moved to Scottsdale, bought herself a condo, and then a short time after that began her career in medical device sales, a career where she experienced great success. Allison was independent, She was hardworking. She was well-liked by others. She spoke to her parents every day. She didn't live a fast life. She wasn't a partier or a gambler. She didn't use drugs, and she only drank socially on occasion. Around April of 2014, Allison met a man named Alex on a dating website, and they went on their first date April 4th, 2014, and their relationship progressed steadily from there. By June of 2014, Allison and Alex were in an exclusive relationship. Around that same time, Allison had decided to sell her condo, and then she purchased and moved into the house of her dreams in a neighborhood near Old Town Scottsdale. At the time, Alex was living with a roommate in Tempe, but he would frequently spend anywhere from 2 to 4 nights a week with Allison at her home. Allison was happy in her relationship with Alex. She loved him. And as for Alex, well, he felt the exact same way about Allison. In fact, he believed she was the woman he wanted to marry, and he had plans on proposing to her in July of 2015. Unfortunately, happily ever after for Allison and Alex would never come. Now, before I talk to you about what happened to Allison on February 17th, it's important that you understand how she spent her last few days. Fortunately, she was able to spend time with 2 people who meant a great deal to her. As you can see from the calendar, the weekend before February 17th was Valentine's Day weekend. And for that reason, Allison and Alex had plans to spend time with one another throughout the weekend. Allison actually got to have breakfast with her mom on the morning of February 14th. At the time, Allison's mom was working as a flight attendant, and she was in town on a brief layover, and so she got to have breakfast with her daughter in Tempe. After Allison had breakfast with her mom that morning, she went home, she did some things around the house, and then she spent time with Alex. For Valentine's Day, Alex made dinner for Allison. He bought her favorite flowers, which were pink tulips, and a card, and he took her to the movies. And after that, they went back to Allison's home, where they stayed together for the rest of the night. The very next day, February 15th, after a quiet morning at home, Allison and Alex decided to rent bikes. And they did that, and they rode locally through the neighborhoods and the parks, and then they went to Old Town and had lunch together at Zips. After that, they then went back to Allison's house, where they again stayed together for the rest of the night. Now, when Allison wasn't traveling for work, she mainly worked from home. So the next morning, which is Monday the 16th, per her usual routine, she got up and she handled some work matters. Allison was scheduled to go out of town on a brief work trip later that week, and around that same time, Alex was preparing to take his real estate exam. So Allison told Alex, hey, why don't you go home for the next couple days so that you can focus on your studying and I can get ready for my work trip. Allison and Alex didn't have plans to see each other again until Allison got back from her work trip on Friday, February 20th. That afternoon, somewhere between 2 and 3 p.m., Alex left Allison's house to head home. Little did he know that that would be the last time that he would ever see Allison alive. Which brings us to February 17th. Alex believed that Tuesday would be a normal working day for Allison, so he made plans to study all day for his real estate exam at home, which he did. As for Allison, she got up, did her normal thing, work calls, emails, other work-related things that she typically did, and then at lunchtime, she went to a restaurant called the Daily Dose so that she could meet her boss for her annual performance review. Allison was at the Daily Dose until around 2 o'clock that afternoon, and then she made her way home. She spent the rest of the afternoon doing work-related things, and then around 5:20 p.m., she decided to venture out and do some shopping. The first place she went was Kohl's, and she was at that store for just under an hour. After that, she went directly to Walmart, and she went there so she could buy a few groceries and other household items, and she was there for around 20 minutes or so. After she left Walmart, she went home. She got home around 7:15 p.m. A few minutes later, she closed her overhead garage door behind her, she deactivated her alarm, and she settled in for the evening. While she was at home, she put her groceries away, she unpacked some of the items from her Walmart bags, and she turned the TV on. She also exchanged some text messages with Alex, and she exchanged a few texts with one of her coworkers. Unfortunately, those text messages would be the last time that Alex or anyone else ever heard from Allison again. Because later that night, a man unknown to Allison came into her house and proceeded to attack her. From the evidence, we know that Allison was attacked both inside of her home and in her backyard. Other than that, we can't tell you in any great detail exactly what happened to Allison or the order in which it happened. Allison would have been the only person who could have provided you with those details. But what I can tell you is that in her own home, her sanctuary, she was violently beaten, sexually assaulted, and strangled to death. That she suffered multiple blunt force injuries to her head, injuries that caused excessive amounts of bleeding. That so much force was applied to her genitalia that it resulted in multiple lacerations to the inside of her vagina. And that her attacker strangled her, both with his hands and with a ligature, causing her to sustain fractures to the internal structures of her neck. And from the scene, you will see that Allison fought for her life until the point where she simply couldn't fight any longer, and then the only thing left was the bloody aftermath. Displaced furniture, Allison's blood spread throughout her house and the backyard, a broken fingernail on the floor, her earring and a pool tile with a clump of her hair in the swimming pool, and shards of broken glass from beer bottles strewn about the residence. And her killer left with the daunting task of having to eliminate any evidence of having ever been inside her house. After the murder, he searched the kitchen, the laundry room, and the guest bathroom for items that he could find to clean the scene. He wiped and mopped up some of the blood off the floor. He sprayed down door handles and knobs of places that he had touched while he was inside the home. And he poured bleach over the crime scene, including over Allison's body and her dress, to try to eliminate any of his DNA. In fact, Allison's killer spent the next several hours inside her home attempting to eliminate any evidence that could eventually allow the police to connect him to what he had just done. During those several hours, he also looked for small items of value that he could steal. He went into Allison's master bedroom, he rummaged through her dresser drawers and a nightstand, and he went into the garage and he looked through her car parked inside. And when he was finally done, the killer left with some of Allison's jewelry, her wallet, phone, house key, and most importantly, with a large amount of cash. And he simply left Allison's deceased body in an open hallway, naked, with only the black dress that she had been wearing covering her face. Which brings us to February 18th. As I had mentioned to you earlier, Alex had spent most of February 17th, the day before, studying for his real estate exam. And that studying took him into the early morning hours of February 18th. But before he went to bed, he decided to send Allison a goodnight text, recognizing that it was late in the hour and she was likely sleeping. When she didn't respond, he wasn't concerned, and he simply went to bed. Later that morning, when he woke up, he sent her a good morning text, but he received no response. A few hours later, he sent her another text message asking, "Are you okay? I haven't heard from you." And there was still no response. He decided to call her phone, and he called it multiple times right after that last text at 11 in the morning. But all of his calls went unanswered. Now, thinking that Allison might have possibly left early for her business trip and might have been on a plane, Alex decided that he was just going to do a little bit of schoolwork, run a few errands, and then he decided to go meet a friend for a late lunch at Paradise Bakery. When he was done at around 3:15, he tried to call Allison again. Again, he was unable to reach her. There was no answer. By this time, Alex was concerned. This had been the longest time that he had not heard from Allison ever, and he was surprised that she hadn't gotten back to him. So at this point, he decided to head to her house, and he arrived at her house shortly before 4 p.m. Now, during their relationship, Allison had provided Alex with a code to her garage door, access to her alarm system via an app on his phone, and he had also given her a house key. So when Alex arrived at Allison's house, he parked in the driveway, and he made his way to the garage, and he opened the garage door to check and see if her car was inside. He saw that her car was there, so he closed the garage. But before he went to the front door, he went on his phone and looked to see if her alarm was on, and he saw that it wasn't. So he made his way to the front door, but he didn't go in right away. He didn't want to just put his key in and barge in and possibly startle Allison. So he rang the doorbell a few times, but there was still no answer. At that point, he then put his key in and he went inside. Once inside, Alex discovered what appeared to be blood on the floor and displaced furniture. And he smelled an overpowering odor of bleach. And then, to his horror, he found Allison's body naked in the hallway with only something black covering her face. And at that point, he immediately called 911. In response to Alex's call to 911, Scottsdale police personnel and personnel from the fire department were dispatched to Allison's home. The fire department arrived first, and they officially pronounced Allison at 4:10 p.m. Personnel from Scottsdale Police Department also began to arrive, and patrol officers did a walkthrough of the residence to make sure that there was nobody else inside or within the backyard. While walking the residence, one of the things that police noted was that there did not appear to be any obvious signs of forced entry into the home. And another thing that police noted was an odor of bleach so strong that even officers who were standing outside of the house in the street could smell it. Allison's home was then secured until police could obtain a search warrant and begin their investigation. In addition to uniformed officers, homicide detectives, crime scene specialists, and crime scene personnel, or crime lab personnel, I should say, arrived to the home. And for the next 4 days, Scottsdale Police Department forensically processed Allison's home. The individuals responsible for processing the home typically wore booties, gloves, and other protective equipment to try and avoid any contamination of the scene. And at the end of each day, Allison's home was secured and patrol officers were stationed both at the front door of her house as well as in the east alleyway to prevent anyone unauthorized from entering or disturbing the scene. During their investigation of Allison's home, police observed stains throughout the house, both on the walls and on the floor. And these stains were swabbed, and you will hear that these swabs were then taken back to the crime lab for analysis. Police also used a chemical process called Blue Star to identify areas where blood had been deliberately cleaned. Blue Star reacts to both blood and cleaning agents, and this process revealed additional blood that had been cleaned up both inside of the house and in the backyard. Investigators also noted what appeared to be signs of a struggle, both inside and outside of the home. Blood was observed throughout multiple rooms of the house. A piece of Allison's broken fingernail was found on her kitchen floor. Allison's earring was discovered on one of the swimming pool steps, and a broken pool tile with pieces of Allison's hair was located at the bottom of the swimming pool. Also, at the bottom of the pool was a blood-stained doormat. Investigators with the medical examiner's office were then called out to Allison's home to collect her body and transported to their office. Prior to removal, swabs were collected from Allison's body for later analysis. Her body was also inspected, and it was noted that so much bleach was poured over her body that it began to pool in her navel, and it started to make the skin of her body adhere to the tile floor. Once Allison's body was removed by the medical examiner's office, investigators processed the area where it had been found and noted large areas of blood beneath where both her head and genital region had been positioned. Investigators also processed the floors inside the home and outside of the home and preserved footprints, socked footprints, and shoe impressions for possible later comparison. 8 fingerprints and partial latent fingerprints were also collected from several items and surfaces for later possible fingerprint comparison. Police also collected swabs from certain surfaces for later DNA testing. This included swabs from surfaces that the police noted had been sprayed with a possible cleaning solution, such as the faucet, sink, and cabinet doors and handles in the kitchen, the faucet and sink and cabinet doors and handles in the guest bathroom, the cabinet doors and knobs in the laundry room above the washer and dryer, the door handles and knobs on the dresser drawers and nightstand in Allison's bedroom, and the passenger side handle of Allison's car parked in the garage. In their investigation with the assistance of Blue Star, police also observed stains on the living room couch. Cuttings of those stains were then taken and they were collected for later analysis. And then towards the end of the investigation, under Allison's couch, police located the upper portion of a broken beer bottle. Also, smaller pieces of glass consistent with one or more beer bottles were found by investigators on the living room and kitchen floor, as well as in the backyard. In the backyard, police also discovered that Allison had a cooler of beer that they had learned had been there for several weeks when she had a party at her house. And the bottles inside the cooler had rust on the caps from having been soaking in the water inside the cooler for weeks. And on their final day at the scene, police collected numerous items of furniture to include the couch cushions, pillows, coffee table glass tops, the dining room table, sliding doors, her plumbing system, chemicals, anything that they could find that might give them any information that would be useful to their investigation. And like in all cases such as this, an autopsy was performed on Allison in the morning hours of February 19th, 2015, by a forensic pathologist named Dr. Ferentz. After he completed his exam, Dr. Ferentz also asked if he could go out to the scene, and he did so later that afternoon. Dr. Ferentz determined that Allison's cause of death was asphyxia due to compression of the neck and possible compression of the torso. Dr. Ferentz found petechiae, which are small pinpoint dots from broken blood vessels, and other marks that he determined were consistent with strangulation. And he believed, based on what he saw, that Allison was strangled both manually and with a ligature. He also documented multiple blunt force injuries to her body, and the most significant injuries noted were to her head and to her vagina. He determined that she suffered massive blood loss from a large laceration on the rear of her head, and he also located several other smaller lacerations on the back of her head. And then multiple bleeding lacerations, varying in length and depth, were found to her vagina. And then finally, Dr. Ferentz observed bleach-related skin damage that he determined occurred after Allison's death. Now, while certain members of the Scottsdale Police Department processed the scene, additional personnel from Scottsdale Police Department began to investigate Allison's murder in other ways. Given that Alex, her boyfriend, was the one that found her, and given his relationship to her, police decided to interview him first, preliminarily at the scene, and then more thoroughly at the police department. While at the station, Alex voluntarily turned over all of his clothes. He provided a DNA sample to the police. He participated in a forensic physical examination, and he allowed the police to look through his phone. And during these contacts, police noted that Alex did not have any observable injuries and that his body and clothing did not appear to smell like bleach. Investigators also reached out and spoke to Allison's family, initially to notify them of her death, and then a little bit later to try and learn any additional information that might assist them in their investigation. Detectives by this time had already determined that her cell phone, her wallet, her house key, and a charger to the computer that was found on her couch was missing. During those conversations with Allison's family, they learned of additional items missing, such as items of jewelry, a white rug or blanket, I should say, that was typically on the top of her couch, as well as hand towels. Police also canvassed the neighborhood surrounding Allison's home, attempting to talk to every neighbor. And they did this so many times. In the first 6 months, police took 2 days during 3 months to talk to people in the neighborhood. They did it twice in February, they did it twice in March, and they did it twice in September. And still, after they hadn't determined, after 2 years, who had committed this crime, they went out 2 years later and did another canvass event and even expanded the canvass area to try if they could get additional information that might help them solve this case. Additionally, police learned about Allison's security system, and they discovered that there were sensors on her front door, on her sliding glass door, on a laundry room / garage door, and a master bathroom door, and that her system captured all door openings and closings and documented them with a timestamp. And police determined that between 8:42 p.m. on February 17th, and approximately 1:04 a.m. the very next day, that Allison's security system documented approximately 20 entries and exits from the residence, which you will hear about in more detail during the trial. Detectives also obtained and viewed an exorbitant amount of surveillance video from places Allison went on February 17th, from cameras affixed to neighbors' homes, and from stores that they were looking at that sold bleach, just to name a few of the types of things that they looked at. Now, early on in the investigation, this also began to be described as a deep dive. They spoke to members of her family, her boss and other coworkers, friends, and an ex-boyfriend. They gathered her phone records, her financial records, her social media and email records. They spoke to people who delivered mail and packages to her residence, not even just the current residence where she was at, but the prior condo where she had lived. They had spoke to people who did work at her house, contractors, the yard guy, the pool guy. Investigators were looking for any information they could find that might help them identify her killer. Police also engaged in a comprehensive investigation into Alex, much beyond their initial interviews with him on February 18th. They looked into his whereabouts on relevant dates and times. They spoke to people who knew him, including past girlfriends. They collected information about him. They obtained his financial records, his phone and email records, his employment and school records. And each time they learned additional information about Alex, they interviewed him again. And this took place for the next 3 years. Other units of the police department were also enlisted to help the violent crimes unit with the investigation. Registered sex offenders in the area were interviewed and surveilled. Known transients were interviewed. Tips from the web were investigated. Phone calls into the Scottsdale Police Department were investigated. And Scottsdale Police even traveled out of state to speak with a man who had committed a murder in somewhat of a similar way, who had ties to Arizona, just to see if he could possibly be involved. Between 2015 and 2018, Scottsdale Police Department spoke to hundreds of people. And one of the tips that police received during the investigation was regarding a man named James Castellamidis. You will hear that James lived in relatively the same neighborhood as Allison and had a connection to her because he worked as a pharmacist at a Walgreens where she used to get some of her prescriptions. James is somewhat of an odd guy, and because of that personality and connection to Allison, people in the neighborhood began to gossip about him and the possibility of him being involved in Allison's murder. And so shortly after the murder, police contacted James Castle and asked him if he would consent to giving a DNA sample, which he agreed to. They contact James again and question him further about denied any involvement in Allison's murder. He even provided police with another DNA sample. He even agreed to take a polygraph when asked by police. But ultimately, police would exclude him as a suspect in Allison's murder. And while no investigation, ladies and gentlemen, can ever be classified as perfect, for the next 3 years, Scottsdale Police Department conducted an exhaustive investigation to try and identify the person responsible for Allison's murder. And a large part of that investigation involved DNA. You are going to hear a lot about DNA during this trial. As I had mentioned earlier, at the beginning of the investigation, for 4 days, Scottsdale Police Department processed Allison's home for evidence. Part of that processing included testing items of evidence and stains for DNA. Many of those items or swabs came back to individuals you would expect, given that they spent time in the house, such as Allison or Alex. A few of the results even came back to include individuals who were involved in processing the scene. But one of the stains observed, a stain that was located squarely in the middle of the crime scene, stood out to police. Not just the location or the appearance, but also the result. Because unlike most of the other stains that came back as matching Allison or even Alex's DNA, analysis of this stain revealed the DNA profile of an unknown person, and more specifically, an unknown male. And this same DNA profile was not just present on Allison's kitchen floor, but also on a cabinet knob in Allison's laundry room, on the outside handle of Allison's sliding glass door, and on the upper portion of the broken beer bottle that was found under Allison's couch. All areas of the home that would be consistent with areas that Allison's killer would have been, and consistent with items that Allison's killer would have touched. And police believed that once they determined the source of that unknown male profile, that they would learn the identity of Allison's killer. The unknown male's DNA profile derived from PMH, and why it's called PMH is it's photo marker H, so you understand what I'm talking about, was uploaded into a national DNA database called CODIS. And police learned that whoever it belonged to did not have his profile in the system. You will hear a great deal about this stain, PMH, during this trial. You see, throughout the investigation, Scottsdale police collected DNA samples from almost every single male they spoke to, including Allison's boyfriend, Alex, Allison's relatives, friends, neighbors, transients in the area, registered sex offenders in the area, and any other male leads that were investigated. Just under 200 samples were provided to the Scottsdale Police Department's crime lab, and the profiles generated from those samples were compared to the unknown profile derived from PMH to see if there was a match. Not one of the samples that they collected was a match. Therefore, each one of these individuals was excluded by Scottsdale Police Department as a suspect. One of the individuals that was excluded, not once, but twice, was James Castellamidis. And in late 2017, when Scottsdale Police Department had exhausted all investigative leads, they reached out to the Arizona Department of Public Safety's crime lab for assistance, and they requested that a familial DNA search be performed. For those of you who may be unfamiliar, familial DNA searching is a process used to potentially identify close biological relatives of the source of a DNA sample based on statistical comparison. DPS was willing to help Scottsdale, and they performed that search. And the results revealed that the DNA profile recovered from the crime scene likely matched a close male relative of an individual by the name of Mark Mitcham. So from there, detectives worked with a crime analyst to identify male family members of Mark Mitcham and develop intelligence that would assist them with ultimately identifying the source of the DNA recovered from the crime scene. Scottsdale Police Department determined that Mark Mitcham had a brother named Ian Mitcham, and that Ian Mitcham had ties to Scottsdale. The Scottsdale Police Department Crime Lab then compared a known DNA sample of Ian Mitcham to the unknown suspect DNA, which was PMH, recovered from the crime scene, and it was a match. Ian Mitcham, the defendant in this trial, was the source of the unknown DNA profile that Scottsdale Police Department had spent the last 3 years trying to identify. Once police identified the unknown DNA profile as belonging to Ian Mitcham, they began to investigate him further. And during the investigation, police learned that Ian drove a black Ford Mustang. This is going to be important because you will hear that it is a common practice for police officers to run license plates on vehicles that they see driving late at night. And you will learn that in the early morning hours of February 18th of 2015, shortly after Allison's murder, Mitcham's license plate was run by 2 different Scottsdale police officers who observed his Ford Mustang within a few miles of Allison's residence. This fact will become extremely relevant during this trial in relation to the timing of the door activity at Allison's house that morning and other evidence that you will hear. And then finally, on April 10th, 2018, after being linked to the DNA found at the crime scene and to the black Ford Mustang, Ian Mitcham was taken into custody. He agreed to be interviewed by the police, and he sat down and spoke with Detective Heinzelman and Sergeant Lockerbie. During that interview, Mitcham confirmed that he was the only person who was driving the black Mustang back in 2015. He also confirmed that he was living at an address on Pierce Street in Tempe during that same time period. Mitcham told police that back in 2015, he was depressed and that his life sucked. He said he was drinking heavily and frequently, and that it was mainly because he and his former fiancée, a woman by the name of April Hall, were on the outs and headed towards separation. He went on about how April didn't love him, that she didn't want to be with him, and how they were sleeping in separate rooms at this point and no longer having sex. When the subject of Allison's murder was introduced, Mitcham acknowledged that he remembered hearing about her murder and that he had read about it in the news. He further told police that he had heard that Allison had lived off the freeway or Thomas or something like that, and that he remembered her murder being a local story because she was young and it was an unusual thing for Scottsdale. Mitcham was shown a photograph of Allison Feldman and said that he recognized her from the news. When asked if Mitcham knew Allison, he said he didn't know her, he had never met her, and more importantly, that he had never been to her house. Mitcham was also shown a picture of Allison's boyfriend, Alex, and he also denied any connection or knowledge of Alex or that he knew him or had ever met him. Ultimately, Mitcham denied any involvement in Allison's murder. But what will be important from his interview with the police is not only the information he provided, but the information that he didn't. Because even though the police had located his DNA on multiple items and surfaces in Allison's home, Mitcham maintained that he had never been inside of Allison's house, and he was unable to provide any explanation for how his DNA ended up in this crime scene. As part of the investigation, Scottsdale Police Department also executed search warrants at the address where Mitcham was living in 2018, which was a different address than where he was living in 2015. and they also executed a search warrant on his black Ford Mustang. Given that these warrants were executed 3 years after Allison's murder, and Mitcham had this entire time to dispose of anything that could tie him to the murder, it was no surprise that nothing of evidentiary value was located. Even after the police arrested Mitcham, they continued to investigate him further. And one of the ways they did this was by obtaining his banking records to see if there was any unusual activity at or near the time of Allison's murder. And what police discovered when reviewing those records was that Mitcham appeared to be struggling financially back in 2015, that his primary bank account was routinely overdrawn, he was constantly getting hit with overdraft fees, and that this was happening in the weeks and days leading up to the murder. But of greatest significance to the police in those records were 2 large ATM deposits, as you can see in green, made by Mitcham, and the locations, dates, and times those deposits were made in relation to Allison's murder. On February 18th, 2015, at around 12:28 a.m., Mitcham deposited $1,000 into an ATM located just a few miles from Allison's home. And then later that same day, he made another deposit of $1,500 into an ATM located near his work. You will see and hear testimony that over the course of a calendar year, that Mitcham had never made deposits in cash of this size, and that any sizable deposits into this account were from his employer. You will learn the significance of the deposit at 12:28 a.m. on February 18th and how it coincides with the door activity at Allison's home and the times that Mitcham's license plate was run by the 2 Scottsdale officers. As part of the investigation, police also interviewed April Hull on April 10th, 2018, Mitcham's former fiancée and mother of his child. During that interview, April confirmed that Mitcham was driving the black Mustang and that he lived with her at that Pierce address back in 2015. Police also learned that April had been keeping a journal on her cell phone with entries dating all the way back to 2012. And from this journal, they noted that April had documented that on February 17th, 2015, that Mitcham was not home that night, and that she remembered going to bed at around 11 p.m. and Mitcham had never come home that day. April further documented in her journal that when she woke up the next day, Mitcham was home, and then mentioned that after he dropped off their daughter at school, she didn't see him again until 8 p.m. that night. April described Mitcham as being secretive and that he was constantly hiding things and that she didn't have access to the areas where he did so. And she told police that it wasn't unusual for Mitcham to come home looking disheveled or even scratched up at times. So she didn't recall anything that stood out to her when she saw him on April 18th of 2015. When police asked April about her sexual relationship with Mitcham, they learned that Mitcham had engaged in strangulation with her during prior sexual encounters, and that on at least one occasion have left marks on her neck from the strangulation. As part of their investigation, police also talked to another one of Mitcham's former girlfriends, where they learned that Mitcham had engaged in strangulation with her multiple times during sex, and that the strangulation had involved both Mitcham using his hands and on one occasion, Mitcham using a belt, and that on one occasion resulting in a mark being left on her neck. As part of the police investigation, Mitcham's phone was also collected, and of interest to the police was a specific pornographic video located in his phone that depicted an act of strangulation, not only similar to the acts described by Mitcham's former girlfriends, but similar to the mechanism of injury described and determined in the homicide, thus illustrating Mitcham's propensity and sexual interest for asphyxiation. Police also spoke to various family members that the defendant was living with at the time of his arrest, all of which claimed to know nothing about the defendant's involvement in these crimes. To date, police have never been able to establish any other reason for the defendant's presence in Allison's home other than the fact that he was the person responsible for her attack. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here because on February 17th, 2015, the defendant, Ian Mitcham, inflicted unimaginable violence upon Allison Feldman, an innocent and unsuspecting victim, a person who he didn't even know, a person who he had no connection to, a person who did not deserve to die in the manner in which she did, or in the place where she was supposed to feel the safest. Before that night, Allison's home, her sanctuary, was a place of security, peace, and comfort. It should not have been the place where her young and promising life came to an end. The time has now come, nearly 11 years after Allison's brutal attack, for the defendant to face the consequences of the actions he took and the decisions he made on February 17th, 2015. Because his actions and his decisions are what have earned him a seat in this courtroom. And the state is confident that after you listen to and evaluate all the evidence in this case, that you will find no other appropriate verdict to return for the crimes that he is charged with, but guilty.
And at this time, I'll turn it over to the defense whenever you're ready. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury. Welcome back from lunch. And at this time, we will go ahead and turn it over to the defense for your opening statement whenever you're ready.
Can everyone hear me? 3 years after Allison was murdered, Ian was charged. But the state, they charged the wrong guy. Ian did not commit this crime. Ian is innocent. James Castlemeades is the one they should have charged because he is the one that did it. The evidence will show that. You're going to hear evidence about James towards the end of the trial. So please be patient and listen to all the evidence. From 2003 to 2016, Ian lives at 338 East Pierce in Tempe, Arizona. He lived there with his girlfriend, April, for much of that time, his daughter, Peyton, and April's son, Matthew. You will hear that Ian and April were in the sunsets of their relationship in 2015. Their relationship spanned more than a decade. They had their ups and downs. There were times when Ian and April were separated, and Ian had another girlfriend. You will hear that they weren't getting along in 2015. That you will hear that in April's eyes, Ian couldn't do anything right. For April, Ian's drinking was a problem. Ian's drinking was a reason he wasn't home. Ian tried to avoid April. April was making book on Ian. She kept a diary from 2012 all the way to 2016. And in that diary, she documented the comings and the goings of him and everything that he did wrong. When he was home, when he wasn't home, what he looked like, what he was doing. And anything that she saw that would help build her case for custody, she marked down. She kept this diary on her phone. And you're going to hear from April. Ian went to work. Ian came home. Ian took his daughter to daycare every day. But at the end of the day, he didn't always come home at night. He'd go to the gym. He might go out for a drink. He might go to a strip club. He avoided April. He avoided being at home. He avoided being there to have a conflict with her. On February 17th, 2015, Ian was home in the morning. He had his normal day. He got up, he took Peyton, his daughter, to daycare, and then went to work. He went to work, he worked at NetVest, which is over on Bahia Drive, just east of the 101 by Westworld. It's a financial company. He worked there. Ian has a degree from ASU in finance, business. So on that day, he went to work. He had lunch at Twin Peaks. He spent $27.40. He went back to work. At the end of the day, 4:45, he made a call to a friend. Made another call to his workout buddy to see if they would go working out. Ian worked out at the EOS, which is at Raintree and Northsight. It's directly behind the Kohl's that you just heard about. At some point that evening, Ian went to his brother's house. You're going to hear from his brother, whose name is Craig. You're going to hear that Ian went to his house because Ian needed money. Ian was behind on what his income should be and the bills that he needed to pay. Ian had a DUI in January of 2015. Ian had to hire an attorney for that. And Craig, big brother, was going to help him with that. So Craig would give Ian money when he needed it. He loaned Ian $1,000 that night. He loaned him $1,000 to pay for things so that Ian wouldn't fall behind on his mortgage. He wouldn't fall behind on his taxes. He wouldn't fall behind on his electric bill. You're going to hear that Ian deposited that $1,000 at the bank on Scottsdale and Earl. You're going to hear that Craig, who was at the time working for CEMEX, he worked at a plant. He was the manager of that plant. It's now Vulcan Materials. And that he would work nights for the most part, or 2 to 10 generally, that, I guess, third shift or second shift. And nobody knew his schedule, except that that's when he was usually home sometime after 10:30. Ian would go to his house. This wasn't the first time that Ian borrowed money from Craig. Craig's that big brother. Craig's born in 1962. Ian's born in 1975. Craig and Ian have lived together. When Ian graduated high school, Craig was the person that brought him into the house, and he stayed there during his college career. Craig sometimes steps into the role of dad, much to this disdain of Ian. But that night, he was going to give Ian money. But along with that, getting money from the big brother, you got the lecture. You got the lecture about, shipping up or shipping out kind of thing. You know, listen to this, lay off this, do that. It came with strings. And it was when Craig was ready for it. If Craig came home and he was tired from the end of the day, from working, put his feet up and he made Ian wait. He made him wait till he was good and ready to get that money out of the safe and give it to Ian. And Ian needed that money because he was moving money around in his bank accounts. He had to pay his mortgage. He had to cover that mortgage. So he needed that $1,000. You're going to see Ian's bank statements. You're also going to see that Ian made a deposit the next day as well. And that he made $1,500 deposits. He wrote his bills on the 18th and 19th. You're going to see his check register. You're going to see his bank records. You're going to see Ian's financials. You're also going to see that in Ian's house, he had an office that he built. This is where April says he would go at night when he was avoiding her and Peyton and Matthew. He would just go into his office and do whatever. In that office, there was a safe. And that safe, when you press the buttons, it made sounds. And she could hear it. And I didn't want to wake her up. So that Tuesday night, Ian went to Craig's house. And he waited. Now, Craig lives at 38th and Earl, or 38th and Thomas, which is here in Phoenix. After Craig gave him the lecture, gave him the money, Ian went to that ATM on Scottsdale and Earl, a place that he's deposited money for many times. And he deposited the money, $12.28. Then he went down Scottsdale Road, and he went to his house. And his house is just off of Continental, which is south of McDowell, on Pierce. And he came home, and it was probably close to 1 o'clock. Ian didn't kill Allison. He was at his brother's house. You're going to hear Officer Carlucci talk about how she was running patrol in that area in South Scottsdale, and at how she ran the plates on that Mustang at 12:41. And she was actually in the process of pulling up over somebody else, unrelated, near that Circle K on the corner. That Circle K is on the corner where Ian would turn right and go into his neighborhood. It's only a few blocks from his home. After she finished that traffic stop, she ran the plates again. There was another officer, Officer Capucci. They were working in tandem, kind of on the same squad. He ran the plates. They can't tell you anything about that night, what they did or how they got that. Carlucci, she says she would have probably observed the Mustang. Capucci doesn't know if he got a text, if he observed, he doesn't know. He has no recollection. Only thing he's got is he ran the plates and then went to the next screen which showed that Craig owned that car. Ian was home by 12:45, by 1 o'clock. Ian is innocent. The state charged the wrong guy. You will hear that Ian does not live anywhere near Allison. Ian lives on the west side of Scottsdale Road, south of McDowell. His neighborhood's not near hers. He doesn't know her. He's never been to her house. There's no connection whatsoever between the two of them. Ian certainly didn't kill or sexually assault or burglarize Allison's house. What I want to talk to you about is a preview of what this trial is going to be. You guys saw the calendar in your jury questionnaire. Over the next several weeks, even months, you're going to hear from a lot of people. You're going to hear from police officers, crime scene specialists. You're going to hear from some civilians too. You're going to hear from lab techs. You're going to hear from detectives, police officers, anybody who touched this case, and it's going to take a while. Please be patient. There will be times when the defense asks questions, and there may be a lot of questions. But there may also be times when there are none, or very few. Allison was murdered. No question about that. The scene is what it is. The investigation is what it is. But Ian didn't kill Allison. Somebody else did. And that somebody is James Castellmetes. You're going to hear about how the scene was processed. You're going to hear from the crime scene specialist and the detectives who were in charge of that, and how they were at the house from the 18th to the 21st. You're going to hear how they collected samples. And when I say collected samples, that means they were swabbing samples. They used like a Q-tip. And it's a big Q-tip, like maybe 8 to 10 inches long. It's got like the little wad at the end. And what they do is they rub real hard. And they try to turn the swab over and over so that they can get through the grease, the grime, and whatever to pull up any biological material. And they did that. They went through the dirt and the grime and got whatever they could in search of biological material. You're going to hear from the Scottsdale Crime Lab and other experts how sensitive DNA kits have become, how little DNA evidence you need to get a profile. We're talking nanograms or picograms, like a granule of sugar. That's how much DNA or cellular material is required. That's how far DNA kits have come in the last 25 years. You're going to hear the number of swabs, the number of samples that the Scottsdale Police Department and the crime scene specialist from the Scottsdale Crime Lab took. You're going to hear not only did they take swabs of the items, for whatever wasn't nailed down, they took, and then they swabbed it again. You're going to hear how that scene was processed through those days and how things were moved around, they gone through, and that literally they went through everything. That was the scene. You're going to hear how the Scottsdale Police Department, that very day after Alex arrived and they were called at 4 o'clock, how they worked till 9, 10 o'clock at night. How they cast a wide net on who could have done this. You're going to hear how the police officers immediately after clearing the house, they went out and started knocking on doors. You're going to hear that the first responders literally knocked on 30 doors the night of the 18th. You're going to hear that no person was too remote. You're going to hear that Detective McWilliams was the original case agent. You're going to hear that Detective Heinzelman was in charge of the scene. Now they worked in tandem. You're going to hear that there were sergeants, lieutenants, and that the Scottsdale Police Department responded and it was all hands on deck. Anybody who was available came. Didn't matter if you were in the violent crimes unit. If you were available and your sergeant called you, you came to the scene and you got assigned a task. And detectives from other units went out, interviewed people, surveilled people, gathered information on people. Hundreds of people were contacted, even at the very beginning in the first few days. over 170 people gave a buccal swab. A buccal swab is basically the police officer would go to the house, talk to the people there, and they would ask each and every male to open their mouth and swab the cheek so that they could get a saliva sample to get DNA profile. You will hear from the first responders that there was no forced entry in this house. There was nothing to indicate that someone broke a window, broke a door. There's no door frames that are, off. There's no broken glass from a window in the house. You'll hear that Scottsdale cast this wide net, put it out on social media, asked for tips. They even had a web tip line. And people called in. People called in from all over and had all kinds of things. You will hear how Scottsdale Police Department, at least at the very beginning, responded to almost every tip. You will hear about the neighborhood canvass. You will hear how many times they canvassed the neighborhood, how many times they knocked on the door. When I say canvassed the neighborhood, they literally knocked on the door and said to people, do you have any information about this homicide? And then they would ask each and every person who was male, can I take a buccal swab? Yet you're going to hear how they did miss some people. They would knock on the doors, they would talk to people, but some people weren't home. Even on the first nights, one of the officers went to 30 houses and he said that, several people from like 4 or 5, the very first 4 or 5, weren't home. You're going to hear about one of the people that they missed was a person who, close in time, may have observed or had important information about the possible killer. You're going to hear that the Scottsdale Police Department went to his house, talked to his parents. They never talked to him. It wasn't until 2017 when they got to go back to him and talk to him. 2 years had passed. You're going to hear about how Scottsdale Police Department contacted or even surveilled any potential suspect. You're going to hear how the sex crimes unit contacted the sex offenders that were living in the area. They went to a tire shop and watched one of them. You're going to hear how the Scottsdale Police Department contacted Allison's ex-boyfriend, people that she knew, friends, family. You're going to hear how anybody who came in close proximity with Allison was talked to. You're going to hear about the tree trimmer. You're going to hear about the UPS driver. You're going to hear about the pool guy. You're going to hear about different people in that neighborhood. And despite being kind of a quiet Scottsdale neighborhood, there were several transients in the area. And those people were contacted too. And a DNA swab was taken from them. You're going to hear how Alex, not only was he investigated, but several of his friends were talked to by the Scottsdale Police Department. You're going to hear that they gave buccal swabs. While they followed up on several leads, at some point, the investigation was kind of like traveling, rabbit holes, right? You go talk to somebody, and you didn't get much more than that. Scottsdale Police Department kind of changed the investigation. It became kind of 2 veins of investigation. First was the vein to look into Alex. Look into Alex, look into every aspect of his affairs. Get at his bank records. Get at his cell phone records. Look at his financials. Look at his emails. Look at his texts. Look at his social media. And this spanned over 2 years. They continued to talk to Alex, and anytime something came up that they found out, they went back and talked to him again. They did a deep dive into Alex. The second vein of investigation relied on that DNA, that PMH. They got information. They went and talked to the person that the information was about and asked for a buccal sample. And if that person gave that buccal sample, it was immediately tested against PMH. And if it matched or it didn't match PMH, that person was excluded and they moved on. No further down that rabbit hole, no further down that investigation path. You're going to hear how Scottsdale Police Department went to far end, so to speak, to get that buccal swab because they were putting all their eggs in that basket. That PMH was their guy. If it wasn't Alex, it was PMH. And everything should fall into place. You're going to hear how the Scottsdale Police Department, when one person said, I'm not giving you a buccal sample, here's my alibi. They talked to the alibi. He says, yeah, he was home with me, putting up a shelf. Not good enough. They followed that guy down to Tucson, waited for him to go through a Starbucks, waited for him to finish his Starbucks, and as he put that cup in the trash, Scottsdale Police Department was ready there to get it. And they got that sample, ran his DNA, but guess what? It didn't match age. He was excluded, never talked to again. And that was from a tip at Scottsdale Police Department that this guy had something there. You heard, or you will hear, how Detective Heinzman even traveled to New Mexico to talk to a person who was in custody for a murder that was similar in nature, that they had used bleach to cover up the scene. Detective Heinzman went and talked to that person, got that buccal swab, didn't match age, done. That's how this investigation went. I'm going to tell you, DNA does not lie, but it doesn't tell a story. DNA can tell you the who, but it cannot tell you the how or the when the DNA got there. You will hear from DNA experts who will tell you about DNA. DNA is not like a fingerprint. Fingerprints, you have to be present to put it down. DNA is not like that. It moves freely, like a cold in the air, or like dust in the wind. Remember, it's small like a granule of sugar, and DNA only comes from cellular material. So it moves freely around. Scottsdale Police Department used it to prevent going down rabbit holes. They shouldn't have done that. DNA is a piece of evidence at best. No more than that. It does not tell the story. You cannot ignore other information. You have to consider everything. As you all know, this is an important case. The Scottsdale Police Department spent 3 years investigating this case. They took a shortcut. And while it might have seemed appropriate at the time so that they didn't spend eternity going down, as they would call rabbit holes, or I'd call rabbit holes, that shortcut ended up charging the wrong guy. You're going to hear about some of the leads that they did follow up on, and to the extent that they did or didn't do. I told you about James K., or James Castlemedes. You're going to hear about him. He was her pharmacist. And in 2015, on February 21st, just 6 days after the murder, there was a tip that led Scottsdale Police Department to interview him at the Walgreens that he worked. He was her pharmacist. He knew who she was. They got a buccal swab. Guess what? He didn't match PMH. So he was excluded. Now, other tips came in from him. They were not followed up on. Or for him, they were not followed up on. Till July of 2016, the Scottsdale Police Department received information from another call from other parties that they had learned of some information or about James Casamides. And they told the Scottsdale police that he had made some concerning statements regarding the homicide. Scottsdale Police Department followed up on that. You're going to hear Detective Heinzelman and Detective McWilliams went to his house right after talking to those people within 15 minutes. They got another buccal swab. Now they observed him already drinking. This is 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He's drinking a Leinenkugel. Now that might not be anything, but that's the beer that was at Allison's house. That might not be anything. They didn't follow up. They didn't follow up and learn about him. They kind of wiped their hands clean of it and kind of moved on. This is 2016. They did not check his phone. They did not check his social media. They did not check his dating sites. They were in his house. They didn't get a search warrant for his house. Arguably, if they did, they might have found that phone, her wallet, that blanket. All the things that they say are missing. They didn't do any of that. He didn't match PMH. They had already known that when they were going there. It was a kind of, I'm going to dot my I's and cross my T's, and in fact, Detective Heinzelman told James K. that he would tell his boss that he went and followed up on this. That's unacceptable. You're going to hear that if they would have investigated further on James, they could have talked to his girlfriend, who was one of those tips that they never followed up on. His friends, and even his neighbors. You're going to hear about their observations of James. You're going to hear from his girlfriend that on occasion he strangled her. He also tackled her, pushed her into a fridge. And guess what? He lived on 87th Street in Osborne, less than a half a mile from the victim. You're going to hear how he walked the alleys at night. And of course, drank the same beer that was at the scene. You're going to hear all about him. And you're going to hear from those witnesses. And with the information they learned, they should have done more. They should have done more with him. Ian's innocent. Ian didn't kill Allison. Ian didn't sexually assault Allison. Ian didn't burglarize that house. Ian's never been there. The state charged the wrong person. I'm going to ask you to be patient, listen to the evidence. In this case, listen to the processes that the Scottsdale Police Department took and what they did not do. In your instructions, you heard that you're able to ask questions. I encourage you to ask questions if you have them. At the end of this trial, you will be asked to make a determination of whether you're firmly convinced with no real possibility of innocence, The evidence will show that Ian was with his brother and then home. Someone else killed Allison. The state did not charge him, and he is not on trial. But ladies and gentlemen, what you'll find is that Ian is innocent, and that's the real possibility of innocence. And I'm going to ask you to find him not guilty of all the charges. Thank you.
All right, interesting opening. So that's day one. So that concludes day one. So we heard from both the defense and the state opening. What do you guys think so far? Who do you think did a better job? Obviously, we still need to hear evidence, but I love the state's opening. I thought, I'm not sure if that's Aaron or Jesse. I'm trying to find out who the state is. It's either Aaron Otis or Jesse Wade. I'm not sure if Jesse's a male or female, but we could go with Aaron Otis. Thought the state DNA on trial. Yeah, it's going to be a battle of the experts, right? I needed an alibi, Missy, the state, Alice, the state. Yeah. I like the state. I thought her opening was really good. The only thing that I would give for the defense was this pharmacist. James Castlemedes. Interesting that he drank the same beer that was found at the crime scene. Law enforcement never checked his house, never checked his social media. All right, yeah, maybe a little bit of doubt, but Red Snap, the state, Beach Mom, state hands down. Shannon, Jody Arias, yeah, that was Juan Martinez. He was in the first one of the earlier clips we showed where Ian. It's going to be hard for me to say Ian because I want to say Ian. Ian, one of his pre-trials, like he first appeared. Then they said $5 million cash bond. Yes, that was Juan Martinez, but that was back in 2018. So I think Juan was, somebody posted 2020 is when Juan got disbarred. True Familia, beer was the same. Yeah, did you guys catch the beer? I think, was it Brian? Did you say the beer? I didn't quite catch it. Let's see. Bisu, isn't the brother going to provide an alibi? The brother's in jail. The brother was had relations with an underage person or something like that. So, I pronounce it Ian. He pronounces it Ian. I don't know. We'll go with the way he's pronouncing it. Let's see. Do they have a local beer in that area? Well, here's the thing. Allison had a party, right? They said she had a party. She had a beer cooler. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Brian. I knew it was you. I never heard of this one. Leinenkugel? I gotta. Okay, Leinenkugel. All right, that's so that's the beer. That's the beer bottle. Let's hope that's I guess that's the beer bottle that they used, or that was used. So I could easily, thank you, Brian. I could easily say, well, she had a party. She had a beer cooler. There was some beer in there. Maybe the neighbor maybe this pharmacist brought his own beer and left it there, or maybe Allison bought the beer. So that doesn't really. Oh, it's Wisconsin beer. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Brian. All right, cool. All right, so the only thing that I would say was that for me, the defense threw in the pharmacist. He wasn't really checked out. He walks the alleys at night. Apparently he slammed his girlfriend up against the fridge. Law enforcement never really checked into him. So that's that. I'll give him that. But the DNA is not going to lie. Right? DNA is not going to lie. Elizabeth, the other brother, Craig, is supposedly his alibi. Correct. Yes. Bisu, he was at his brother's house. Yes, but the brother didn't alibi him. The brother's in jail. I don't. Mark. Well, here's the thing. he said Craig, but his brother's name is Mark, so he must have several brothers. I only know of one brother, so I don't know. The only brother I know is Mark, but the defense is bringing out a brother named Craig. So I don't know. We're going to have to wait and find out, because my research showed one brother named Mark, and that guy's in jail for doing something I think was with underage. Same as Ian there was driving with a 16-year-old who pulled over for DUI. So we've heard from Mark, and now we've heard about a Craig. So we'll have to wait and see. I really don't know. We'll have to wait and see. All right, let's get to day 2. Let's get to some testimony of day 2 here. And still nothing on Brian Walsh. I'll let you guys know for sure. I'll pop in and let you guys know.
Please be seated.
But nothing on Brian Walsh. They're still deliberating. 5 hours and 34 minutes. So, all right, let's continue on.
Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for making it back here on time this afternoon, and thank you for your patience as we get started. And let the record reflect we have Mr. Alex Stone on the stand, who continues to be under oath, and I will turn it over to the state to continue their direct examination of this witness.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Alex.
Good afternoon.
Just have a little bit more with you. There's a couple follow-up questions I want to ask you regarding Allison's house.
Of course.
Yesterday, I showed you what's already been admitted as exhibit number 58. Do you recall this photograph?
I do.
Okay. And you mentioned that this was a photograph that you had taken on Valentine's Day.
Yes, it is correct.
Okay. I want to ask you, kind of like I did with another photograph previously, kind of looking beyond the Valentine's Day stuff that you indicated you had purchased to her. Are you able to see kind of the kitchen area of Allison's home in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is this an accurate kind of depiction of how her kitchen would typically look?
Yes, it is.
Was she a very clean person?
Very clean and neat person.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And so would her kitchen kind of look like it appears in this picture on a regular basis?
Yes, it would.
I wanted to ask you about something else. This was Exhibit 66, which has also been admitted. Do you recognize that? What's in that photograph?
It's a mirror.
Okay. Two things, I think. Do you see something in the reflection of the mirror?
I do.
Okay. And do you recognize that item?
It's a dry rack. Dry rack.
Do you recognize the items on the dry rack?
I do. Yes.
Who do they belong to?
Belong to Allison.
Okay. And do you remember during your time at the house where that dry rack was typically kept?
I don't exactly.
Okay. That's fine. And you mentioned that there's a mirror also in this photograph. Any recollection of what area of the house that mirror typically would be found?
I mean, in the picture, it is right in front of the sliding door to go to the backyard, but oftentimes it would be in bedroom. But there was a real particular spot for it in the house.
Okay. Did it move around at times?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Another question that I have for you about the house is yesterday, we looked at exhibit number 51, which is already admitted, and you mentioned that you believed that there might have been, I think you called it like a mat or a rug in front of the sliding glass door. Do you recall that portion of your testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 14. Do you recognize that?
Maybe, but not, I don't exactly recall.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Alex. When you mentioned that there was a mat or rug in front of the door, do you have any recollection of what that looked like?
Yeah, I mean, it was light. It was a similar color to the one that you just showed me. I just don't 100% recall if this is the rug that I remember, but it was, lighter, neutral color, and it would oftentimes be outside the sliding door.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, your recollection of the rug is similar to the one I showed you, but you can't be certain that the one that I actually showed you was in fact that same rug. Okay. During the time that you spent at Allison's house, do you have any recollection of the way that her couch appeared?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did Allison keep any type of blankets, if you recall, on the couch?
Yes.
Tell us what you remember about that.
I mean, depending on the day, one to, several blankets would be on the couch.
Do you recall any blankets ever being on the top portion of the couch? Remember
the light color, gray or cream or something like that. It would go with the feng shui of the house, so to speak. That's what you called it.
Okay. And then I also want to ask you about another photo. However, it is not on my computer. But first, I'm going to approach, this has been marked as Exhibit 139 for identification. Do you recognize that, what's depicted in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It is Allison's nightstand with some waters and jewelry box and the pink tulips that I got her.
And does that photo accurately depict the way you recall that nightstand looking the last time you had been at Allison's?
I mean, I recall the items that are on top of it. I don't particularly recall it being open or, anything of that sort.
Okay. At this time, the state moves for admission of Exhibit 139.
And the defense has seen 139, correct?
Yes.
Any objection? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No objection.
Thank you. It's ordered admitting Exhibit 139 into evidence.
And permission to publish, Judge.
You may.
I don't have to do anything with this. Okay, so Alex, you mentioned earlier in your testimony yesterday that for Valentine's Day you had purchased 2 bouquets, and I think we saw that on the counter of pink tulips, and you mentioned one for the kitchen and one for the bedroom.
I did.
Is this what you're referring to that's in the photograph?
Exactly
Okay.
it.
And then yesterday I was asking you about where you believed Allison kept jewelry. And you mentioned something about a nightstand. Is this what you recall, or that jewelry box that you mentioned, is that what you recall regarding where she kept some of her jewelry?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave that alone. All right. Allison and some of her habits. Let me ask you this, Alex. We've talked about the sliding glass door. Was Allison a person who used to like to leave the door open, the sliding glass door open?
She was. She truly enjoyed having fresh air in the home when the weather permitted it.
Is that something that you saw her do on more than one occasion?
Yes, I have.
Another follow-up question I have is, during your testimony yesterday, you mentioned when you arrived at Allison's, the day that you found her, that you had noticed the odor, and then you mentioned something about seeing the couch moved in a particular position. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as exhibit number 64. Does that look familiar to what you, is that familiar to what you saw when you entered Allison's house on February 18th?
Yes.
Is that the way that the couch typically looked when you were in Allison's house?
No, it would not.
Yesterday, we discussed in your testimony that you had been interviewed multiple times by the Scottsdale Police Department over the course of a few years. Do you remember that part of your testimony?
Yes, I do.
And on one of those occasions, did detectives from Scottsdale Police Department discuss with you a trip that you took with Allison to Paris?
Yes, it was discussed a few times.
Okay, so I'd like to talk to you about that.
Of course.
First of all, during your relationship, did you go on a trip to Paris with Allison?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us when you recall that trip happened?
It was in October.
2014?
2014, of course.
Okay.
Yes.
And I'm sure you did lots of things on the trip, and we don't need to go through all of these things. There's a particular reason I'm asking you about this. Do you recall during your trip to Paris with Allison a situation where she believed some money was missing?
Yes, I do.
Okay, tell us about that.
Towards the end of the trip, as a matter of fact, the night before we were supposed to come back home, I was informed that there may be some cash missing. I was unaware that there was any cash on hand that Allison brought with, and we tried to address the situation by looking for what appeared to be missing, and that was the proper authorities were contacted, hotels management staff were contacted, and so forth. Proper documentation was executed, and we finished packing and got into a vehicle and went on to the airport to head home.
Okay, now let me ask you a little bit more about this cash and the situation.
Sure.
Did this situation kind of involve a Chanel purse?
Yes.
Okay, so tell us kind of how the Chanel purse fits into this story.
I got drugged into a Chanel boutique in Paris, which was Allison's idea and something that she wanted for a long time, and we did some shopping there, and she ended up buying a Chanel purse, and we went on with the rest of the trip. It was great, and the same Chanel purse was in a bag that I ended up taking through an entire flight on the way home.
Okay. Now, this particular Chanel purse, were you present when she purchased it?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall how she paid for it?
I'm fairly certain it was paid via card.
Okay. And then you mentioned, so she buys this purse, she pays for it with a card, and then during the trip, at some point, right before you're supposed to head back home to the United States, I'm guessing is what you mean, yes?
That is correct.
Allison believes that money is missing.
Correct.
Okay. And I think from understanding your testimony, you said you weren't aware that she had money on her.
I was unaware that she had that kind of money on her.
Okay. And did you ever find out the amount of money that she had on her?
No.
Okay. And so at some point, this purse is bought. You seem to be the guy that carried it through the airport on the way home. And then during your time at the hotel, you mentioned that she believed money was missing, and so you notified authorities to file something. Is that correct?
Correct. I've inquired as to what the proper protocol and procedure is for something like that, and it is what was discussed among her and I, and we decided to move forward and contact the hotel management, which was Marriott Hotel Management, and we filed appropriate documentation and what was needed in order to properly record and put on record what has taken place.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, before you left Paris to come home, was that money ever located?
No. I was not told, or Allison never said to me that the money were located. We packed our, finished packing, and barely made it onto our flight to come home.
Okay. And then you come home.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes for the court report?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
At some point then, do you get notified by Allison about this money?
Yes, I did.
And where were you when she notified you about the money? Do you recall?
I don't recall exactly, but she did make me aware that the money was found, and she told me where the money was found, and she said that the money were inside the Chanel purse that I bravely took all the way from Paris to Phoenix.
And when Allison found this money in the Chanel purse, where was she?
Home, I'm assuming.
You weren't at the house when you weren't there with her when she found it.
No, I was not.
Understanding correct? Okay. Another thing I wanted to ask you about is during your time with Allison, did you ever go to a Walgreens with her to fill any prescriptions?
I may have. I don't exactly recall. But we have done shopping and things of that sort together multiple times.
Did Allison ever complain to you about anyone that worked at the pharmacy during your relationship?
No.
Do you know a guy named James Castellavides?
No.
The last thing I think I want to ask you about, Alex, as we wrap up here is when you introduced yourself to the jury yesterday, you stated your name was Alex Stone, and then you said formally, if I butcher this, I apologize, Socodolo? Fairly
Well
close?
said. Very
Okay,
close.
thank you. At some point, Alex, did you change your name?
Yes, I did.
And when did you do that?
I did that in 2016.
And can you tell us why?
It was actually one of the hardest decisions I ever made. The amount of pressure, the amount of negative attention that I have received since 17th of February of 2015 was quite large. The negative attention has affected my relationships with multiple friends, business colleagues, my career, and some other relationships in my life. And upon multiple discussions and communication with people I love and care for, I decided to move forward and change my last name.
And when you were talking about negative attention and things like that, are you talking about stuff that was online?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Was it based on the perception that people were pointing the finger at you for this?
Yes, correct.
I can just have one moment.
You may.
I don't have anything additional. Thank you, Alex.
And at this time, I will turn it over to the defense for your cross-examination of this witness whenever you're ready.
I'll just leave there. Awesome. Thank you. Good afternoon. May I refer to you as Alex?
Please.
Thank you. Alex, today I want to talk to you about two things mainly, your relationship with Allison and also the way the Scottsdale Police Department investigated you after her death.
Okay.
You testified that you met Allison on a dating app in April of 2014, correct?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall what dating app that was?
Tinder.
Tinder. To your knowledge, was Allison on any other dating apps at the time?
No idea.
Okay. You testified that you and Allison started seeing each other pretty regularly soon after meeting, correct?
Yes.
And the relationship became serious fairly quickly.
I wouldn't say quickly.
After a couple months.
Relationship progressed naturally and became exclusive in June, I believe I stated.
Okay. And a few months into the relationship, you provided Allison with some financial advice relating to a condo that she previously owned. Do you recall that?
I wouldn't call it financial advice. It was just a discussion about regular life things.
Okay. So discussion about finances.
Discussion about real estate, to be specific.
Okay. And Allison followed your advice, correct?
No idea what you did or did not. It's not something that was really discussed in detail. So.
And then 6 months into the relationship, you said you went to Paris together. That was October of 2014.
Yes, we did.
Okay. Is it fair to say that trip brought you guys a little closer as a couple?
Absolutely.
At some point, you guys talked about you possibly joining her for a work trip in the Bahamas. Do you recall that?
I do.
I want to talk to you briefly about the home security system. You testified that you had several conversations with Allison about getting a security alarm installed, correct?
Something that she have entertained getting, and as a natural progression, as a discussion within a relationship, those conversations and discussions have taken place, yes.
It sounds like you were encouraging her to get the alarm system for some time.
I encourage her to be safe and to be comfortable.
And eventually she listened. Allison didn't always have the alarm set while she was at home. Is that correct?
Oftentimes she did, oftentimes she didn't.
There were times that she didn't have it set, though.
Yes.
And you testify that she would sometimes leave the doors unlocked if she was home because she liked to allow fresh air into the house, correct?
That is correct.
And I think you told the detectives that you thought the alarm system was a good idea because she was a beautiful single woman living by herself. Do you recall that?
Not exactly, but that sounds like a very smart advice. If the roles were reversed, I would take it.
That was something that worried you.
Yes.
And so even though her neighborhood looks safe, you wanted Allison to be more careful about locking the doors and using the alarm.
I'm not sure what definition of safe is, counselor, but, being safe and being protective were certainly my concern for her at all times.
Understood. And I want to discuss a little bit about the layout of her house and the neighborhood in general.
Sure.
The layout of her house made it easy for someone to access her garage or the inside of her home from the backyard, correct?
I don't know about easy.
So I'm going to refer to the exhibit number 50, which the state previously had admitted.
Sure.
Is the door to the right, is that the door you testified about that leads directly into her laundry room?
The door on the right, the white door, yes, correct.
And then once you go through the laundry room, that leads directly into her kitchen?
Correct.
Okay. And that door can be accessed through her backyard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You could also, so there's the other door that you talked about that has a latch. That door leads directly into her garage, correct?
I wouldn't call it a door, I would call it a gate.
Or the gate. Let's call it a gate. That leads directly into her garage?
That is correct.
Okay. So the only thing that separates the garage and the backyard was this latch gate that is in Exhibit 50, correct?
Yes.
So someone entering the garage from the backyard would be able to see how many vehicles are inside?
Counselor, can you please repeat the question?
Yes. So if someone entered the garage from the backyard, they would be able to see how many cars are parked inside?
They could. I can't be certain. I don't recall.
If you open the latch?
Seeing if I can or can't. It's been nearly 11 years ago. But if I were to open the latch, yes, I'll be able to see exactly how many cars are in the garage.
Thank you. Let me ask you this. What door did Allison use more often to get inside her house? Would it be that side door that leads into her laundry room or the front door of the house?
I can't really be certain. I was not at home with Allison 24/7.
Understood.
So I would imagine if she was coming home while driving a vehicle, she would use the gate to the garage, and I would assume that the side door that's on the right.
Which door did you use? Which door did you use more often when you were with her?
I don't really recall. I used the front door and I used the garage door.
Okay. Alex, another thing that concerned you was Allison posting on social media about her frequent work travels. Do you recall discussing that with detectives?
Not particularly, but she did enjoy travel, and one of the many things that we've connected on is the fact that she was a globetrotter. So.
And I think what was concerning to you when you discussed this was that this could alert someone that she wasn't home often.
I mean, it could have.
And in fact, you tried to discourage her from doing that. Do you recall that?
Not exactly, but it sounds something that I may have talked about or have suggested, all things given, considering safety and security of my girlfriend.
You cared about Allison's safety and felt a responsibility to protect her, correct?
I did.
I want to talk about the location of her home specifically. Her home was on a small residential street off of Earl, correct?
Yes.
It wouldn't, this is not a main street.
No, not a main street.
Okay. And Allison would often swim in her backyard pool, correct?
I wouldn't say often.
Okay. She would use her pool at times.
She would. She would.
And sometimes alone.
Not so sure about that.
Okay. Her backyard, it faces an alley, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the brick wall separating her house from the alley was approximately 4 feet high?
I do not recall, Counselor. I did not measure her walls in her backyard.
Okay. Was it most backyard walls are about 6 foot high? Do you recall it being a little shorter than most?
I do not, Counselor.
Okay. Could someone walking or driving through the alley look inside to the backyard?
Not necessarily, from what I recall, but it has been nearly 11 years since I've been in the home, so.
Let me show you another picture that was previously, and the Arcadia door and the that's the window to her kitchen, correct?
The window on the left?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
And those didn't have any blinds or curtains on them?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So you would be able to see, if you're outside, you would be able to see to certain parts of the house from the outside?
You could.
Okay. And this alley, did it have the big dumpsters where you would throw the trash in?
Yeah, as every other alley.
Okay. Do you recall what the trash collection schedule was at that time?
No, I do not.
Did you ever notice people walking in the alley?
Not really. We weren't frequent, alley checkers, for what it's worth.
Your sister Marina had planned to visit you and Allison Valentine's Day weekend. She was going to stay with you guys at Allison's house, not yours, correct?
Correct. Allison offered.
Do you know if Allison ended up leaving Marina the house key under the front door mat?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay. Were you aware of their discussions about that?
I was aware of some discussions, quote-unquote, girly discussions.
Specifically about her leaving her key in case she came?
I don't specifically recall.
You talked about the Chanel purse. To your knowledge, was that purse missing from the home after this happened?
After what happened?
After Allison was killed in her home. Do you know if the purse went missing?
I do not know.
Okay. A few questions about the AFC championship game that you talked about yesterday.
Yes.
So you testified that you guys watched the game at, you and Allison hosted the game at her house, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you testified that a plethora of friends brought food and drinks to share.
Yes.
Do you recall about how many people were there that night?
I do not, Counselor.
Okay. And you and Allison purchased things for the party as well?
It was properly hosted, yes.
Okay. Do you recall where you obtained the items from? What store?
I do not.
Okay. What stores did Allison typically shop at for groceries?
From From what I recall, Fry's, Walmart, maybe Sprouts. I know her and I have been to Sprouts a few times.
Do you recall what Fry's locations or the general area?
No idea.
What about the Walmart?
I'm assuming ones that are closer to her home, but I don't particularly recall.
You don't recall the cross streets?
I do not.
Do you recall what Walgreens she used to pick up her prescriptions?
No, I do not.
But these stores were generally located near her home.
I'm assuming so.
You guys ate out pretty frequently, correct?
Depends on your definition of frequently, but we have gone out to eat
Okay.
often.
And when you guys would go out to eat, was it generally in the Scottsdale area near her
Not
home?
necessarily.
Sometimes you guys would do takeout as well?
Sure.
Okay. Chinese food, like the new China Gate?
It's one of the places, yes, that I recall.
In December of 2014, you and Allison talked about going to the Scottsdale Gun Club. Do you recall that?
Not particularly, but could have been discussed.
Was she considering getting a gun? Did she ever discuss that with you?
Not that I recall. She wasn't really a fan of firearms or guns or anything of that sort.
Okay. And this is, so when you guys had some discussions about guns, this is what she expressed to you?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay. You later learned that she was looking at stun guns online. Do you recall that?
Not particularly.
Alex, you testified that you were taken to the police station for an interview shortly after finding Allison's body, correct?
Yes.
You were interviewed for hours.
I was interviewed.
And you were extremely emotional during that interview.
Who wouldn't?
And despite how you felt, you did your best to answer all of the police officers' questions, correct?
I believe I did.
The police collected your clothing.
Yes, I believe so.
They photographed you head to toe.
I believe so, yes.
They took your DNA.
That is correct.
And then the following day, they came to your house and they asked a lot of the same questions they asked you the day before, correct?
I don't know about exactly the same questions, but the questions were asked, and I permitted it.
And then the police returned to your house about a week later.
I don't know exactly when they have recalled, but they have. And once again, I've permitted it.
Okay. And they asked you a lot of the same repetitive questions or additional questions that they thought of the next time they saw you.
I mean, they've asked questions that they felt needed answers, Counselor. I don't particularly recall if they were the same or if they were different, but
You gave them your car keys?
I gave them openly whatever it is they asked for, just about.
And they took your vehicle to search it, correct?
If I recall correctly, yes.
They searched your phone?
I believe so.
And throughout all of this, you did your best to cooperate fully, correct?
I believe so.
And even after you consented to many of these searches, the police still obtained your financial records, correct?
I am assuming so.
Your bank records, credit card statements.
Again, I'm assuming so.
They looked at your email accounts,
I'm assuming so.
your employment records.
I'm not an attorney, nor am I part of Scottsdale Police Department, but again, I'm assuming so.
Same with your school records.
Perhaps.
They talked to your family.
I don't necessarily think so, but maybe.
You don't recall
ago.
them talking to your sister?
Perhaps they have. Again, I don't specifically recall.
They spoke to your roommate,
Yes.
your friends,
Yes, they have.
coworkers, and even
I'm assuming so.
people you've dated in the past, correct?
Sure. And again, I'm assuming so. I was never given details on who was connected or talked to.
Understood. In short, the detectives examined nearly every aspect of your personal life. Would you agree?
I don't really know what they examined. I was never told the specifics.
You talked to them at least 8 separate times over the years. Does that sound about right?
I don't recall the exact number of times that I have discussed what needs to be discussing with Scottsdale Police Department counselor.
The investigation didn't end in a few days. Is it fair to say?
It is fair to say, correct.
Took a couple years.
It is fair to say, correct.
And during this more than 2-year period, you continued to take their calls.
I have.
You met with them in person.
I have.
You answered a lot of the same questions over and over.
I've answered their questions.
Do you recall describing that you felt poked and prodded by law enforcement's repeated contacts?
I mean, they were doing their job, and
but you didn't know what was you didn't know what was going to happen to you the next day, correct?
I mean, I didn't do anything wrong, so I provided and cooperated the best way I knew how.
And you experienced all this while you were grieving the loss of Allison.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that the Scottsdale Police Department devoted a substantial amount of time and resources to investigate you?
Counselor, I really don't know what substantial amount of resource and time is, but I have connected with them on a number of times and have cooperated the best way I knew how.
One moment. No further questions.
All right. And redirect by the state whenever you're ready.
I believe, have a couple. You were asked about which door you would frequently use when you came over to Allison's by defense counsel. Do you recall that question?
Yes, I do.
I think you mentioned that you've used both doors.
Exactly. Yes, I have.
Were there times that you parked in the garage?
Yes.
Are those the times where you would use that door that we saw in Exhibit 50? Is that when you would use that door?
Yes, I would use the gate to get in the backyard and use the side door to get in the home through the lunchroom. Yes.
And when you would park in the garage, when you would park in the driveway, like we saw earlier in one of the photographs, what door would you typically use when you would park there?
I would typically use the front door.
You were asked about your sister potentially visiting during Valentine's weekend. Do you recall that question?
I do.
Okay. Did your sister ever come?
I really do not recall if she did or did not. I believe she did.
You believe she did?
Maybe not again, like it was just so long ago. But as I think about it, I don't think it worked out due to her change of plans and things of that nature.
Okay.
So.
Well, let me ask you this. That Valentine's Day that you described in a lot of detail for us, do you recall your sister being in your house that night?
In Allison's house or my
house? In Allison's house.
No, she was not there.
Okay. Valentine's Day, do you recall Allison being gone on one of her work trips? That Friday before, on the 13th?
Could be. I mean, she had a business trip pretty much every week.
Okay. Do you have any specific memory of that particular day?
Not exactly.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple questions about the party that you talked about.
Sure.
So you mentioned that it was the AFC Championship game and that you and Allison hosted at her house, correct?
Yes, it was.
Do you recall what month that was?
January?
January?
Yeah.
Do you remember around what time in January that was?
I mean, championship game, AFC game. I don't particularly recall the exact time. I mean, a weekend?
A weekend. Okay, let me ask you this. So you found Allison February 18th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the weekend before that was Valentine's weekend, we've established?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember how many weeks before Valentine's Day weekend that party was?
The counselor, I don't exactly remember the date, but the AFC Championship usually falls on the same, give or take the same time, the same weekend. So a week or two prior.
Okay, so you just remember. So would that be sometime in late January?
It would be in late January. I'm assuming yes.
Okay.
It usually is in late January, but again, I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. Okay, I don't have anything else. Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if anyone has a question for this witness, we would collect it at this time. And seeing none, may this witness be excused, subject to recall.
Yes.
All right, you may step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I found. Well, I didn't find one of our chatters. I don't know if you go by your name or not, but you sent me an email. So whoever sent this email, if you pop into chat, let me know. Okay, because this happened a little. It's sometimes it's hard to find full days when we're a little bit behind. So somebody just sent me this, which I think might be this happened before, or this might be Alex's testimony.
Imagine that too. You're plugging along, maybe one.
All right, hold on. This might be the beginning of Alex's testimony. So let's go here. I want to check this out. I think this is before he testified. So let's check this out.
Well, that's a look into court right now. See the defense attorney talking with the judge. Let's go there and take a listen.
At the end, when it gets quiet, I make one more statement to Ian, and you can hear that very clearly on that. And that one is on law and crime. You can hear it there. The focus is on the seal of Arizona. The issue, I think, is the microphones are all hot all the time. And as I understood that even when FTR is not on, the microphones are still hot and they're picking up conversations that we are having as a team as well as with our clients. So there's a Fifth Amendment, Sixth Amendment, and 14th Amendment problem here in due process under the Arizona Constitution that Ian's being prevented from having a fair trial because he's not adequately able to communicate with his defense team because of the presence of the media and the live feed that's going through and they're mic'd up. So we have to change what we're doing in order for him to have a fair trial, and that's just not right. And the Fifth and Sixth Amendment trump the First Amendment when there is a conflict. Additionally, this courtroom, while lovely in its remodel, is just not adequate for a capital trial. There are other courtrooms in the South Court Tower. I know this court's made inquiries as to whether those would be available for that, but you can see the jurors as they sit here. Juror number, I think 9, he's cramped against the bar and he's kind of turned. It's not adequate for the jury. And also, each of us has 4 people at counsel table, and we are constantly banging into each other. It's hard for us to even get out to have a bench conference, and this courtroom just is not adequate for counsel at table. It's just not big enough for all of us. Additionally, because the media is so close, they're right on us. You can see in many of the live feeds our computer screens. And when the witness is on, you can see the states. You can see Mr. Roseberry's. So this is a problem for all of us. So they're having work product issues. We're having work product. We're having issues amongst them. So the problem that I see is this room was not designed for what's happening today. And our office, and as well the county attorney's office, was involved in the design for the South Court Tower. And this type of case is exactly what should be over there. That being said, there's additional protections that South Court Tower has. There's media rooms, so they can set up and they can adjust the audio. I'm told that they can't even turn off our microphone. You just reaffirmed that. These are problems that we have, and how do we actively represent our clients? There's a victim room, which I don't know the victim's position, but they would have their privacy. They could observe everything, and they have a place to go. So the South Court Tower is a far better place for this. That's the first issue.
Okay. Did you want me to try to address those points before you move on to the next one? I don't know if it's related or if it's completely different.
It's completely different.
Can I just add something really quick?
Go ahead.
Just as an example, Judge, I was just having a private conversation with what I thought was a private conversation with my client. I had my finger on this, but apparently if you're not careful enough or don't put it a certain way, the whole time it was green, and I didn't realize that till Jeff pointed that out to me. So it's just really frustrating because now we're having to look to make sure the light is on as I'm speaking to my client. So I just wanted to add that.
Okay. So just for the record, I did see when you pressed it, it turned red. So obviously that means it's off at that point. And those microphones will work the same way in the South Court Tower. So you still have to press them to shut them off. So I don't think there's any difference in terms of that issue.
My experience was different, Your Honor.
Okay.
But
and I'm happy to look into that, but my understanding is it's kind of rigged the same way and that you have to shut it off.
And my understanding is that this setup is different audio-wise than the South Court Tower is. And you have your media person in here who's probably a better person to answer those questions. My request is that, one, that if the camera is going to interfere with the trial, then it shouldn't be here. So I know the court's made their ruling. I'm saying that it's changed now. We've had a day. It's changed. And the second thing I would ask is that the courts make a further inquiry. As you see, we have tons of exhibits, and it's getting really cramped, and it's hard to try a case in here. So I would ask the court to make an inquiry as to whether there's a possibility that we have something on the 5th floor where there's 2 counsel tables. I mean, even though we don't have dual juries, but one of those courtrooms would be far better suited. Even though the acoustics aren't as great, I'll make do to have a little bit of room, so I'm not backing into the bar, or, Martha's not backing into me, and that we can try this case adequately. So I'd ask that the court make an inquiry into if we can move courtrooms.
And when you say 5th floor, you're talking about this building or South
Court Tower?
Okay.
South Court Tower, Your Honor. And I think that's what I was talking about with the victims' rooms and the media rooms, that they're available, and then the camera's out of the way. Everybody's out of the way. Everybody has their own space.
Okay. One thing I want to know about anything that was filmed yesterday. I've issued an order that's not to be used going forward for any type of feed. It should be taken down. So I'll work with our communications team to reach out to any of those outlets or agencies and make sure if it's posted somewhere. You mentioned YouTube, for example, that we have that portion taken down where any conversations during a break was recorded. And the press understands that, they can't do that going forward. They will unplug it during all the breaks. So that should take care of that particular issue. With respect to the microphones, again, I've been told you have to hold it down so it turns red and then it will not pick up your conversations. I believe it's the same in South Court Tower because it does have to be on so that when you're speaking into it, we can all hear you. So it doesn't completely shut off is my understanding. I'm happy to look into that, but that's how it's set up in here. And then with respect to the computers, from my perspective, I will order that no computer screens should be in the shot. So I don't know if that's possible for our press team. I'm seeing nodding heads. So, okay, thank you. So it looks like that they can make sure that they are not getting anyone's screen in the shot. So that might be maybe just lifting up the camera a little bit higher in terms of its vantage point. So again, I appreciate your concerns. I do want to address all of them to the best of my ability. I don't know that we have courtrooms available. I made that inquiry originally. Obviously, everyone is using their courtrooms for trials, and there's a large number of trials going, given the number of capital trials that are taking various divisions offline for 7 months, basically, for lack of a better term. So I know people are very busy and using their courtrooms, so that, because what we've been told is if you are assigned to a CCB judge, the intent is that the case should be tried here. And again, I'm happy to kind of try to make whatever accommodations we can, as I just did, directing to make sure there's no screens in the shot, making sure that everyone is muted while we're in session. When we're not in session, they're going to unplug, so there'll be absolutely no recording, and FTR is off as well when we're not in session. So I think all of those things can alleviate the things that you were discussing. And regarding just it being cramped in here, I do apologize for that, but we typically have 18 seats in the box in all trials, so that's normal. We've just added one at the end for 19. So right before this trial, we had a trial with 18 jurors. So that hasn't been an issue in the past.
And I appreciate the court recognizing that I have to make a record in these cases. I appreciate the court giving me that time. The other issues, kind of twofold from the media stuff and also into what happened in the courtroom. As the courts recognized yesterday, juror number 6 had his eyes closed in the court. I made the inquiry, or I let the court know, and the court, put her observations on that. In looking at some of the cases that I saw, I don't know that that's adequate, and I think that's the way to do that, to kind of figure out what he was doing, is not to be presumptuous on our part to actually bring him in and question him. But I don't want to question him, I haven't talked to Ms. Otis, but sure. If the court could just, hey, we noticed that you had your eyes closed during some parts of yesterday. Were you sleeping? Were you able to do whatever the court makes that inquiry? Because I don't want to alienate any juror by that. Now, the second part of that was on the comments, and in the videos of the live feed, you can hear me talking to my team about juror number 6. And there's comments below from the public about juror number 6, making that. I didn't watch all the news yesterday. Frankly, I'm trying to get the media out of this trial, but if any juror or anybody from the family recognizes that, we're calling out juror number 6 for sleeping. That's a problem. And, with Ian's life in his hands, I don't want to upset any juror or make it so that, there's a problem. We need to find out if he's actually able to be a juror in this case, is what I'm trying to say, Judge, without having to embarrass him or do anything else like that.
So, question for you. Would you like me to bring him in now, or would you like to wait till the end of the day and see how he does this afternoon? Because I think just to kind of keep things moving and, to your point, not unnecessarily draw attention to it, I think it's something maybe we could tackle this afternoon at the end. And if it is the case that it is an issue, then we'll resolve it at that point. But I'm happy to ask those questions.
And it's hard because I need to preserve this. And if he sits and listens to the evidence today, I might make 2 motions. So my preference would be now. But
This was interesting. There's lots.
All right, so the feed froze there. All right, so that feed froze. Basically, he's talking about hot mics. He's talking about chats. This is what we're always like, be careful what you put in chat, because these lawyers go and look. They're assistants, and they go and they look at chat. So sometimes we're like, just be mindful of what you guys put in chat, because you never know, we might end up in a trial. All right, so that then goes into Alex's testimony. So we don't have Alex's testimony. At the beginning of his testimony, we just have the end of his testimony, and then cross and redirect. So again, once we get through day 2, which is what we're showing right now, then day 3 they have full days. So it's just a little hiccupy here through day 2. So just bear with us. We're doing the best we can. We're not able to provide a full day 1 and day 2 with this because it happened a couple weeks ago. But just know we're doing the best we can, you guys. So once we get into day 3, then we have, from what I was saying, we have full day of testimony. So just day 1 and 2 are a little wonky. All right, so let's get to more of day 2. Hold on, this is what I want, because we're already jumping around a little bit. Let me try and get this. This is day 2, part 2. This is what I want. Day 2, part 2.
183.
All right, day 2, part 2. Okay, hold on a sec. Let me just get us. This is up here. This is done. And then I have to go feed the kitties, so just bear with me. I'm going to dip out for a bit, feed the kitties, and grab a little food for myself, I guess, while I can. Okay, day 2, part 2.
$184, $185, $186, $187, and $188.
Okay, so 183 through 188. Any objection from the defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's ordered admitting exhibits 183 through 188 into evidence. All right. And then remind me the name of your next witness.
Officer Kerner. It's K, let me give you the spelling.
Okay.
Koerner. And I'm always mispronouncing his last name, so
Okay.
I'll let him correct me.
All right. And then given the time today, are you thinking that would be the only witness for this afternoon, or?
We're not sure. We have Sergeant Williamson.
Okay.
I think he's here. So depending on how long this takes, we can at least get started with it.
All right. And just as a reminder, I would like to reserve 5 or 10 minutes at the end so that we could chat with that juror. So maybe we could aim to end it.
And he can come back Monday if we need.
Okay. So I'm just thinking maybe we can aim to end around 4:20, just because that juror has to catch the jury shuttle and get back to the parking lot.
All right.
All right. Thank you. We'll go ahead and bring the jury in.
Okay.
Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury, and at this time I will turn it over to the state. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And good afternoon, sir. We'll have you sworn in by the clerk. If you want to just stand there is fine.
Can you state and spell your name to the court?
Yeah, Timothy Kerner. Last name is spelled Koerner.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And sir, I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box, please. Thank you. And you may proceed.
Thank you. Officer, despite my best efforts, I am soft-spoken, so if you don't hear one of my questions, I will repeat it.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jury your name?
Yeah, my name's Timothy Kerner. Last name is spelled Koerner.
And by whom are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by the city of Scottsdale as a detective with this crisis response team.
All right, sir. And how long have you been a police officer?
I've been a sworn officer now for 23 years.
I have some questions about 2015, but before I get there, can you tell us a little bit about what you do now?
What I do now is I'm on a specialty unit that deals with mental health crisis, so to speak. We go out and assist people that are dealing with some sort of mental health event, and we try to assist them in getting some sort of treatment.
All right, sir.
Your Honor, excuse me, could we approach?
You may.
In South Scott.
What were your duties?
My duties at that time was a patrol officer in South Scottsdale, the area of this event.
All righty. And how long had you patrolled that area?
On and off, probably for an area of 10 to 12 years at that point in that general area.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about the 18th of February 2015. And in particular, draw your attention to around approximately 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Were you on duty?
I was.
And in a patrol car?
I was. Fully marked, full uniform.
All right, sir. And did you get did you receive information that led you to a particular residence at 8526 East Monterey Way?
I did.
And can you tell us what information you received which led you to go to that address?
Absolutely. The initial call was just a medical assist event. We often go out on fire or with the fire department for different medical events. It sounded like it came out as a routine medical event. And then while I was responding, there was some information that made it seem like it might be a little bit more than just a routine medical event.
All right, sir. I know it's been a long time ago, but do you have a personal recollection of this incident?
I do.
All right. I'm going to ask you some questions about what happened once you arrived there, but are you able to describe for us the residence at that location, just generally the outside?
Yeah, just standard single-family home. It was Essentially on like a curved street. Monterey Way ended up curving around where it was not quite east-west, and it would be on what would best be described the north side of the roadway. Had a single drive, single front door.
All right, sir. Now, you mentioned that on occasion you respond with the Scottsdale Fire Department. When you arrived, was there a unit or units from the fire department already there?
Several units. There was at least one fire engine, a battalion chief, and then there was another unit. I can't remember exactly what, but I remember 3 units in total.
All right, sir. And when you arrived, do you recall approximately where you parked your vehicle?
Yeah, approximately from there. The best way of describing it, again, since the roadway kind of curved, the best way of describing it, my vehicle was parked what would be essentially just west of that, maybe 2 houses-ish.
All right, sir. So who did you first contact when you arrived?
As I got out and started approaching the residence, I was actually contacted by a fire department, the battalion chief. I don't remember his name. I don't think I ever got it. And he said something to the effect of, this is definitely going to be your scene. And that kind of clued me in that this was going to be potentially something more than just an average call.
All right, sir. Now, you recall approximately how long you remained at the scene?
In total, I want to say probably an hour or so. I can't remember exact time when I got there just after 4, and I want to say I left just after 5-ish. I don't have my official report in front of me.
All right, sir. And if you need it at any time, I have a copy that I can show you. Might refresh your recollection. I just wanted a general idea.
Yeah.
Is all. So maybe an hour.
Yeah, approximately.
And during that hour, did you ever enter the residence?
I did not.
Once you had a conversation with this battalion chief, were you tasked with anything to do from a member of your department?
I was. As I approached the resident itself, I was contacted by Scottsdale Police Sergeant Williamson, my boss, and I was instructed to remain outside and to contact the reporting party for the event.
All righty. And did you do that?
I did.
This reporting party, were they male or female?
Male. First name is Alex, and last name I can't really pronounce. It was like European.
All righty. And where was he when you first had made contact with him?
He was seated in some landscaping right near the driveway, near a BMW, I believe it was, that I think ended up being his vehicle.
All righty. I have just a few photographs to show you. First of all, that are in evidence 183. And are you able to see that photograph?
Yes.
Do you recognize that person?
I do.
Is that the Alex that you had contact with?
Correct. That was the reporting party for our event.
All righty. Now, did you make an effort to talk to him?
I did.
What do you remember about his ability to communicate with you?
Communication was difficult. He was initially crying. He had tears, or what appeared to be crying. He had tears going down his face. He appeared to be shaking. As I spoke with him, he had normal voice at first, but as I had conversation with him, he appeared to kind of become more worked up, and he began almost what I could only describe as wailing, sobbing very profusely to the point where I couldn't understand him any longer.
Now, at some point, did you later learn that at least at that moment in time, it was a potential homicide scene?
I did.
So, in your training as a police officer and your experience as a police officer, when you were speaking with Alex, besides asking questions, trying to get answers, were you paying attention to his physical condition in any way?
I was. Like any other case, when we get there, until we rule somebody out, they're at least a potential suspect. So I was paying attention to different attributes. Once I became aware that it was a potential homicide, I started looking for any kind of injuries on Alex, anything else that might somehow tie him to the event.
And did you observe anything?
I did not. I didn't notice anything while he was sitting in a seated position. At one point, we ended up moving him. As he got up, I could see more of his body. I didn't see anything there. And later on, I got to see a lot more of his body, and I saw no injuries on him that would be consistent with any kind of struggle related to a potential homicide.
You mentioned that he was sitting in some landscaping when you first arrived.
Yes.
Correct? It sounds like you asked him to get up.
I did. If I recall right, I was instructed that they were going to try and cordon off the house as a crime scene so that they would put up tape and basically move anybody that did not have to be within that scene outside the scene. So I was instructed to move Alex away from the house. I asked him if he would be willing to go with me to my vehicle. He agreed, and we stood him up. He needed a little bit of help getting up, but we walked him to my car when he agreed to go.
All righty. And during the time you were with him there at the residence, did you ask questions?
I did.
You described for us your initial observations of his emotional state that you observed, correct?
Correct.
Did that stop? Did it continue?
His emotional state would go kind of back and forth. As he was speaking, sometimes he'd be okay to be able to understand what he was speaking. There was other times when he became very emotional and went back to that kind of very wailing, very hard sobbing, to the point where I couldn't understand what he was speaking. He was clearly trying to say something, but I couldn't understand it until he was able to calm himself enough to speak again.
At some point while you were with him, were photographs taken of Alex?
He was photographed at the scene in my car, and then I believe he was photographed again at the station where we eventually moved him.
So when I showed you 183, let me put it back on the screen again. Do you think this is your patrol vehicle?
Yeah, that should be my patrol vehicle.
All right, sir. Putting 184 on the screen. Again, is this just a close-up of Alex?
Correct.
Who was taking maybe not their name, but who was taking the photographs?
That would be one of our crime scene specialists that specializes in photographs and other forensics, etc.
Showing you 185. What are we looking at here?
That would be Alex's hands. I believe the reason for that type of a shot would be to show if there was any kind of injuries or any marks on him that would be consistent with a struggle. .186. Sort of a duplicate, I guess, correct? Correct. That looks like it concentrates on what would be his right hand more than the other.
.188.
That would be the palm, the inside palm of his hand.
All right, sir. And lastly, 188.
And I believe that would be the palm of the other hand.
All right, sir.
For Alex.
I have some questions of you about the communication that you had with Alex at the scene. But before I do that, you mentioned that later you took him to Scottsdale Police Department.
I did.
What did you do when you arrived at Scottsdale PD?
When we arrived at Scottsdale PD, he was put into a conference room. He was not handcuffed or anything else. He was just there for questioning. He went voluntarily with me. I instructed him that we'd like to move him away from the scene itself, and he went voluntarily. I walked him into the station, set him down in the conference room, and then we were there to await the arrival of an investigating detective for the case.
Were you present when Alex was requested to provide his clothing?
I was.
And did he do so?
Absolutely, completely voluntarily. We asked him if he'd be willing to turn over his clothes just so that we could have that for evidence, and he began taking his clothes off right there before we even had any other garments for him to do it. Said something about do what you need to do.
Now let me take you back to the residence. You mentioned earlier that you recall having to perhaps help Alex up from the landscape to walk him away from the scene, correct?
Correct.
At any point when he was with you in or around your patrol vehicle, did he make an effort to get into the house?
There was a time once I got him to my patrol vehicle. He had asked about Allison and that he wanted to go see her. His request kind of got a little bit more, I wouldn't say forceful, but a little bit more direct. And at one time he stepped out of the back of my patrol car, and I was concerned that he might go into the scene and kind of contaminate potential evidence. So I stepped between him and the residents, and he seemed to calm down and get back into the car again.
Did you ask him questions about his relationship with his girlfriend?
I did.
And what I need to know is if, while you were asking these questions, did he describe his demeanor, his emotional state while you're asking these questions?
His demeanor during the questioning, especially in relation to his girlfriend, usually was calm when I could understand what he was speaking about, what he was actually saying. But as he would have conversations about her, his emotional state would become much more ramped up. He would become sobbing again. He'd start crying. Tears would go rolling down his face, and he'd get to the point where I couldn't understand him any longer. It would take him a bit of time to be able to control his breathing and calm down enough before I could understand what he was saying again. Then he'd speak about her again, and then seem to go back and forth between those states of emotion.
I'm not at this point asking you what he said, but did he provide you some background information about his relationship with Allison?
He did.
Did you ask him about who had keys to the residence?
I did.
And what did he tell you?
He told me that Allison was the sole owner, that only he himself had keys, and then Allison's family had keys to the residence. And as far as he knew, that was the only people that had any kind of keys to the residence.
At this point in time, did you know that, or had you been told that Alex was the one who called 911?
Yes.
Did he have his phone with him?
I do not recall. I wouldn't be able to answer that.
Do you have a recollection of perhaps him showing you or you looking at some text messages?
Yes. Now that you pointed that out, he did have his phone. At one point, I did see kind of a text trail from between him and Allison.
Okay. Why was that important to you, or might be important to you?
I had asked, trying to figure out when he last spoke with Allison, when he last saw her, when he had any kind of communications with her, and part of that was he showed me a last text that he received from her.
All right. Do you recall the time of that last text?
If I recall right, it was the evening before we discovered, before he called, and it was somewhere around 8 p.m.
Did he tell you whether or not he had been attempting to contact her either by phone call or text?
He did. He had indicated that he routinely speaks with her. The Wednesday, the 18th, he had tried to send her texts during the day, have conversations with her, and there was no answer from her. So he was attempting contact.
Did he tell you anything about how it was he gained access to the house before calling 911?
Yes. He had indicated that he had knocked on the door or otherwise tried to contact her through the door. There was no answer, so he used a key to enter the residence.
Now, I know you've told us earlier that you did not enter the residence, correct?
Correct.
How close did you get to the front door? Do you remember?
I would say roughly 15, 20 feet probably is the closest I got.
While talking with Alex, did he describe to you an odor that he smelled once he went into the residence?
He did. He said as soon as he opened the door, he smelled it, and, as he put it, a very strong odor of bleach. And I remember him saying that didn't really initially kind of concern him because Allison was a very clean person.
While you were there, did you ever happen to notice the smell?
I did not that I recall.
Let me take you to the 19th of February, the next day.
Okay.
Were you asked to do anything in relationship to this investigation?
I was. I initially responded as, for lack of a better way of putting it, traffic control, scene control. I relieved an officer that was on a perimeter position. I stayed there for, I believe it was a couple of hours before I was relieved. And then I was away for about an hour before I responded back for area canvass with several other officers to try and contact neighbors or people that might have seen anything.
So in terms of scene security, what did that encompass?
The position that I had for scene security was just in my vehicle across the roadway, making sure no vehicle traffic went through, also to confront anybody that potentially could have walked in, but for the most part, if I recall, I didn't have anybody to try to do either.
And when you say that you, an hour later or so, after you were relieved from scene security, you canvassed the neighborhood. What did you do?
I linked up with another officer and we went door to door. We were assigned a kind of a grid area, for lack of a better way of putting it, to knock on the doors of all those residents. It was early evening. I think the hope was that we could contact more people home after they got back from work.
Okay. Did you, in doing so, receive any information that you at least felt might be important to the investigation?
No, myself and that officer did not receive anything from those residents that we contacted that would be of even potential value that we felt.
Just a couple more questions.
Sure.
During your conversation there with Alex, did you have a discussion with him about an alarm system?
I did.
In the home. Tell us about that.
That was in the same conversation as far as who had keys to the residence. I had asked him about the alarm system. He said that same situation, only Allison, her family, and himself had the actual alarm code.
Thank you, Detective. That's all the questions I have. Counsel may have some for you.
Sure.
And cross-examination by the defense.
Do you recall talking to the defense and the county attorneys back in 2021?
Vaguely, yes.
Hey, Richard. What's up on there? Sorry. Good question. Going to involve everybody in my questioning for you. We talked about your experience and what your job at that time was.
Correct.
And I want to thank you for the work you're doing. I think at that point you had just begun the mental health response team, I think, and I think you said at that point that was really the best job you had had.
Correct.
Do you still feel the same way?
I do.
Okay. Did what happened in this incident in any way lead you to that kind of work?
No, I've had that type of an inclination since very early in my career when I saw a need for multiple people that I was dealing with on pretty much every call I was going out on.
Okay. I don't really need to ask you many questions. The state asked you most of the questions I had. I want to talk about two different areas. One thing you talked about was that Officer Williamson came up to you while you were at the scene?
Correct.
Okay, and what is his role as far as the Scottsdale Police Department?
Currently or back then?
Back then.
Back then, he was patrol sergeant. I believe he was my boss at that time. He ended up, there was some switching, but at that time, I believe he was my actual boss.
Okay, and so that, I think you mentioned that he was your boss and then he told you to stick with Alex.
Correct.
Okay. What was he wearing?
He should have been, and as I recall, he would be in full uniform. Just having sergeant stripes would be the difference in uniforms.
Okay. And you were in full uniform?
Correct.
And the fire department personnel that you talked about, did you happen to notice if any of those personnel went into the house?
I personally did not.
Okay. And how were they dressed?
The battalion chief that walked up to me would be his normal attire. It would be blue shirt, if I recall right, and BDU pants type thing.
How about the other fire officers that were there?
I don't recall seeing any other fire officers there. I know they were there, but I don't recall seeing anybody.
When I guess I may have misstated that. Fire personnel.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
I don't recall seeing any others. I know no others approached me. There was a time where we had Alex kind of eval'd. He was having some difficulties kind of breathing, and one of his sobbing outbursts, I guess, would be the best concern, and we had him checked out to make sure that he was medically okay.
And was he?
He was.
Okay. So while you were there with him, Williamson came, and then did Officer Williamson or Sergeant Williamson, did he go in the house, do you know?
I believe so. I believe he and another officer went inside to clear the residence to make sure that there was no safety concerns and to do their at least initial clearing of the residence.
Was the front door of the residence open, if you recall?
I do not, one way or another.
Okay. Do you know how they got into the residence? Did they go in the front door?
I would believe they went through the front door, but at that point I was more focused on Alex. I wasn't really paying attention on what they were doing.
Okay. Do you recall if someone, Sergeant or Detective Lockerbie came by?
I don't remember Lockerbie. I remember Lou Guy. Detective Lou Guy.
Okay, and who is he?
He is a detective. I believe he was with our violent crimes unit, and he was one of the investigating detectives in this incident, if I recall right.
Okay, and so you talked about the patrol group of people, at least you and Williamson, and then you also had the violent crimes group?
Correct. That would be the main investigative component of this case.
And you recall, did you say Lugi or Lou
Guy?
Lou Guy, okay. Who else from that unit was there?
Wouldn't be able to answer that question. I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. Let's see. And I think you talked about someone from coming up and taking photographs?
Correct.
Okay, and what group of people would that be from?
That would be from our, what we call CSS, Crime Scene Specialist Unit.
Okay. So while you're at the scene, several people came up. You were observing to see if you saw any injuries on Alex that would be consistent with what you understood had happened in the house.
Correct.
And then someone came up and took photographs?
Correct.
Okay. And then you took him to the scene? I took him to the police department?
Yes.
He was at the scene? Okay.
Absolutely.
And then at the police department, you or someone asked for his clothing?
Correct.
And then, do you recall if you saw any medical person at the police department?
At the station itself, no. There was no medical personnel there.
Do you recall a nurse looking him over?
I do not recall that.
Okay. Okay. And he was given a jump seat at that point?
He was given what?
Once Alex gave you his clothing, he was given a jumpsuit?
Correct.
Okay, and then someone came and took him home?
That I wouldn't know. I was relieved before he left that station.
Okay. And you talked about Alex showing you text messages?
He did.
At the scene?
Correct.
Did you take his phone?
I did not.
Okay. Okay. That's one of the areas that I want to talk about. I want to talk to you about another area, which is something that Vince didn't talk to you about.
Sure.
When you were talking to us back in 2021, you were kind of talking about your experience working in that neighborhood. At that point, I have 20 years, but I think you said today it was 10 or 12 as of 2015 at least.
Yeah, roughly.
Okay, so that would be 6 years more, so we're close to 20. Okay, so we talked about the alleyways that were in that neighborhood. Mm-hmm. And some of us have lived in neighborhoods that have alleyways, or people haven't. That's an older neighborhood, right?
Correct.
Okay, and it's a neighborhood that at that point was in transition.
Transition how?
People buying homes, fixing them up for resale.
Yeah, that's pretty much at all times. But yeah, there's definitely homes that were for sale in that area.
And older people that had lived in those homes, maybe that were at a different financial level, that were selling them to more prominent people that were moving into Scottsdale.
I would assume so. I don't know so, but I would assume so.
Okay. So when we talk about alleys, can you talk about what you mean by that?
It's an alleyway, guessing for dimensions, maybe 15 feet across. It's designed for a automated garbage truck to go through. At that time, I believe they had large black trash cans that were every maybe 3 houses or so that people could put their trash into, and the trash trucks would go by and collect them.
Okay. Did you ever have a time that you can recall being in the alleyway behind Allison's house?
I believe that I walked through the alleyway when we were going to do the area canvas, just so I could get an idea of, and not past Allison's. I think I walked into it just at the beginning of it, so I had an idea of what I could see, because I wasn't familiar with that alleyway itself.
Okay. So, you're talking about an alleyway. Is that like a secondary street system that goes throughout the neighborhood for like service vehicles and dump trucks?
It's not designed as a normal throughway, but utility vehicles, et cetera, the city vehicles would use that for whatever tasks they have to complete.
Okay. And in your experience working in that area, is that an area that crimes would take place in?
Sometimes. You'd have, for example, sometimes you'd have transients that might be in the back, they're using drugs, et cetera. I've definitely caught that type of an element in alleyways. Not necessarily right at Allison's, but in that general area.
And do people sometimes ride bikes through those routes?
Absolutely.
Okay. And can you go from block to block in the alleyway?
Depends on the alleyway. I don't know where hers filed out specifically, but it has to have basically a starting and an end point. So I would assume it goes out at some point somewhere else.
Okay. So you would have like, say a block, and there would be a matrix of alleyways behind the houses in that block?
Correct.
And then you might have another block that has the same system?
Correct.
And then you could go from block to block. You would have to cross some kind of street.
In theory, yes.
In theory, right.
Yes.
And those alleyways kind of meander at different turns and twists.
Yeah, every residence would have an alleyway, or at least for the most part, every residence there would have an alleyway of some sort.
And people in that area would kind of have a sense of what routes to take to get where within the alleyway.
If they're familiar with the area, that I would say yes. I don't know how familiar they would be with that area.
Right. Assuming that someone has lived there a few years.
I think that's a fair assumption.
Okay, and they may take that alleyway to get, say, from their backyard to someone else in the neighborhood's backyard.
Potentially.
And do people sometimes walk their dogs in the alleyways?
I don't know that I've ever seen that. I can't say that they wouldn't, but I don't think I've ever seen that.
Okay, thank you. Good to know. Do sometimes, if you're, say you have someone that you're looking for that's committed a crime, do sometimes they hide in the alleyways?
Sure.
Okay. And do, like someone who's burglarizing in a home, would they use the alleyway to get to the backyard of a home?
Potentially.
Okay. In Allison's, as far as Allison's alleyway, there were officers that were assigned to guard the alleyway after this occurred. Is that right?
I don't know. I would assume so, but I don't know so.
This is, maybe you've already answered that because this question, but you've told me you didn't actually go behind Allison's house.
Correct.
In some of the houses that you walked behind, could you look over the fence into the backyard from the alleyway?
Again, not Allison's neighborhood, but in other neighborhoods, I've seen where you could see into different backyards.
Okay, so in those circumstances where you could see, what was the height of the fence approximately?
Each residence is different. I've seen them where they're probably 8 feet, and I've seen others that are 5 feet. So it just varies on the different residents and how they constructed their fence.
Okay. Getting close here. Let's see. Did you have any discussions with the fire personnel at the scene as to why they let me back up a little bit. It sounded like the fire personnel were at the scene when you got there.
Correct.
Right. And I think when we talked before, you got there pretty quickly.
Yeah, I believe if I recall the time frames right, I want to say that I got there within like 3 minutes of them pronouncing Allison.
Okay. So did you hear when you say pronouncing, did you hear that over the radio?
I don't specifically recall. I want to say that I just heard that or saw it on our computers. It would have a time stamp for when it was officially occurring.
Did any of the fire personnel talk to you about what they had been doing before they arrived at Allison's house?
No.
Okay. Just looking at my questions here.
Sure.
I had some questions on the census. So did you say that you went to about 30 homes on the 19th?
30-ish, yeah,
Okay.
if I recall right and if my supplement was right.
Okay. So how did that work?
Simply went door to door. We walked up the driveway, found the front door, knocked on the door. Somebody answered, great. If not, we went on to the next one.
So if someone answered, what happened next?
Then we just asked him, we started out with generalized questions and we never went into specifics, but we just asked him if they were in the area or at home in the time frame of when we believed the incident to have occurred originally.
Okay. And you can't recall anything specific that you were told that alerted you to that maybe this was good information that could be used in the investigation?
Yeah, I think if I remember anything comments-wise from the residents that we contacted that would be related to it, they'd be curious about the presence of police in the area,
Right.
or maybe they heard something on the news or something like that. It was very generalized if there was any comments about the incident at all.
So if we can just talk a minute about, things that you might have, would have been of interest to you. Would it have been an interest to you if someone heard something about the time that the death occurred?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Would it be, are you looking for people that might have witnesses something?
Sure, and that was one of the questions is we asked them if they saw anything suspicious, if they were in that area, maybe driving by, etc. If they had any information that would be kind of odd, out of place for that area, and we got nothing from that.
Were you also, was it on your mind that perhaps you might find a suspect in that process?
Potentially, sure.
So it wasn't ruled out that someone in the neighborhood might have been involved?
I was not told that the neighborhood was clear per se, nor was I told that there was a potential suspect in the area. It was just going to try and gain information.
Okay. Did the presence of the alleyways make any difference in your analysis of reasons to talk to neighbors?
No, we contacted all the houses regardless of where the alleyways were or were not.
Did you take any notes from those conversations?
No, I would have taken notes if there were anything of significance that any of the residents would have said. I would have identified them, got contact information, and then put down what they would have said.
So you didn't collect any DNA at that point from
Correct.
Anyone there? Okay. And you were just doing a cursory, as fast as possible, visit to see if you were alerted to something?
We would take as much time as we had if there was any information that came out. Okay. It wasn't as fast as possible, but yes, we were going from house to house depending on what we got.
Right. Okay. So would you say that it was all hands on deck at that point, at least as of the 19th?
It was, if it wasn't all hands, it was pretty close to it. There was a significant number of assets contributed to that.
Can you talk about those?
I don't have the totals. I know that we had quite a few patrol units. I don't know the numbers or otherwise. And patrol is usually out taking calls for service. So for us to do that, it was significant.
Was there a command vehicle there?
I do not recall seeing one.
Okay. And you know what I mean by,
Correct.
I may be using the wrong word. What is a command vehicle?
Command vehicle, for lack of a better way of putting it, is an RV that's, ours is painted very similar to what you'd see a marked patrol vehicle. And then inside they have extra equipment, assets, places that detectives can go to kind of gather information, and command staff can kind of figure out what they're going to do for their next area of responsibility.
Okay. While you're at the scene on February 18th, and I understand you weren't there long because you transported Alex, did you see anyone put on protective clothing when they entered the house?
No, I don't recall seeing anybody enter the house one way or another.
Okay. Just a moment.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And any redirect by the state?
Give me just a moment.
Sure.
I excuse me. One question.
Sure.
Maybe two. You stated that you don't recall what Sergeant Williamson was wearing. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, you assume he was in uniform.
He should have been. There's no way that he would not have been. That would have been the standard uniform like me, navy blue, top and bottom, and the only difference would have been is that he would have had sergeant stripes on his sleeve.
And in your years as a patrol officer, had you been asked to respond to scenes where you needed to clear a residence?
Absolutely.
And when I use that term clear, what does that mean?
Clear is usually meant just that you go inside and you want to make sure that there's no victims in immediate need of care, and that's all throughout the residence. It's also looking for suspects that may or may not still be inside the residence.
And before you enter to clear the residence, do you take the time to put on protective clothing?
In a scene like this, if it was available, if time would allow, sure, I would do that. If time would not be allowed, if there was some sort of exigent circumstance where I needed to clear the residence a little bit quicker, I probably would not have.
Okay. When you're clearing a residence, what's your primary concern?
Primary concern is any victims that are in need of immediate care, trying to get them out of the residence. It's also looking for suspects that may be inside to make sure that the scene is safe for not just any potential victims, but also for ourselves as well.
All right. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if anyone has a question for this witness, we would collect it at this time. And seeing none, may this witness be excused, subject to recall.
Yes.
You may step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry.
And would you like to approach?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, so that was Officer Timothy Kerner, first responder. Now, next we're going to go to the last part of day 2, and then I'm going to do a recap because we weren't able to hear all of testimony. So I'm going to listen to a recap from the news, and then day 3 will be a full day. Meaning I have a full day, not just not broken up. So this is the last witness on day 2.
Good afternoon, sir. And we'll have you come forward. And if you would come up here in front of my clerk, she will swear you in.
Scott Williamson, WILLIA, so on.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you. Your Honor, before I do, Exhibits 251 and 252, which are diagrams that were prepared in the beginning of this investigation of the residence. I've asked counsel, I'm going to move the introduction, but what I want to make clear for the record is there is a legend on here that, well, I would avow that we will connect up later. This officer would not necessarily be able to identify the items in the legend, but it would assist, I think, in describing for the jury what it is he did when he entered the residence.
Any objection?
No, not at all.
And I'm sorry, tell me the exhibit number again.
It's 251, 252.
Right. It's ordered by stipulation of the parties, admitting 251 and 252 into evidence.
Could you tell us your name, please?
Sure, Scott Williamson.
And by whom are you employed, sir?
With the City of Scottsdale, the Scottsdale Police Department.
And how long have you been a police officer in the city of Scottsdale?
Almost 24 years.
And what is your current assignment?
I am the sergeant for the crisis response team.
I want to take you back to what do your duties entail at this time?
At this time, we deal with a lot of behavioral mental health calls for service within the city that include involuntary committals, transporting to mental health facilities.
All right, sir. I want to take you back to 2015 in February,
okay.
Specifically the 18th of February, 2015. What were your duties then?
I was a patrol sergeant on what we call C shift, which is typically 11 in the morning till 9 at night.
All right, and what area of the city were you in charge of?
Pretty much from McKellips to McDonald. I had the South District. We call it District 1.
And on this particular date, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, was there a squad of officers assigned to you?
Yes, there were.
How many were on that squad?
On that day, I don't know. Typically, a squad consists of between probably 5 and 7 officers.
All righty. So around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, approximately.
Yeah.
Were you in a patrol unit?
I was, but I was at having coffee.
All righty. And did you receive a call for service?
I did.
And what do you recall about that?
I didn't receive the call for service. The call for service was aired. They were asking for units to respond to what initially came out as a medical at the residence on Monterey.
All righty. And would that be 8526 East Monterey Way?
Correct.
So I don't know that it's that important. So how did you receive that information?
Typically what happens is dispatch would air the call. So over my portable radio, I heard that there was a call for service at that residence that male had stated that someone was not breathing, and fire was also en route to that scene.
All righty. How long did it take you to arrive?
Within a matter of 5 minutes.
Now, on the way, did you receive any additional information?
Not that I recall.
Okay. At some point, did you become aware that the young lady whose house this was dead?
Yes.
And how did you receive that information?
Over the radio.
So you knew that when you got there, correct? when you arrived, if I understood you correctly, well, let me ask you, was fire already there?
Correct. There were several firefighters outside the front door.
And what about patrol officers? Do you remember if any other officers were there, or were you the first?
I believe I was the first and arrived probably about the same time as Officer Kerner.
And so when you arrived, what did you do?
Noticed that on the front lawn there were some firefighters with a white male that seemed distraught. As I walked up to the door, I could immediately smell an odor of bleach or chlorine.
And by the door, you mean the front door to the
Front
house?
door of the residence, correct?
Was the front door open?
Yes, it was.
Did you have any communication with the individual that fire was working with?
I did not. I had Officer Kerner stay with him to get his statement and be with the firefighters as well.
All right. And did you speak with the firefighters before you went into the house?
I did. A few of them, one of them had told me that 4 of them had gone in, they had placed leads on the victim and confirmed that she was deceased.
Okay. So once you learned that information, did you, was it up to you to decide what to do from that point on? With the residents, I mean.
Yes.
Okay. So what did you decide to do?
My primary role as a patrol sergeant would have been to secure the residence to make sure there were no other victims or suspects inside the house.
Okay. And how did you go about doing that?
Initially, another officer had showed up at that point, Officer Powell. He met me at the front door. We stepped within the front door, and then we methodically moved from the south side of the, I moved to the south side of the residence, clearing the kitchen and family room and the door to the south.
Let me take you back to your years, as an officer, training experience.
Sure.
When you go into a residence like this to clear for potential victims or suspects, are you cognizant of potentially interfering or contaminating or somehow compromising physical evidence that's in the residence?
Yes, with a situation like this, it was obvious that this was a crime scene and that limiting the number of bodies that were in that house and anything and to disturb anything that was in there was the priority.
Okay. How are you dressed?
In a patrol uniform.
Similar to what you have on today?
Correct.
And when had you come on duty?
That day would have been about 11 in the morning.
All righty. And the day before, do you recall what your shift would have been?
I'd have to know what day the event happened on. Typically, that shift is Tuesday through Friday.
So February the 18th is the day you responded.
Right.
I actually, unfortunately, don't recall the day of the week that was. Let's assume it was a Wednesday.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I'm not under oath, but let's just assume that it was a Wednesday. So the Tuesday before, would you have been on duty?
I would have.
And what time would your shift have ended?
9 o'clock at night, 9 p.m.
All righty. When you go home, do you take a shower, take a bath?
Yeah, typically.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about your uniform?
Our uniforms are typically dry cleaned.
Okay. Do you know the defendant in this case?
I do not.
You ever had any contact with him to your knowledge?
No, sir.
All right. So you make a plan to go in. You said it was obvious, at least I think this was your words, it appeared to be a homicide scene once you entered the door, correct?
Correct.
And describe for us why you came to that conclusion.
I didn't use the word homicide, but it was a crime. It was a crime scene.
Crime scene.
Correct.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Walking in there, it was obvious with the smears that were on the ground and the blood. There were some what appeared to be a substance that looked like blood and cleaning supplies smeared onto the ground, and the overwhelming smell of the bleach that was in there.
When you entered the door, where did you go within the residence?
Initially, when we walked in the door, we could see the victim to the left of us, which was to the north of the house in the hallway. My immediate focus was to the south of the home. The kitchen was wide open, so it was easier to clear any threats that were there visually, so I didn't have to go too far into the kitchen dining room area.
How close to the young lady's body did you get?
Probably within 3 feet.
All righty. What did you observe about her?
That she was fully undressed, except for a piece of cloth over her face, lying naked in the hallway, with her head pointing southeast.
And I thank you. I neglected to ask you this. This residence, did the front door basically face the south, to the south?
To the west.
Okay. Let me put exhibit 251, oops, on the screen. Are you able to see that?
I am, sir.
So let me, you see here where it says living room?
Yes, sir.
And let's assume this is a doorway.
Yes, sir.
Would that be where you entered?
Correct.
All right. On this particular diagram, would you agree with me that north is to the top?
Correct.
All righty. So you entered the door. You recall anything about what you observed about the living room area?
I believe I noticed some droplets of blood that were in that area.
Okay. And then you saw the victim's body in the hallway.
Correct.
And at that point, are you by yourself?
At that point, I believe Officer Powell was with me.
Okay. Where's your gun?
Out of my holster and at the low ready, which means...
And why was that?
At this point, the house hasn't been cleared for any other threats or victims.
Okay. So what, if anything, did Officer Powell do?
At that point, he covered the north side, north of the victim's body, while I walked across to the door that was to the south, checking the kitchen.
Okay. So let me scoot this up a little bit here. You see where it says kitchen?
Yes, sir.
And there is a doorway here, it appears.
Yes, sir.
Did you go to that door?
I did.
And what do you remember? Was it open, closed, locked, unlocked?
It was locked. There were 2 locks on it. Both of them were locked. Okay. I unlocked them, looked out the door.
All righty. Did you go into the garage, do you recall?
Not at that point.
All righty. Now, was Officer Powell, did he stay at the door, to your knowledge?
He did. His focus was the north hallway to make sure that nothing came in behind me while I was searching the south.
All right. We've had some testimony that there was an Arcadia door in this kitchen dining room area that led into the backyard. Did you go out of that door at all?
I did not.
So once that you encountered the locked door, you unlocked it, correct?
I did.
There were 2 locks.
Correct.
What did you do next?
I had trouble relocking them. Typically, I would leave it the way that I had found it. but I had trouble locking it. I don't recall why, but I left it unlocked and then went back to meet with Officer Powell.
And was he still near the doorway?
Correct.
What do the two of you do then?
At that point, I believe Officer Van Wielde had arrived on scene, and the three of us started to move north through the home.
So north through the hallway where Allison's body was found, correct?
Yes, sir.
And describe how the three of you, first of all, what efforts did you make to avoid any of the physical evidence that you observed?
Objection leading.
If you could rephrase, please.
As the three of you are proceeding through the hallway, are you being cognizant of anything?
Yes.
What?
The fact that there was evidence everywhere and that we didn't want to disturb it.
Okay. And so describe how you went about clearing the rest of the residence.
We stayed predominantly to the west on the left side of the hallway, and then cleared the bedrooms clockwise.
Did you enter yourself a particular bedroom?
I don't recall whether I entered the guest bedrooms or the office. I am for sure certain that I entered the master bedroom.
All righty. Which is up here on the upper right-hand corner, correct? Your Honor, we have a stipulation to the introduction of Exhibit 249.
And that's correct. No objection?
Objection.
It's ordered admitting Exhibit 249 into evidence.
You mentioned you went into you specifically recall going into the master bedroom. Did you also go into the master bathroom?
I did.
And did you discover there was a doorway in that bathroom?
I did.
And where did it lead?
To the backyard.
Did you open that door?
I did. I unlocked it and opened it.
So it was locked when you arrived, correct? Did you enter into the backyard?
I did.
What did you do, if anything, in the backyard?
We visually cleared the backyard to make sure that there were no other victims or suspects in the backyard by moving through the backyard to the south.
And did you venture into the alleyway yourself?
I did not.
Are both the other officers with you in the backyard?
They are.
Did you observe where they went?
Up the back alleyway.
Okay. Where did you go?
I returned to the master bathroom to close the door and secure it the way that I had found it, and to exit through the front door.
While you were in the backyard, did you happen to look into the swimming pool?
I did.
Did you see anything that caught your attention?
Yeah, there seemed to be a small mat of some sort, or a piece of carpet that was in the north side of the pool.
Showing you Exhibit 249. Do you see the doorway that you entered into the backyard?
I do.
Is that this door here where I'm pointing?
Correct, with the bag on it.
All right. And again, you had to unlock it when you went out.
Correct.
And then you locked it again when you came back in.
Correct.
Showing you Exhibit 50, which is already in evidence. Do you have a recollection of what we are looking at here?
The carport.
Is this off of the back porch?
It is.
Do you see the gate there?
I do.
Do you recall whether or not you entered the area where the car seems to be located?
Yes.
And what did you do while you were in there?
Walked a 360 around the vehicle and then came back out just to look inside the vehicle to see if there was anything or anyone inside.
And did you enter the car itself?
No.
You see this door here?
I do.
Do you recognize that doorway?
I do. That's the one that leads from the laundry room into the kitchen in the main house.
After you came back into the residence, did you go back out the front door?
I did.
And what did you do next?
At that point, I had officers start setting up crime scene tape, the red tape for the inner perimeter, and then yellow tape to block off the streets.
Okay, what about the alleyway?
I don't specifically remember doing it or ordering someone to do it, but it would have been.
I think I asked you this already, but just in case I didn't. When you entered the garage, you said you looked into the car, correct? You didn't enter it, is that right?
Correct.
You didn't touch it.
No, sir.
While you were in the home, inside the residence, other than the doors that you unlocked, and then tried to either closed up again and relock the locks, did you touch anything?
No, sir.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Okay. Would you like to approach?
All right, I guess that's it for today. That's so weird. All right. Those 2 days are like we didn't get full days, and going back and collecting all the research and all this, we were unable to get full days. But from what I could see, we do have full days from day 3, which we're going to show next. But before that, I just want to check out this recap of day 2, just in case there was anything we missed. This is a news report recap of day 2.
Day 2 of the Allison Feldman.
So I just want to hold on a sec. What is this? Okay.
Murder trial started this afternoon with testimony about the crime scene.
Ian Mitcham is charged with beating Feldman to death in her home 11 years ago. 12 News journalist William Pitts is here to break down what happened in court today. Will?
Yeah, day two is where prosecutors tend to spend a lot of time laying out groundwork, asking about the layout of the apartment, what police saw when they got there. It's day two of what will be a very long trial. Attorneys finished up questioning with Alex Stone earlier this afternoon, Feldman's former boyfriend. Police ruled the boyfriend out, saying his DNA was not found at the crime scene. Yesterday, the defense argued that Scottsdale police got the wrong man, even trying to blame a pharmacist. Today, prosecutors asked Stone about that man. The judge instructed the media not to put him on camera.
Did you ever go to a Walgreens with her to fill any prescriptions?
I may have. I don't exactly recall.
Did Allison ever complain to you about anyone that worked at the pharmacy during your relationship?
No.
Prosecutors then called one of the first Scottsdale cops to arrive on scene. The officer said he remembered coming up to the scene and seeing Feldman's boyfriend at the time in hysterics. At times, he said he couldn't even carry on a conversation. At one point, he said they needed to get him checked out to see if he was okay. When the officer talked to Feldman's boyfriend, he said he knew something was off when he went in the house.
While talking with Alex, did he describe to you an odor that he smelled once he went into the residence?
He did. He said as soon as he opened the door, he smelled it, as he put it, a very strong odor of bleach.
Scottsdale police say the killer had used bleach to try to cover his tracks. Allison was found dead inside. Her body smelled like bleach. But Scottsdale police say they found a DNA match to Mitcham inside Feldman's home. Mitcham's lawyers say the DNA doesn't mean he killed her, and police should have looked at other suspects. And questioning wrapped up just before 4:30 today. Trial picks back up next week and is expected to last months. William Pitts, 12 News.
Well, thanks. And just a reminder, we're streaming the entire trial on our 12 Plus streaming app. Now's a good time to...
All right, let me see if I can find day one Dream Horse. Let's see, because I want to hear Alex's testimony. There's day two.
Now that they have done that, they've done their job, and that they found.
We are back in the presence of the jury. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for making it back here on time this afternoon.
Yeah, no, unfortunately we caught, they don't have the morning. They don't have day two morning. We don't have Alex's there's another content creator that has it, but let me check here. This is day one. Hold on.
Sometime between sending the message at 1:11 a.m. and then this good morning text that you just talked about.
Got it. Thank you, Dream Horse. Got it. All right, this is Alex. It's going to be out of order. I apologize for that, guys. I did not find this until just now. So thank you, Dream Horse. Okay, so this is going to be Alex. His testimony that we missed. All right, hold on. Let me just get this. All right, so this is going to be Alex's testimony that we missed. Oh, good, because I wanted to hear this. All right, here we go. This is Alex's testimony that we missed. A little out of order, but just at least we get it. All right, here we go. Well, let's hope we have audio. I got video, no audio. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, come on, you guys. There's no audio. Hold on. Oh, I can't believe it. There's no audio. There's no freaking audio.
Okay. And then you mentioned that.
All right. It's there.
Tells us that the
Court, if you remember. Okay.
All right. Let's go here. Ugh. It's just so bad.
Why the camera's askew and not on the witness stand. We're going to have that in just a moment. But if you want to stick with us at 3:30, I think, real time, they're going to be going to a recess. And we'll jump back on for just a moment to talk when we catch up.
On occasion, I have. I didn't particularly wanted to stay there without her. It's just my personal way of living. But oftentimes she insisted that I do, and given the fact that it was halfway to Thunderbird's campus, I did stay at her place by myself a few times.
Okay. Kind of switching away now from what you guys were both doing in terms of school and work.
Sure.
I want to talk to you about the cars that you had during the time that you were together. What car were you driving when you were dating Allison?
I was driving a blue BMW 2-door.
Okay. I'm going to publish what's already been admitted as Exhibit 54. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is in that photo?
It is my vehicle that I miss very dearly.
Is this something that you did not get back because it was impounded for the case?
No, it had nothing to do with the case.
You just liked the car?
I love that car.
Okay.
Allison helped me pick it out.
Okay. I wasn't sure what you meant by that,
No.
so I just wanted to clarify. Okay,
Got it.
so you have a different car at this point. Is that a yes?
Correct.
Okay. So you were driving that car, and what was Allison driving?
I think when we met, Allison drove a Nissan. It was a Nissan Maxima, and then after a bit, she got an SUV. It was a Ford. It was a company car. It was a vehicle that was given to her by the firm that she was working with, which is once again Manleka.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 55. Do you recognize the vehicle in that photo?
Yes, I do. It is Allison's vehicle.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that at some point she had a Maxima, and then she went to this car. Is that a yes, just for the courtroom?
Yes, it is.
When she switched over to this car, did she then sell or get rid of the Maxima?
Oh, it was a company car.
Oh, that was also a company
Correct.
car. Okay. Now, when Allison traveled for work, where did her car typically stay?
Her car stayed in the garage.
Okay. When she would have to travel, how would she typically get to and from the airport, if you remember?
Oftentimes I took her. I'm sure she used other means, but I would take her, and as often as my schedule allowed.
Okay. So now I'm going to kind of switch away from the cars and talk a little bit about communication and things of that nature. Sure. During the time that you dated, did you both have cell phones?
Yes, we did.
How about email accounts?
Yes, we did.
What about social media accounts?
Yes, we did.
When you were dating Allison, how would you typically communicate with each other?
She was a huge texter, so we've texted texting was the main communication portal. Calls, FaceTimes, emails, but text was primary communication between us.
Okay. And how often would you say that you spoke with Allison throughout the day?
Every day, dozens and dozens and dozens of texts, usually.
Were there some days where your communication might not have been as frequent given kind of your schedules?
Sure. But we've spoken, communicated, texted, and FaceTime on a daily.
Okay. During the time that you dated Allison, do you remember where she used to bank?
I think Wells Fargo. That's all I recall.
Okay. And in terms of purchasing items, was Allison someone, how did she typically pay for things, I guess is the best question to ask you?
Via card.
Okay. Was she a person who typically carried large amounts of cash around?
No.
Did you consider Allison to be a financially responsible person?
Absolutely.
Now, while you were with Allison, were you aware of any problems she was having with any of her friends?
No, nothing that I was made aware.
Okay. Did you ever become aware of any problems she was having with any coworkers?
No, not at all. Completely the opposite.
How about, were you aware of any problems she was having with any neighbors?
No, not at all. No.
Did you ever become aware of a problem she was having with any past person she may have dated?
Not that I really recall.
Okay.
No.
Based on what you saw, did Allison appear to be well liked by people?
She was. She was very, very well liked by so many.
All right. Before we talk about February 18th of 2014. 15, I'm sorry. I kind of want to talk to you about a few of the days leading up to that date, okay?
Sure.
And I want to start with Valentine's Day, February 14th of 2015. Tell us what you remember from the beginning of the day kind of to the end, what you and Allison were doing.
It was her mom was in town actually, layover of some sort, and she made plans to meet up with her mom and do girly stuff, and I was just very happy that I didn't have to be a part of it, all things considered. While I had a few other errands to run in terms of my plans for us for the day, I went out and did what I needed to do. Allison had breakfast, I believe, with her mom, and we met up afterwards in the afternoon at her home.
Okay. And you mentioned that you were doing kind of some of your own stuff. Was that related to Valentine's Day?
It was. I ran some errands and picked up a few things, and some of the things that she loved, and yep.
Okay. And so you mentioned that you connected with her in the afternoon, and what do you remember kind of about what you guys did for the rest of the day?
We spent time together. We lounged around, spent some time at home, did some intimacy, I guess would be the word to describe it. And I decided to make dinner. I don't think she ever had that done for her, so I decided to do that, and I made some lamb chops.
And when you mentioned that you had picked up some of her favorite things, do you recall what you picked up that day for her?
I did. I picked up a card, and it wasn't one of those Hallmark cards where I had a bunch of things written in it. I picked up something where I could actually write some stuff in myself. So I picked up a card, and it took like way too long to decide, and it was like giving me major anxiety. But I did pick it out. Wrote what I felt was needed to be written. I picked up her favorite bottle of champagne, and I also picked up pink tulips. She really liked the color pink, and she also liked the tulips. So I figured she'll have one to look at in the living room, and maybe one to look at in the bedroom.
Okay, so you got 2 bouquets?
I did.
Okay, so I want to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 57. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
I do. I do. Those are the exact items that I picked out for her on the Valentine's Day.
When you spent time with Allison that day, do you remember? Well, let me ask you this too. If you can kind of look beyond the photo, because I want to ask you about this too. Does this photo kind of show the kind of a portion of that living room area?
It does.
Okay.
Yeah, the synced-in living room. Mm-hmm.
And so you mentioned this is a sunken-in living room.
It is.
Okay. And the way it is looking in this particular picture, kind of where things are placed, is that typically how that room would look?
That is correct.
Okay. When you spent time with Allison on Valentine's Day, do you remember how she looked?
She looked amazing. She always did. But she had a blue maxi dress on, and she had a jean jacket on all day. Imagine it was a little chillier for her taste, but that's what she wore.
Okay. So I'm going to show you Exhibit 58. Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
Is that what you recall Allison looking like on that day that you spent Valentine's with her?
I do.
Did you take that photograph?
I did.
So you mentioned you did some things. I didn't hear you mention this, but I think you got roped into a movie that night as well.
I got roped into a movie, yes.
Okay.
And I agreed, and I would do it 10 times over again.
Okay. But I think you mentioned kind of after that, you guys were in for the rest of the night?
We were.
Okay.
I was the absolute worst, 2 hours of my life. The movie part,
Okay.
just to clarify.
Just to clarify, okay. I kind of want to talk to you about the very next day, February 15th, which still would have been the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember doing something with Allison that day?
Yeah. We slept in, and yet again, I made breakfast, keyword, I made breakfast, and we decided to do an outdoorsy activity, which was so very rare. So we rented some bikes and decided to bike around the Chaparral Park.
Okay. After you kind of biked around the park and stuff, did you go anywhere else?
Yeah, we did. We grabbed some drinks and food at Zips.
taking any photographs while you were out and about with Allison that day?
I did. I actually insisted on taking some pictures, but normally she was all about it, taking photos, but, you know.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as Exhibit 59. Do you recognize that photograph?
I do. It's right in front of Zips.
Okay. Is that from the day that you've just testified about?
Yes, it is.
I'll show you one other thing if I can, Alex. May I approach the witness?
You may, and you have continuing permission.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 4 for identification. If you could look at that and let me know if you recognize that, please.
Yes, I do. That's the receipt for the bike rentals for the day we just been talking about.
The state moves for Exhibit 4 to be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It's ordered admitting Exhibit 4 into evidence.
Now, after you guys did the bikes and went to Zips, what did you do after that, if you remember?
If I recall correctly, we stayed in.
Okay.
Got dinner, and we stayed in.
Right. Did you spend the night at her house that night as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So the very next morning, which is a Monday, is that a typical work day for Allison?
I do not recall, but she did not have. She didn't travel anywhere that day.
Okay. And so at some point, you guys wake up, and was it your understanding that she was supposed to travel a little bit later in the week?
Correct.
Okay.
As she would pretty much every week.
Okay. And around kind of this time of the week, were you also kind of had something going on for you?
Yeah, I was actually trying to push to test out for my real estate license, and I just kept on putting it out and putting it out and putting it out. So, but yeah, the plan was to just get it done that week, and yeah.
So because Allison was going to travel and you were kind of needing to focus on your real estate exam, what kind of did the two of you decide in terms of whether or not you were going to see each other for the remainder of the week?
Well, I mean, even though I had no interest in going home and studying, we decided that it's going to be ideal. And by we, I mean she. She decided that, hey, she needs some time to pack up and, do some work and do some business, run some errands. And I decided that it was something that I needed to attend in terms of my studying and a few last run-throughs for the exam that I planned on, taking that week or maybe the week after. I don't recall exactly.
Okay. So if I'm understanding you correctly, you had this discussion, and then at some point, did you leave?
I did.
Do you remember on February 16th that afternoon, around what time you left Allison's?
In the afternoon at some point.
Okay. If I told you, I think in a prior interview, you might have said around 2 or 3 p.m., would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No, I don't. It's
okay.
The afternoon.
Alex, once you left Allison's house that day, did you ever see her again?
I did not.
I want to talk to you now about February 17th, that next Tuesday. How did you spend your time that day?
I studied quite a bit for the better part of the night, as I planned. I met a friend for brunch or lunch, and that's primarily what I did. What I did in the morning, afternoon.
Okay. When you say that you met a friend, who are you talking about?
I met one of my oldest friends here in Phoenix, Matthias Beer.
Okay. I think we might be confusing the days here.
Maybe.
Did you meet Matthias on the day you went to Allison's house the next time?
I did.
Okay. So I'm talking about the day before that, February 17th.
Okay.
And I know this is a very long time ago. Would you agree that your memory's probably a lot better back then when you were providing information than it is today?
Certainly.
Okay. So you did mention that you were studying all day. And was it your understanding that Allison was still kind of at home getting ready to have or go on her trip?
Absolutely. I mean, she expressed that there were some errands that needed to be ran and some things needed to be restocked in terms of her
You mentioned that you were studying. Do you remember on that particular night studying kind of late into the night?
Correct. It was, yes.
Okay. And how late, if you remember, were you up prepping for your real estate exam?
Late. It's something that I've done quite often.
Okay.
Given the time and given the studying and things that I was doing at the time.
When you say late, was it still February 17th, or did that studying take you even into the next day?
I'm pretty certain it took into the next day, but I can't be 100% certain.
Now, when you were done studying, do you recall reaching out to Allison at all? Via text?
I don't recall, but I may have said good night as I always have.
All right, I am going to show you what's been admitted already. Actually, before we get to this, I forgot to ask you about something, and that's completely my fault. You mentioned that you had communicated with Allison on February 17th, so not February 18th, February 17th. At some point, do you recall her sending you a message about something you were interested in?
I do. There was an article about a very nice watch that she sent me, and I was baffled by the article, and we laughed and made jokes and exchanged some intimate one-liners, I guess you can call it.
Okay.
But yeah, I do.
Did you like nice watches?
I did.
Okay.
And I do.
All right. So I want to now show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 60. Do you recognize that photograph? or what's, I guess, depicted in
I
that
do.
photograph? Okay. And can you tell the jury what we're looking at in this photo?
You're looking at our usual text exchange from the evening.
Okay. Whose phone are we looking at?
It is Allison's phone. Actually, I apologize. It is my phone.
Okay. And if you kind of look up at the top, you have some kind of joking messages with her.
Sure.
Are you able to see in that photograph, and this we're talking about February 17th, the timestamp on those messages?
I do.
And could you tell us what time you were having that back and forth joking about these one-liners that you talked about? Around what time was that on February 17th?
It was in the evening around 8 o'clock, 8:04.
Okay.
According to this screenshot.
Now, after you exchanged these couple text messages with Allison, did you ever hear from her again?
I did not.
Okay. So you mentioned then that you had been studying and that you believed you might have sent her a good night text. Do you see such a text represented in this photograph?
Yes.
And can you tell us the date and the time that you sent her that text message?
February 18th at 1:11 a.m.
Okay. Given the hour, well, let me ask you this. Did you ever get a response from Allison?
I did not, and honestly, the response wasn't really, I didn't expect to get one because it was so late, and I was pretty certain that she was already in bed.
Okay. So after you send this text, you just kind of finished studying. I'm trying to kind of walk you through this timeline here. What was the very next thing you did?
I sent her a good morning message.
Okay. So I'm assuming sometime between, and I don't want to assume, but I'm sometime between sending the message at 1:11 a.m. and then this good morning text that you just talked about. Did you go to bed in between there?
I did.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you then sent her a good morning text.
I did.
And can you tell us what time you sent her that good morning text?
Yes. According to the screenshot that's in front of me, it's at 9:18 a.m.
Okay. And after you sent her that text, did you receive a response from her?
No, I did not.
What did you do next then, Alex?
As it is depicted on this screenshot, I sent another text at 11:14 in the morning.
Okay.
There may or may not have been phone calls from my end as well. I just do not recall.
Okay. And we'll get to that. So in this particular text that you're sending at 11:14 a.m. on February 18th, you send her another text asking if everything's okay because you hadn't heard from her. Is that generally what was said? Okay.
Correct.
Did you ever hear a response back to this text message?
No, there was no response.
Was it starting to get a little unusual that, based on kind of how frequently you would communicate with Allison, that you hadn't heard back?
It was. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, nothing like that ever happened before, where multiple messages would not be returned.
I think at the tail end of your testimony, you mentioned that you believed that after not hearing back from her, you tried to call her, you believe. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 61. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a history of my outgoing communication from my phone at the time.
Okay. And does it reflect phone calls that you made to Allison on February 18th, 2015?
Yes, it does.
And there appear to be a series of 3 between 11:20 a.m. and 11:28 a.m.
Correct.
Is that a guess? Okay.
That is correct.
All right. Were you ever able to get a hold of her?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that it was unusual that you hadn't heard back from her. What were you thinking at that point?
Honestly, I was thinking that this is very unusual that my messages and now calls are not being returned. So I even thought I may have mixed up the dates, that she may have been traveling, or I thought she may have to just get on a flight sooner than the plan was. But then I also thought that if it was the case, I'm sure she would have told me that that was taking place.
Okay. Fair to say there's a couple different things going through your head at that point?
There were a few.
So you mentioned when I had asked you about this date a little bit earlier, and there was a little bit confusion about what date I was talking about. Now we're on February 18th, and I think you mentioned that you did a few things and then met an old friend for lunch.
Correct.
Okay, and is that the date we're talking about, February 18th?
That is the date, correct.
Okay.
I do apologize for mixing up the dates.
No problem at all. Do you remember where you went to meet your friend Matthias for lunch?
Man, that man made me drive all the way to the north side. I somehow agreed. But yes, I went to a Panera, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
It might be whatever it is today. I think it's different.
Okay. So is it possible that it was when it was still Paradise Bakery?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, it was.
Which is now Panera.
Correct.
Okay. And so you met him, and then after you met him, what did you do next?
Despite my plans to studying and taking care of gazillion other things for my MBA program, I got in my car after my lunch with Matthias and I drove straight to Allison's house.
Before you went to Allison's house, did you try and reach out to her one more time?
I believe I did.
Okay. And is that call reflected on that photograph that we're looking at?
From what I can see, it does.
It looks like there's an outgoing call to her at 3:15 p.m. Does that sound about right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Any answer from Allison when you called her that time?
No answer.
So you mentioned that you then decided to go straight to her house.
I started contemplating my life choices, so to speak, and yes, I decided that I should do that. Yes.
By this point, were you worried?
I was very worried.
So when you got to Allison's house, I want to walk you through this part here. You arrive, and you mentioned that you went straight after lunch at Paradise, correct? So it would have been sometime, you left to head to her house after 3:15 p.m. sometime.
Correct.
Okay. When you arrive at Allison's, where do you park?
I parked in the driveway.
And then what was the very first thing that you remember doing after you got out of your car?
If I recall correctly, I tried punching the code to get into the garage.
And did the garage open?
I believe it did, but I don't recall exactly.
Okay. Said that you punched in the code to get into the garage. What were you trying to determine by opening the garage at that point?
I honestly wanted to see if her car was in the garage. So her car was in the garage. She may or may not have taken an early flight.
Okay. So after you open the garage and you see that her car is inside, what do you do next?
If I recall correctly, I walked out and tried to get into the home and see if she was in.
Okay. Was there a point in time that you looked to see whether or not her alarm was activated or not?
I could have. I do not recall the specifics. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So at this point, you're going to go up to the front door, if I'm understanding you correctly, or you're going to go up to the door?
I believe so. I mean, I did have the house key, so I don't know if I have mentioned this or not. I was never really a fan using the key, even though I've had it for months and months and months. But yeah.
Okay. So you had the house key, you made your way up to the door. Did you do anything before you, well, what did you do when you got to the door? Let me just ask, that's a better question. What did you do when you got to the door?
To be honest, I don't recall exactly what I did or the chain of events. I simply tried to open the door and get in the home.
Do you recall pulling out the key?
Probably.
Okay. At some point you made your way inside?
I did.
Once you opened that door and went inside that house, Alex, can you please describe for us what you saw?
It's not so much what I saw. As first is what I smelled, and it was the most horrific smell of cleaning products I've ever smelled in my life.
Okay. So that was the first thing that kind of caught your attention?
It was just so horrible.
Okay. Tell us about the very next thing that you heard or saw or...
I walked in and I honestly didn't know what to think or what was happening, and I right away noticed that just furniture was out of place, specifically the couch. I noticed there was some red stain on the couch on the back, and it was sideways. And it's just, there's this smell, it was just everywhere. It was all over. So yeah. After that, I may have went in further into the kitchen, living area. I may not. I just don't really recall.
Okay.
And then I made my way into the rest of the house.
Okay.
I found her.
Okay. And when you say you found her, you're talking about Allison.
I found Allison on the floor with her clothes on.
Okay.
No clothes on.
When you found Allison, do you remember specifically in the house where you saw her?
Can you repeat that again?
Sure. when you walked in and you said you saw her and you found her, you remember what part of the house she was in?
She was in the hallway.
And you mentioned that
she was in the hallway.
I'm sorry. Okay. And you mentioned that she had no clothes on?
She did not have any clothes on.
Were you able to see her face?
I was not. There was a rug over her face. I couldn't see her face.
After you found Allison, Alex, what did you do?
It's a bit of a blur for what it's worth, but I go for help. I go for help.
And what do you mean when you called for help?
I called 911.
Do you remember that day if you had to call 911 more than one time?
Yeah, I did call 911 more than one time.
At this point, Judge, the state is requesting to publish, it's already been admitted, Exhibit 43. This is the first of the 911 calls.
Okay.
Emergency.
Oh my God, I just came over to my girlfriend's house and she's not breathing. It looks like...
Stay on the line, let me get you over to the paramedics. Don't hang up, 1 moment.
Oh my God.
Fire department, what is the address of the emergency?
Oh my God, give me just a second. My girlfriend is not breathing. I think she's dead.
What is
I just came over to check on her. She didn't answer her phone all day. Give me just a second. Give me just a second, I'm sorry. Are you there?
I'm here. I'm waiting for the address so I can get help, sir.
Oh my God, oh my God. I don't know what to do.
Tell me where you're at, sir.
Okay, it is, oh my God.
I need to get help started. What is the address? Do you see numbers on the front of the house? Is there a street name? Is there a piece of mail?
No, it's on Monterey Way. Give me just a second.
Are you still there? Yeah. Okay, yeah, I don't know if he might have called back on a different line. I'm trying to even verify the address here. I think I'm getting from the longitude and latitude of 8519 Monterey Way. But I don't know. I mean, he was obviously not giving us the right information. Right. I didn't hear him disconnect, did you? No, I didn't either. That's why I thought I heard one of my other call takers possibly get him as well. Oh. Okay, yeah. Okay. He verified as 8526 East Monterey Way. And we're transferring him back to you right now. Okay, thank you. Formed 8526? 8526 Monterey. East Monterey Way. Uh-huh. Okay, thank you. All right, thanks so much. Bye. Bye.
Alex, did you recognize that call as the first call that you had placed to 911?
I do.
And you mentioned that there had been a second call, or at least another call.
Yes. I couldn't remember.
Judge,
Given what has been taking place, I just could not recall the house number.
Okay. Judge, at this point, the state is requesting to publish what's already been admitted as Exhibit 44, which is the second 911 call.
You may.
911, what is your emergency?
Oh my God, I just walked into my girlfriend's house and she's on the floor and I think something must have happened or she got robbed.
Okay, hang on.
She's
What's the address? Hang on. What's the address?
I just told you guys it is. Hang on, Hang on.
Okay.
Hang on. It is 8526 East Monterey Way, Scottsdale, Arizona.
8526?
Yes, East Monterey Way.
Monterey Way. What unit number?
It's a house. What should I do?
I got to get you over. Hang on, sir, stay on the line. Hey, listen, I need you to stay on the line so I can get you to the fire department. Do not hang up, okay? Hang on. Fire department, what's the address of the emergency?
8526 East Monterey Way. I just came over to my girlfriend's to check on her, and she's laying on the floor, and she's white and blue, and I'm like, she's dead.
Okay, listen.
Blood everywhere.
Hold on, take a deep breath. Give me the address one more time.
8526 East Monterey Way.
Okay, you're in Scottsdale?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
my name is Alex Sucadola.
Okay, listen, how old do you think is she? How old is she?
She's 31.
Okay, and the blood. Where's the blood from?
The blood is in her head.
Okay.
I don't want to touch her. Should I touch her? She's blue.
No, listen to me. We have help coming out there. When was the last time you spoke to her?
I spoke to her. We exchanged text messages yesterday in the evening. I was studying for my real estate.
Okay, all right.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Any medical problems?
No, she's just medical problems. There's blood everywhere.
I understand. Okay, listen. Is there any?
It looks like somebody's trying to clean up. It smells like chlorine, bleach.
Okay, you know what? You need to step outside. Petey, are you there?
I am staying outside.
Yes, we're here. We're on our way. Sir, is there any sign of a weapon or anything?
No, there's nothing around. She's in the hallway.
Okay, take a deep breath. Fire, did you hear that we were going? Yeah, I did. Okay, sorry. It's okay.
Oh, my God.
Did you hear what he said about cleaning it up?
What is it?
Sir, when you said you smelled bleach, okay, and you said there's blood everywhere, where do you mean everywhere? Where is
it? On the floor. It's dragged around. It looks like someone might have tried to clean something up.
Okay.
Or she might have tried to clean it up. I have no idea.
Okay. All right.
Oh, my God. She's blue. She's blue and white.
What is your name?
My name is Alex Sucadola.
Okay.
And I'm her boyfriend.
Okay. Does she live alone?
Yes, she lives alone.
Okay.
And she did not answer any of my calls. And it's okay.
Okay. Alex, are you going to be waiting outside?
I'm outside.
Okay. Listen, you're doing fine. Just take a deep breath. The officers and the fire department are on their way, okay? Did you come in a vehicle?
What?
Is there a vehicle that you drove?
She's in the hallway in the house.
I understand that. I understand. I'm asking what kind of vehicle you drove up in so that my officers can find that house super fast.
I drove a blue BMW 335i.
Okay.
Oh, my God. What should I do?
I just want you to wait outside, okay? We're going to wait for the fire department and
okay, they're here. They just came.
Okay, so now, is it the fire department or the officer?
There's no officers. There's just fire guys.
Okay. I'm going to have you talk to them, okay? Is your phone number the 480-335-4774?
Yes.
Okay, we have your number. The officers are going to be there any moment, all right?
Okay.
All right, fire, do you have anything else?
Okay.
Actually, Alex, stay on the line with me for just 1 second, okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Alex. They're going to be there any moment. I want you to wait outside, okay? Alex? Alex?
Do I need to do anything else?
I want you to wait to speak to the officers, okay? Alex, when was the last time you saw her?
I saw her 2 days ago.
Okay. And do you know if she has any weapons in the house that she?
No, there's nothing.
Okay. And does it look, Alex, listen, does it look like maybe she fell or that she tried to hurt herself, or do you think somebody else hurt her?
I did not touch her. I did not do anything. I told you right away.
Okay, no, I'm just trying to understand so I can help my officers.
She's laying.
She's doing what?
What is that?
I can't understand what you're saying. I want to make sure I can hear what you're saying. Alex, I need you to calm down, okay? I need you to calm down. Okay. All right. Alex? Okay. Are you outside? Okay. Just take a deep breath for me, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My officer is going to be there any moment, okay? And he's going to help you figure this out. Do you know anybody that would have broken into the house or anything like that?
I don't. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Okay. Do you have a key to the house, or was the door unlocked?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is that how you got in?
Yes.
Okay. So the door was locked?
I opened the garage first. The car was there. I rang the doorbell twice. There is an alarm in the house, and the alarm was retarded. So I thought she was going to the business trip. Oh, my God. She's going to go tomorrow on the business trip. And the other wedding thing. Oh, my God. I don't know what to do.
Okay, Alex, just take a deep breath, okay? Okay. I should have an officer that's coming around the corner any minute. Do you see him? Alex? Do you see my officer?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'm going to hang up with you so you can speak with him, okay?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Bye, Alex.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're at that 3:30 time for our afternoon break. We will see you back here at 3:45. Please remember the admonition.
Please rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Just let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury, and at this time we will continue on with the direct examination of this witness.
Thank you. Alex, when we broke, we heard we had just finished listening to the 2 calls that you placed to 911 that day. And did you have the opportunity to listen to those, as they were being played in court?
I did the best I could.
Okay. And you remember me asking you questions about whether or not prior to going to the door you had checked to see if her alarm system was on. Do you remember me asking you that question?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you hear yourself discussing that issue with the 911 operator during
Yes,
the
I did.
call? Okay. So did that help refresh your memory about checking to see if her alarm was on before you went in?
It did.
Okay. Another thing is you mentioned that you had put the key in the door, and did you hear your discussion during the 911 call with the operator about the door being locked?
I did.
Okay. And did that help refresh your memory about how you put your key in and you believe the door was locked at the time?
I did.
Okay. All right, so I want to kind of take you from the point where you called 911 those 2 times to the point where the officers arrived and the fire department arrived on scene, okay? Where were you at when, first of all, do you remember who arrived first, the police or the fire?
The fire team did.
Okay. While fire was there, did the police start to arrive kind of simultaneously?
Give or take.
Okay.
And you said that the fire department arrived first. Where were you when the fire department? Okay. And what do you remember after that?
All right, sounds like we have some audio issues, so let me see if I can. Let's see if we can figure this out. It's going to be some audio issues, so just hang in there. Let's see if we can get through this together.
During the 911
Several conversations.
I gave him whatever it is.
I was outside. During the questions.
Did the police at any point ask for your clothing?
They did, yes.
Okay, what do you remember about that?
They asked for my clothing. I recall inquiring as to why. I gave them whatever it is that they needed.
Okay, so you ended up giving them anything they asked for the clothing?
Whatever they asked, I gave.
Okay. Did you give them a DNA sample?
Right there at the police station, without a question, yes.
Did you allow a nurse to do a physical examination of you?
Yes.
Did you allow people from the police department to take photos of you?
I did.
Did you allow people from the police department to look through your phone?
I believe I did. I gave it to him.
Do you remember approximately that first day, how long you spent up at the police station?
It was quite some time. Hours.
Hours? At some point, did your roommate come up to the police station?
Yes, he did.
And do you remember why?
He would bring me clothing and take me back.
Back?
Back home.
Okay.
as my vehicle was still at Allison's residence, just to clarify.
Okay. And the photograph that I showed you earlier, which I believe was Exhibit 54, was your car still within that crime scene tape at that point?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I do want to show you, well, let me ask you this. During your interview with police on the 18th, did they go over with you kind of a timeline of where you had been the day before and how you had spent your day on February 18th?
If I recall correctly, there was quite a few of those conversations that day with quite a few details where I was asked similar questions in just different ways.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you try to answer the police's questions to the best that you could?
I did.
I want to show you what's already been admitted as Exhibit 65. Do you recognize that?
It is. I do.
Okay. And what do you recognize that to be?
It's a very nice looking hat.
I'm going to guess that you're saying that because it's a U of A hat.
It is.
Okay. And were you wearing that hat initially when you had arrived at Allison's?
I believe I was.
Now, I know I just asked you about the fact that you had several conversations and several, I should say, interviews with police over the years. Is that fair?
Quite several.
Okay. And I know you mentioned that you went to the police station for one. Did the police also come to your house a few times to talk to you?
They were at my house several times.
Okay.
Yes.
Each time they came to your house, did they question you about different things as they began to learn information?
They've asked me questions about things, yes.
Okay. Did you provide police with your car keys so they could look through your car?
I did.
Do you recall the police asking you relatively early on in the investigation about a party that was hosted at Allison's house a few weeks prior to her murder?
I'm sure they did. I certainly do remember the party.
Okay. Tell us about that party.
It was a championship party. We had quite a few friends over. Patriots were playing at the AFC championship game, so it was one of the most funnest memories I have.
Okay. And you mentioned this was at Allison's house?
Yes, it was.
And during that party, you said there was a lot of people over. Your friends, her friends, both of your friends?
Yeah, friends on both ends. Absolutely.
Okay. And I want to kind of talk to you about, what people brought, to the best that you can remember, almost 11 years ago here, to the party. Did you guys provide anything, given that you were the hosts?
Yes, it was semi-catered, and yes, there was plenty of beverages of all kinds. that were provided, and there was a plethora of friends who brought drinks and food over as well, if I recall correctly.
Okay. I want to show you, but it's already been admitted as Exhibit 56. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
It looks like there's some coolers with some beer on top.
Okay. And in terms of what we're looking at, what is the location of, or I should say, where or what are we looking at? Whose backyard is this?
This is Allison's backyard, right outside the kitchen window, the main kitchen window.
And do you remember, clearly in the photograph, those coolers are outside. Were they typically kept outside?
I mean, not really much was kept outside prior to the party, but they were outside because they were outside. Maybe I'm not sure what you're asking.
Let me ask you this. Did those coolers for the party remain outside after the party?
I'm pretty certain that they remained outside because none of us would type of drinkers as what was depicted on top of those coolers.
Okay. Let me show you what's been admitted already as exhibit. Oops, that's not what I wanted to hit. Exhibit 67. Never mind. That's not what I wanted to hit either. All of these exhibits have been admitted. So in terms of the beer, do you recall people bringing their own beer to the house? I mean, how did all of that beer? It looked like there was a variety of kinds and types and.
Sure. I mean, certain people brought certain things that they wanted to bring by. So yeah. As I've mentioned, there was a plethora of beverages that were there, courtesy of us and. Other friends and people who showed up brought the stuff with them.
Okay. Was Ian Mitcham at that party?
I honestly don't know who that is until all of this dealings, but no.
Okay. Have you Alex, do you recognize that item?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
There's Allison's key set.
Okay. And does it look the same or similar to how it looked when you were dating her?
Yes, it does, from what I recall.
Okay. And is that the keychain that you said she kept her house key and her car key on?
It is.
At this time, the state moves for the admission of Exhibit 8 into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's ordered admitting Exhibit 8 into evidence.
I believe that you were asked about Allison's wallet. Do you recall what that looked like?
It was a monstrous wallet, red in color.
Okay. You also indicated that you were asked about Allison's jewelry a few times. Is that correct?
I was, yes.
Okay. Specifically, were you asked about some watches?
I was.
Okay.
Yes.
And what information did you provide the police regarding your recollection of Allison's watches?
I've shared the details of what I recalled, or the fact that she owned several.
And back then, were you able to describe any of those watches in detail?
I'm fairly certain I did.
Do you happen to remember any details of those watches as you sit here today?
I could probably describe a few.
Tell us what you remember.
She had a pink watch, round face, round bezel. I got her the same exact one, but with blue face. She really, really liked it, and she wore it all the time. She had, I believe, a squared face diamond watch. I don't particularly recall by whom, and those are just one of the few that I recall. But I do recall specifically the pink face watch and the blue face as well, because there was one of from the same watchmaker.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you one other question here, because then we're at the end of the day. And then we will adjourn for the night. I'm sure the court's going to tell us. Do you recall during the time that you dated Allison where she kept her jewelry?
They were in a watch, jewelry box of some sort. It was on her nightstand. On a nightstand.
And the nightstand, where would that have been located?
I don't recall if it was on left or right side of the bed. I'm thinking that it may have been on her side.
Okay, and when you say her side, are we talking about the master bedroom?
We are.
Okay. This is fine.
Okay, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, we're at that 4:30 mark. We're going to adjourn for the evening. As you may recall from your calendar, we are dark tomorrow morning, so I'll ask you to return tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. Please remember that admonition as you go home tonight. Please do not discuss the case or do any research, and I'll look forward to seeing you all back here at 1:30 tomorrow. Thank you.
Long reach.
All right, so we're gonna get day 3 in, because as you just heard, day 3 is only going to be from 1:30 to 4:30, so it's only a couple hours. So yes, this trial started in November, I think November 18th or something like that. They broke 2 weeks for Thanksgiving, then they came back, and now I think they're up to day 8 or 9. I'm not sure which. So we're going to get through 3 days today. Tomorrow, I'm hoping we can get through days 4 and 5, Wednesday 6 and 7. So I'm hoping we can catch them. I'm hoping we can catch them by the end of the week, so that we'll be caught up at the end of the week. Now, the other thing is, Court TV said this is going to be 7 months. Aaron found that it's going to be maybe sometime. Another local news was saying middle of January that they're thinking. So they're thinking it's going to be over by the middle of January. So all that being said, we're not going to stay on a 7-month trial. There's too many other trials happening that we're not going to stay on a 7-month trial. We have Carlos Dominguez starting January 20th, and they think that's going to be a 10-week trial. We have the Julio Fulio trial starting in April. We've got Corey Richins starting in I think April and May. So there's plenty of other trials that are on our radar that we want to cover. So we will be with this trial up until January 20th. If they finish then, fantastic. If they don't, we'll just put it on the shelf and we'll come back to it. But I'm not going to cover a 7-month trial, knowing that there's all these other trials, line up. And we have Raul Valley also sometime next year. Courtney Clenny is supposed to be starting. Let's see, Shanda Vanderark, that's not a new trial. Shanna Gardner is supposed to be starting. I mean, there's so many other, 7 months, Richard. Yeah, unfortunately, you heard me wrong. You heard me right. That's what Court TV said. Court TV said 7 months. I hope it was a typo. I don't know for sure. I don't know. All I can do is just keep going on until January 20th. So I don't know. So Court TV said 7 months. Hopefully it's shorter than that. Also, they're only there from 10:30 to 4:30. They take like an hour and a half lunch break. They're not there on Fridays. So there's a lot of weirdness going on with this trial. So I'm going to give it to you as best as I can. That's just the best. That's all I can do right now. Let's see. So full day 3. All right, let's get to day 3. So as you heard from the judge, she said they're coming in at 1:30. So this is going to be a short day. Day 3 will be a short day. Yeah, I hope it's only 7 weeks. I hope it's only 7 weeks, but we will see. All we can do is just persevere until we get to January 20th, because I'm covering Carlos Dominguez no matter what. All right, let's get to... All right, wait a minute. We saw this guy. Wait a minute. Hold on a sec. Oh, nuts. We saw this guy. Oh, okay. All right. Hold on, you guys. This is the bad thing about doing these trials that they're not in order. Just trying to figure out what the next thing to play. Okay. That's day 2. Okay, he must be back up on the stand. Okay, he's back up on the stand. All right, so this was a carryover from day 2 to day 3. So this is this is Sergeant Scott Williamson coming in from the previous day. Okay, here we go. Day 3 in its entirety.
Experience and longevity, and they're pretty much communicating with the right department. There's a lot.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I'm just going to kind of jump from place to place to ask you some questions to fill in some gaps that I have in my mind as far as your testimony earlier. So if you'll forgive me, it's not linear. Okay, so first off, you talked about going through the house, and then I don't remember if you left the house and then went through again a second time. Is that what happened, or can you kind of walk us through that process?
Sure. I didn't walk through the entirety of the house. I think to clear that up was when we cleared the house, at one point I left through the master bedroom door to the backyard and then re-entered that door to walk out the front door.
Okay, so you went through the house and then went through the master bathroom, and then went outside and then came back through.
Correct.
Retraced your steps.
Correct.
Were you alone at that point?
Correct.
Okay. And you had another officer that was with you the first time you entered the house, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then what did he do?
He stood by the front doorway and covered the north side of the house while I proceeded south through the hall towards the laundry room and the carport.
Okay. And then at some point, did you call in additional officers?
I did.
Okay.
One of them.
What was the purpose of that?
To have enough people in the home to cover the 3 bedrooms that were in the 2 offices, the 2 bedrooms in the office that were in the home to the north.
So all eyes on any area that someone could surprise you from?
Correct.
Okay. Was there anyone in the house?
No.
the second time that you went through the house, did the second officer that you called join you?
When you say I went through that house the second time, you mean when I re-entered the home from the backyard to go out the front door?
I see, right. No, I guess this would be the third time.
Okay.
Sure. So you went to the house once, went back through, and then the third time you had called for support.
I never left the house the first time. So,
oh, okay.
Yeah, so the first time, I guess to clarify, I came in through the front door. Officer Powell was at the front door with me. He covered to the north. I proceeded to the south of the home, came back to the front door, joined up with Officer Powell and Willie, and then started moving towards the north.
So at that point, Officer Powell didn't wait at the front door. He went with you.
Correct.
To the house, which had enough people to check everything.
Exactly.
Okay. And I noticed going through that, as you came to each exit door, you checked the lock and unlocked the door.
Correct.
And was each door locked?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be the door that goes through the kitchen, kind of out to the carport area?
Correct.
And the door that goes out of the master bath into the backyard?
Correct.
Now, there's a third door, sliding door. Did you have anything to do with that door?
I did not.
And that's the glass door that you see. It's just off the dining and kitchen area.
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall if there was any kind of curtain or anything on the door?
Don't recall.
Okay. Jumping around. Now, jumping to the height of the fence. Okay, so when you went into the backyard, either the first time or the second time, did you notice how high the fence was?
Standard block fence.
So nothing stuck out at you?
No.
And the second time you went through with the two other officers, did they join you to go back to the house?
They did not.
Did they exit through the fence?
They did.
Into the alley? And do you recall if that alley gate was locked or latched?
I didn't go that far.
Okay, right, okay. I have a question. I'm going to use this. On the master bathroom.
Sorry, for the record, this is Exhibit
249.
Thank
and
you.
the state's already admitted. So this is the master bathroom, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in your conversation with us, you recall talking to us about a towel that you kind of were interested in the master bathroom.
Yes.
Okay. Is it one of those two items that you can see in the picture, either the pink or the blue one?
The one on the door, the black one on the door.
Okay, so, oh, you mean this, like this?
Yes.
Okay, the black rectangle?
Yeah.
That's the towel that you noticed?
I believe so.
Okay. And what did you notice about it?
That had a smell of chlorine or bleach on it.
Okay. So, the entire house smelled of chlorine.
Correct.
But that particular towel, it had a heightened smell or odor?
The odor seemed to come back to me from the front of the house was where it was really strong. When you go through the bedroom, and the other didn't smell it as strong until it got to that door.
Good. Okay. Another kind of crazy question.
Yeah.
In your investigation of the house, did you ever find out what the trash collection schedule was for that alley?
No.
Will you agree with me that as you're walking through the house, that you did notice that cabinets or drawers had been rummaged through?
Say that again.
Did you notice whether cabinets or drawers had been rummaged through as you went through the house?
I don't recall.
I'm not sure we got this testimony from you, but do you recall whether the initial call from 911 was for a medical call?
don't recall whether I know they aired the radio call, and sometimes they come out as medical and PD related.
But nothing sticks out in your recollection?
No.
Do you happen to know where the firefighters were before they responded to the scene?
I do not.
How many firefighters, if you know, entered the house?
4.
And how do you know that?
They told me.
So, you and Powell entered the house.
Correct.
And then you called in, is it welding?
Yeah, welding, yep.
Okay. Was there another officer, Buckler, at the scene?
He was.
Okay. Did he enter the house?
Don't believe so.
If you know, do you know what the firefighters did when they entered the house?
Not specifically. They told me.
Okay. Not for whether it's true, but for your notice of what they said, what did they say?
They said that they attached leads to the victim and confirmed that she was deceased.
Was Detective Lockerbie there?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see him at that initial time at the scene?
Not at the initial time.
Okay. I think that's about it. Just give me a second. Were you dressed in a patrolman's uniform?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that similar to the uniform you have now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on your uniform, do you normally carry gloves?
In my pocket, yes.
Okay. And those are 2 types of gloves, correct?
Correct.
What are those types?
Typically, officers will carry either latex gloves in their pocket, which I do not, or felt kind.
Okay. And when you say felt kind, just I'm familiar with gloves that you use to work on a car, say from Craftsman or something. Is that the type of gloves you're talking about?
Similar.
Okay. And what's the purpose for those gloves?
Typically, if we're going to go hands-on with an individual, if we're going to arrest an individual, then we would typically put those on to look at skin contact.
Right. And that's really for your protection?
Correct.
And the other type of gloves, what are those for?
Typically, I would use those for biohazard or to limit transfer if I was handling evidence.
Okay, so those gloves are to prevent you from moving your DNA or whatever to the item, the object. Okay.
And protection.
I'm sorry.
And protection from us.
Oh, okay. Biohazard coming back the other way.
Right.
Okay. Are those gloves, as far as your patrol officers, do they always carry multiple pairs of those gloves that are used for protection?
It depends on the individual.
Okay. Is there a particular style or color of glove that the department requires?
No.
Okay. How about the rubber gloves?
No, they usually have a supply, but they could go through different manufacturers and colors.
Okay. Crazy question. Do you remember what color those, I'm calling them rubber gloves, I realize they're not rubber, but what color those gloves would have been at that time that the officers had?
As you know.
Okay. And those are disposed of after one use, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But the felt gloves or the mechanic's gloves, those are gloves that you have that you might use multiple times in a shift.
Yes.
Okay. In a moment, I may be done. That's all. Thank you.
And redirect by the state, so you can have a seat. Thank you.
to the gloves. When you enter the residence, were you wearing gloves?
Was not.
And again, tell us the purpose of your entering the home that day.
To look for additional victims or potential threats.
Was that your primary focus?
Correct.
And in doing so, were you armed?
Yes.
Where was your weapon as you traversed the residence?
At the low ready or at the potential rooms that were open.
And what do you mean by low ready?
Just down, probably about at a 45-degree angle from my body. From your memory, would that be the same? Would that same information apply to Officer Powell and Van Wheeler? It will. Now, you talked about the smell of bleach or some bleach product throughout the home, correct? Yes, sir.
And I think I heard you say a moment ago that it was the strongest near the front door.
Yes, sir.
But so when you made it to the master bath, explain to me again, did I understand you to say that it seemed to you that the odor grew stronger yet again?
I noticed it when I got to the door, as if there was some sort of bleach or chlorine.
Okay. This object that you pointed out to counsel a moment ago on the door handle, did you pick it up and smell it?
I did not.
So my question to you is, the stronger odor, do you know for certain where it was coming from?
It appeared from the door area.
Okay. From the door area as opposed to a particular object?
Yes.
Now, do I understand that once you exited into the backyard and you came back through the house, did you retrace your steps through the hallway where Miss Feldman's body was located?
I did.
Did you touch anything in the hallway?
No, sir.
And other than the unlocking the door and locking it back in the master bathroom, did you touch anything?
No, sir.
When you went to the garage and looked into the car, did you touch anything on the car?
No, sir.
Obviously, you must have touched the locks on the door in the laundry room to unlock it, correct?
Correct.
And then you attempted to lock it back, but were unable to.
Correct.
Now, counsel asked you if you touched the, I'm going to call it an Arcadia door, the sliding glass door that led into the backyard. Do you recall if it was open or closed?
No.
You didn't touch it, correct?
Correct.
And why was that? Why didn't you approach that door?
That room was wide open, so any potential threats or victims was easy to see from my vantage point. There was a lot of potential evidence in that area that I didn't need to go to that area. I didn't need to clear that area. I could visually do it.
Did you notice any potential blood evidence either on or around that door, either on the inside or the outside of that sliding door?
Objection to see the sequence.
Overruled.
You did.
I did not.
You were asked about whether or not this came out as a medical call a moment ago, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what you heard from dispatch that led you to go to the residence on Monterey Way?
I recall dispatch saying that the boyfriend had found his girlfriend in the home, not breathing. And I don't recall what was said after that, but it prompted me to leave where I was at and go to that call.
Now, as you and the Officer Powell and Officer Brown Weldy went through the hallway, checking the 2 bedrooms and the office, did you enter those rooms or did you simply look into them?
I don't recall whether I personally went into those rooms. The way that we were configured to search, sometimes we'll take turns, whoever has the best vantage point will take the bedroom to the left, to the right, while the other covers down. So that the other covers the potential threat of the hallway that is coming towards us, so we have all angles covered.
Okay. So, for example, if there were a closet in one of those rooms, would one of you clear the closet?
Yes.
Do you recall doing that at all?
I don't.
Recall a door being close to Ms. Feldman's body?
I do.
In the hallway. Did you enter that door?
We did not.
Just so I make it clear that, again, in the laundry room, you didn't touch anything but the door locks, correct?
Correct.
When you spoke with the fire personnel, they told counsel that they told you they put leads on Ms. Feldman's body, correct?
Correct.
Did they indicate to you that they went anywhere else in the home?
They did not.
Did they tell you they didn't, or that you don't recall?
They told me they just went to Allison's body and then put the leads on.
And then came back out.
Came back out.
Thank you. That's all the questions.
And counsel, could you approach, please? And if the parties could approach, please.
Looks like Waking Life. All right, so they're clearly having problems with their audio and video, but that totally looks like rotoscoping. So they're clearly having problems with their audio and video. So you can hear the sound engineer, sound person trying to fix the audio. Not having much luck right now. So let's see what happens. Maybe it'll kick in here.
From the backyard back into the house after.
Ooh, jury question.
Sergeant, I have a follow-up question for you from the jury. How did you get from the backyard back into the house after clearing the master bath?
How did I get into the bedroom?
So the question is, how did you get from the backyard back into the house after clearing the master bath?
I cleared the backyard and then went back into the master bath, which led into the master bedroom, and then out the front door.
Any follow-up from the state?
No,
Any follow-up from the defense?
thank you.
And those were all the questions. May this witness be excused, subject to recall.
Yes.
You may step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the state may call their next witness. Good morning, sir. I'll have you come up to this podium right here and we'll get you sworn in.
Sergeant Jared Benwaldy, last name Ian Mitcham,
Please raise your hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth shall be done. Thank you.
And I'll have you take a seat up here, please. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell these folks your name, please?
Yes, I am Sergeant Jared Benwaldy with the Scottsdale Police Department Domestic Violence.
Can you spell your last name for me?
Sure. It is V as in Victor, A-N-W-E-E-L-D-E.
Thank you. How long have you been with the Scottsdale Police Department?
Approximately 18 years.
All right. So, any law enforcement experience prior to that?
Yes, in the state of Michigan for the Kent County Sheriff's Department.
For how long?
For about 4 years total time there.
Today, I'm going to ask you some questions about 2015, but what is your assignment today?
Today I am the sergeant for the Domestic Violence Unit located in our Persons Crimes Bureau.
And how long have you been doing that?
I've been there since about June.
All right. So in February 2015, on the 18th of February 2015, were you on duty?
Yes, I was.
And what was your assignment on that day?
On that day, I worked what's called the C Squad shift out of the McKellips district, which is our South district. The C Squad shift is like a mid-shift day, starting around 10:30 in the morning, going for approximately 10 hours, and it was a Tuesday through Friday schedule.
Around 4 p.m. that day, if you recall, do you remember receiving a call for service on Monterey Way?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recall, if anything, about the information you received that caused you to go to a residence on Monterey Way?
There was a call about a medical at the address that we were directed to. There was an unresponsive person inside the home.
All right. And were you're on patrol unit?
Yes.
That day, were you alone?
Yes, I was.
So when you arrived at the residence, what do you recall seeing on the outside?
On the outside of the residence was a blue BMW that was parked near the house, as well as a male that another officer was tending to, and then the fire department was off to the side, and then I went to the front door where Sergeant Williamson and Sergeant Powell, or Officer Powell, were.
Was that the male that you just described, was he with Officer Kerner?
Yes, he was.
Did you have contact with that individual at all?
I did not.
So when you entered the residence, were you in uniform?
Yes, I was.
And were you armed?
Yes.
And what was first of all, were you asked or assigned to do something
inside the residence?
Inside the residence, my role was to clear the home and to make sure that the scene was a safe scene to conduct further investigation.
And do you recall, I think you said Officer Powell was there?
Yes.
And Sergeant Williamson as well, correct?
Yes.
So was it just the three of you that cleared the residence?
Yes.
Explain to us, please, how you went about doing it.
So when we entered the residence, we were able to look to the right and see the majority of what we would call the living room, open area, kitchen, and that sort of general vicinity. And then towards the left was where the hallway was that led to what was perceived to be potentially bedrooms, bathrooms, or other rooms. So we did a visual look to the right, and once we made the look to the left, we started to go down the hallway and clear through the home. The main purpose of the clearing is to look for any other individuals that may be in the home, whether it be someone maybe hiding, maybe someone hurt, maybe someone needing medical attention. So our purpose is to go through the home quickly and safely and to make sure that the scene is secured and we know everyone that's involved in that home.
Do you recall walking past Ms. Feldman's body?
Yes.
What do you recall about the hallway in terms of any potential evidence?
Inside the hallway, what I was able to see was her body laying down on the floor. Her body was not moving. It was settled down to the ground, and nothing was up towards the sky, so her body was clearly non-moving at all. Her body was naked, and then there was some type of a cloth that was over her head area. I noticed that cloth, which looked to be purely black, has some type of discoloration on it. To me, it looked like a bleaching or a color distortion from some type of a cleaning agent. I could also smell the odor of some type of either bleach or cleaning agent of some kind that was emanating from within the home. And then to the right, towards that living room area, I could see on the floor that there was some type of a film almost that it looked like was about the floor. Her body had nothing on it other than that sheet. There was blood that was on the floor and near her. And there was a smear, what I would call like an S smear, that went from where that living room kitchen area was to the location of where her body was resting. And that smear went right along from her body to that area. And then I stepped over that area and then cleared out that portion of the home, which was the master bedroom and bathroom.
While clearing the rooms, the bedrooms, and I think there was a third room, maybe an office. Did you enter any of those rooms?
Yes, we entered all the rooms, walked through them, just looking for people and things of that nature, and then kept walking through them.
Were you cognizant of where you were walking and or touching?
Yes, in this type of a scene, we're trying to not touch anything. We're trying to minimal contact with anything, minimal disruption. So any doorknobs we would use to open things of that nature, but other than that, our role is strictly to look for things that we need to give immediate medical or threat attention to.
Did you go into the kitchen area at all?
I did not know.
Did you approach well, first of all, do you recall whether or not there was a Arcadia door or sliding glass door that led into the backyard?
Yes, there was.
Do you recall whether it was open or closed?
I do not recall.
Did you approach that door?
I did not.
Could you see in the living room area, could you see what appeared to you to be a hardwood floor?
Yes, there was a brown hardwood floor as well as like a tile in the kitchen living room area.
Did you, anything about the hardwood that caught your attention?
That was where I saw like that film that I was discussing. There was something that seemed to be on that hardwood rather than it being a standard brown. There appeared to be some type of a film or discoloration.
Now, did you go into the backyard?
Yes.
And how did you get there?
From the master bedroom, we walked down the hallway from the front door, down the hallway towards the master bedroom while we were walking through clearing. And then from the master bedroom, there's a doorway that leads to the backyard. We used that doorway to get to the backyard to then clear the backyard.
So did all three of you enter the backyard?
Yes.
And what did you do once you were in the backyard?
Once we were in the backyard, we again cleared that area as well, looking for any persons or anyone needing medical attention. Walking through, checking the areas, looked into the pool, looked at the main open areas, and then we exited out the rear gate that went to the alley.
Did you go into the garage at all?
No, I did not.
You looked into the pool. Did you see anything that you can recall?
Yes, there was a rug, like a foot rug, like you would use to kind of wipe your feet off going into the home from the outside, and it was inside the pool upside down.
Again, asking you about this Arcadia door, did you approach it from the patio at all?
No, we looked around that area, but I did not touch that door now.
You indicated that was it you exited the backyard through a gate, correct?
Yes, there was an alley that ran along the back of the houses on that street, and so we exited through a wooden gate that went to that alley, and that's how we left the scene.
And when you said we, who's we?
Myself, Sergeant Williamson, and Officer Powell.
Sergeant, let me ask you this. Is it possible that Sergeant Williamson went back into the residence?
Yes.
But you did not?
But I did not.
And Officer Powell did not?
I did not see him go back to the home.
The gate, do you recall whether it was locked, whether it was open, was it closed? Do you have any recollection?
We did not force entry on the gate, so it definitely was unlocked. There was it's like a latching, like a normal backyard gate, and we just went through that gate area.
Okay. And into the alleyway, and then where did you go?
Then we walked towards the front of the house. Around that time, there was a message over the radio about a car, and then I continued on to my normal duties of scene security and things of that nature.
Okay, and so in terms of scene security, what did you do?
A couple of different areas over time during the investigation. I would either post up on the alleyway or on the street or near the residence and provide scene security for the investigation.
Did you leave the residence, the area of the scene? Did you leave it after you left the alleyway, or did you stay around?
I stayed around the area, yes.
And at some point, were you tasked with canvassing the neighborhood, so to speak, speaking to residents?
Yes, initial canvassing is to basically walk to the neighboring houses, talk to anyone, look for cameras, things of that nature, yes.
Did you, in doing that particular task, did you happen to observe what appeared to be cameras on one of those residences?
Yes, a next door neighbor had a camera that looked to be facing towards the target location, and I noted that and notified the investigations of my observation.
Did you yourself retrieve any film recording at all from that camera?
I did not.
Officer, do you know the defendant in this case?
His name, yes, that's about it.
Ever had any contact with him to your knowledge?
No.
I think I recall this correctly, but let me ask you again. Did you go into the kitchen area, laundry room area at all?
Not the kitchen area or the living room, none of that area. That was all to the right from the front door. I strictly went to the left.
So, and you didn't go in the garage?
No, I did not.
That's all the questions I
And cross-examination by the defense. Yes, you may.
Sergeant, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hold on, I got an echo in my ear. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I can hear you. I want to talk to you about your role in the house, okay?
Okay.
You just testified that your role was to clear the house, correct?
Yes.
And you were one of the first police officers to respond to the scene.
Yes.
And you came in through the front door of the house.
Yes, I did.
And you were not trying to step on anything, correct?
Correct.
You guys didn't have booties on, correct?
No, I did not.
And you didn't have any rubber gloves on, correct?
No.
And that was because your job was not to collect evidence, correct?
Correct.
Your job was merely to go through the scene and make sure that it was safe for the people that came afterwards and yourselves, correct?
Yes.
You had your holster open, correct?
Yes.
And your gun was drawn, correct?
Yes, it was.
In a ready position.
Yes.
You, Sergeant Williamson, and Officer Power were clearing the residence, correct?
Yes.
And you said that you would go into each of the rooms, correct?
Yes.
And when we're talking about this, you're going down that north hallway, correct?
Yes.
And your goal is to open every door where someone could be behind, correct?
Yes.
And to look at every space that a person could be hiding.
Yes.
And you're looking for someone who may be in distress, correct?
Yes.
Any other person that could be present in that home.
Yes.
You're not opening up drawers.
No.
You're not opening up cabinets.
No.
Your job is to make sure that no one is in that house.
Correct.
You open up closet doors.
Yes.
And when you open them, you're clearing them, looking through, see if someone's there. Correct?
Yes.
Your head's on a swivel.
Yes.
You're looking for any possible threats anywhere around you.
Correct.
You went into the bathrooms.
Yes.
You looked through the shower. The one with the curtain.
And I don't specifically remember doing that, but yes, we would have cleared showers as well as moving curtains.
You wouldn't open up the door when there was a glass shower because you could look straight in. Correct?
Not always. So are you talking about a glass door on like a tub for a shower?
So there was a shower that was completely clear.
Yeah.
Both sides. You didn't open up that door, right?
I don't recall opening that, no.
You went through the office, correct?
I don't recall an office. I remember the hallway and then going into that bedroom.
Okay. And when we're talking about the bedroom that you recall, it's the north master bedroom, for lack of a better purpose.
Correct.
The one that looked like it had been lived in.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
There was a dresser on one wall, correct?
Yes, there was.
There was a bed with 2 nightstands next to it.
Yes.
And you were looking around. You did not see any signs of struggle in the north bedrooms, correct?
I did not, no.
You did not see any signs of rummaging through drawers and clothes?
No, I did not.
You didn't see any drawers that were wide open?
No.
No clothes thrown about?
There was a set of clothes that was on the bed, but thrown about the room, no.
And that set of clothes was like a one outfit, correct?
It looked like one outfit, yes.
It was a jean jacket, correct? On the bed.
I didn't go through it, so I'm not sure what all was there. It was notable. There was a clothing that was on the bed.
Okay. And there was something on the front of the bed, like 2 pieces of clothing on the front of the bed, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you guys then went through the bathroom door out to the backyard, correct?
Yes.
And you went in the alley, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to exit that, and one way it opened towards Earl, correct?
Yes, it does.
And the other way it kind of curved around.
Yes.
And in those alleys, there's a large garbage can kind of at the bend of that alley, correct?
I don't specifically remember, but usually there are large trash bins in the alleys, yes.
And you came around to the back towards Earl, I think you told us. Is that right?
Yes, I walked, it would have been, the street's kind of at a slant, so just walking kind of southeasterly and then around to the front back to the house.
Okay, and you didn't go back in the house again?
I did not.
Now, you just talked about the neighborhood canvas. I think you went on 2, is that correct?
It may have been 2, yes.
So on the first night, you went to the houses that were immediately surrounding Allison's, correct?
Yes.
And you tried to talk to people there?
Correct.
And basically, you didn't get much. Is that right?
I went to several houses. Some people answered the door, said they didn't see or hear anything. Some people answered the door and said, I don't really know what to tell you. And then some people would answer the door and tell me whether or not they knew that Allison or anyone there, or whether or not they had cameras.
Some people recognize the blue BMW, correct?
Yes, one neighbor mentioned that that blue BMW they believed was a resident of the house.
But otherwise, no one heard anything that you brought back to the detectives investigating the scene, correct?
Correct.
You had mentioned that you noticed the cameras to the south of Allison's house.
Yes.
And you brought that back to the detectives who are handling this case.
Yes.
I think you went to about 4 houses that answered the door that night, correct?
I think it was about 4, yes.
And there were several that didn't answer.
Correct.
And then at some point, you talked to a lady comes up to you. Her name's Sarah. Do you recall that?
Yes, I remember someone coming up to me, yes.
And you learned from her that there was a GE repairman during the lunch hour there, but nothing more than that, correct?
Correct.
Then the next day, you came back to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you were tasked with doing a more in-depth canvass, correct?
Yes.
And you went with Officer Kerner. That's Koerner. Thank you. And you guys contacted about 30 residents that night.
Sounds about right.
And from that, you guys weren't collecting DNA at that point, correct?
No, I didn't know a DNA collection.
So you were just talking to find information, correct?
Yes.
And anybody that was home, you would talk to?
Yes.
You didn't take any notes?
Not that I recall, no.
And there was nothing of note that you brought back to the detectives?
Nothing that I recall bringing back, no.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow. November 17th.
Wow. So they just cut in with, are you kidding me? Oh my God. Seriously? They just cut right in? Jesus. Sorry. Don't care. I can't believe they just cut into this. Wow. They literally just cut right into this.
Put on the floor.
Unbelievable.
All right?
Correct.
You indicated to counsel that you didn't observe anything that indicated to you that drawers had been rummaged through, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe, by any chance, any of the drawers in any of the open at all, you recall?
I don't recall any drawers specifically being open.
If you look closely at this photograph, can you observe what appears to be as if something had been sprayed on the knobs or on the face of these drawers?
It does look to me like there's like a speckling, and then also you can see from the speckling, like on that top drawer from the photograph, it definitely is something just coming down, which would indicate something wet had been sprayed or made its way to that drawer, yes.
Right, and obviously you don't know what happened. My question for you is, as you're clearing the home, did you happen to observe anything like this?
I did not specifically look for that, no.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions that Actually, I have one more. You received information about a GE repairman from one of the neighbors, correct?
Correct.
Was that repairman at her house? Is that why she came home early? Do you recall?
I do not recall where the GE repairman was.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Does anyone have a question for this witness from the jury? We will collect that. And you may approach. Be clear. Clearing begun before you entered house, or did all three clear at the same time?
The three of us cleared at the same time, and the manner of clearing the house will work as a team in one space and walk through. And then based on the room size and condition is when we walk in. If it's a small bathroom, one person's going to go in and look because all three of us wouldn't probably fit. And so that's how we go through the clearing process, is room by room, and then one or two officers based on the size of the room.
Any follow-up by the state?
No.
Any follow-up by the defense?
No.
And those are all the questions. May this witness be excused, subject to recall.
Yes, ma'am.
You may step down, sir. Thank you. And the state may call their next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Harley Feldman.
And as a reminder, we will turn the camera away at this time, please.
Can you state the spelling name for the court?
Harley Feldman, H-A-R-L-Y.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
And sir, I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box. Thank you.
Good morning. So I'm just going to ask you a few questions this morning. First, I want to start with, can you tell me a little bit about your daughter?
Allison was probably a perfect child. She grew up well-behaved. She told the truth all the time. She helped people wherever she could. She had lots of friends, and she was a cheerleader in school, and she went to all the football games. So I think she's probably a perfect child.
And going to kind of jump to some more logistical type questions. When did she move out to Arizona?
She decided to attend the University of Arkansas, Arizona. I can't remember exactly what year. She had just graduated from high school in Minnesota and decided that the U of A was where she wanted to go.
Would that have been around maybe graduating at least in 07 or 08 time frame? That sound about right?
That sounds right.
So she went straight from high school into college?
Yes.
And had she lived in Minnesota and grown up there up to that point?
Mostly. We lived in Seattle for 2.5 years. We lived in Washington, D.C. for 2.5 years. The rest of the time she was in Minnesota.
And after she moved out here, initially going to U of A down in Tucson, did she continue then to live in Arizona up until 2015?
Yeah, when she graduated at the U of A, she decided to move to Phoenix. Tucson was small for her, and she liked the old town area of Scottsdale, so she tried to find a place to live here.
And we'll probably jump around a little, but now that we're there, did she initially move into a condo in that area?
Yes, she actually lived with a cousin of ours for about a month when she first came out here, but then she got this condo she moved into on Indian School.
And before we get to her house on Monterey, I want to ask you a few more questions about her. Were you aware of sort of her general career and career choices?
Yeah, we talked almost every day.
What would that look like? Would you talk on the phone every day, text every day, something else?
Mostly on the phone. Text messaging wasn't working perfectly back then. She talked to her mother 2 or 3 times a day, and she talked to me at least once a day. And it was always her choice.
What do you mean by that, her choice?
She called us. We didn't demand that she talk to us. She just wanted to.
Was she doing okay out here financially and with career-wise?
Yes. She started with a company that sold print things, printing, if you will, and worked there for 5 years, did well there, and decided that she wanted to move into the medical industry. Wound up with where she was selling dressings and bandages for burn victims.
You mentioned you guys would talk on the phone every day. Would you also visit her out here in Arizona?
Yes. At that time, my wife was a flight attendant, so we could fly free on standby, so we came out here once a month or once every couple months.
And when you come out, would you stay for a few days at a time, or to the extent that you could?
Sometimes it was 1 or 2 days, and sometimes it was a week.
When you would come out here and visit her, would you stay at her house?
Yes.
Would you, would she take you around in whatever car she had at that time?
Yes.
Were you aware, or had you met her boyfriend, Alex?
Many times.
Tell me a little bit about that. When did you, the interactions that you had with him?
I can't tell you exactly when, but we met. They'd been dating for a little while, and we spent time with Alex at her house. We'd go out to dinner sometimes.
And did you, in your observations, feel that they got along well?
They got along really well.
Were you, as her father, kind of cognizant of any potential red flags or anything like that? No? Okay. So that was a poor question, but you didn't see any issues between Alex and Allison in your observation?
No.
Was it your understanding that they were, from your observations, working their way towards potentially engagement or marriage in the future?
Possible. I mean, we never talked about any details, but they were clearly getting along better and had been dating for a long time, came to Europe together.
And was this Allison's first kind of serious boyfriend to your knowledge, anyway?
Yeah, I would say so.
I'm going to ask you a little bit about the house where she was living on Monterey, but I'm going to show you Exhibit 181. May I approach, Judge?
You may. When you have continuing permission.
Can you tell me what that is?
That's a picture of the 3 of us out for dinner.
And when you say the 3 of us, who's in that photo?
Allison, Elaine, my wife, and myself.
Is that sort of just a fair representation of the 3 of you, including your wife?
Yes.
Judge, I move to admit Exhibit 181.
Oh, Judge.
It's ordered admitting Exhibit 181 into evidence.
And we've actually seen this in the opening, but I'm going to put it on the screen just briefly so the jurors can understand what it is I asked about. I won't leave that up, but just the understanding of that's the three of you, family picture.
Yes.
Kind of a regular night for you.
Yes.
So taking that photo down, I'm going to ask you about the neighborhood where Allison was living, specifically the house on Monterey. Do you remember when she moved from the condo into that house generally?
May have, would have been 11 years ago. I was actually in town when she found the house. She'd been looking for 2.5 years. And we walked into the house, and I thought, this is the one she's going to buy.
You just knew as her father that this was kind of the style, the neighborhood, what she was looking for?
Yeah.
Did you have any reason to be concerned about the neighborhood from your personal observations?
No.
Anything that you ever learned of that was of concern to you from Allison or otherwise?
No.
Do you know if Allison, well, to your personal knowledge, were she friendly with the neighbors nearby? Ever had any sort of altercations or anything with any of her nearby neighbors?
No, she never had altercations with anyone.
So she had been living there, you said it was around May or so of 2014 that she moved in, that time frame. So she'd been living there a little less than a year when this all happened. How many times do you think you visited in that year time frame, give or take?
I'd say 4 or 5.
And we've seen pictures of the house, but because that wasn't the house that you saw, I'm not going to show you those photos. Can you just tell me when you would go and visit, what room would you and your wife stay in?
There was a bedroom in front of the house, and we would stay there.
And we've seen one that kind of looks made up like a guest bathroom, maybe used less frequently. Is that probably where you'd something like that?
It's the main bathroom for the house, yes.
Oh, apologies. You would use that guest bathroom when you visited, is that right?
No.
No. Which one would you use?
The main bathroom.
Okay. And you would stay in the guest bedroom, the thing we've seen made up as a guest bedroom?
Yes.
I think I got my words twisted there. And that was the regular, whenever you guys would visit, you would typically stay at her house?
Yes.
She had the room for you?
Yes.
Were you personally aware of her ever having anyone come over, like any handyman or anything here and there to fix things?
If she did, I wouldn't know.
Okay. Would she ask you to fix things around the house, or would she typically probably ask somebody else?
She always asked me whenever I came down.
Fair enough. Were you aware if she had anyone to clean the pool, or would she do that herself?
No, she had a pool clean. Came once a week.
Did Allison keep her house fairly clean, at least the times that you visited?
Yes, she was a very neat person.
Did she typically have out or have ready access to like towels or dish towels in the kitchen area?
Yes.
What about the couch? Do you recall if she ever kept any blankets on the couch?
She did.
Did she appreciate kind of that being wrapped up in a blanket?
Yes, she's
coming.
Didn't like being cold.
Fair enough. Coming from Minnesota, maybe she moved to Phoenix for a reason. Phoenix area.
She picked the U of A after looking at lots of schools, and I think that when they're going to want to do it.
We've seen some photos of a sliding door, Arcadia door, that goes to the backyard. Do you remember that door?
Yes.
Did that door have any sort of covering on it, or anything that covered it, to your knowledge?
No.
What about the kitchen windows to the rear? Did those have any sort of coverings on them, to your knowledge?
No.
Did you know Allison in February or in the spring or fall in this part of town. Did you know her to leave any of her doors or windows open for fresh air?
Yes, she liked fresh air. In fact, her mother used to say, "Don't leave that door open."
Do you know if she had a place where she might keep jewelry in her bedroom?
It was just in the drawers.
Do you remember her having sort of a general multi-purpose key ring?
She did. I don't remember the key ring itself. I know she had. She'd throw it in the kitchen drawers when she cooked.
Now I'm going to jump to a different topic. After, let me go out of order here a little bit. Did you ultimately become aware at one point that she had an alarm system at her house?
Yes.
And did you have access to that sort of on the internet or on your phone?
Yes.
Did you frequently check that, or was it just something that you were aware of, or something else?
I hardly ever checked it. I just was aware that it was there.
After you learned of what happened to your daughter, were you asked by police to contact her phone service provider, AT&T? Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
Okay. To your personal knowledge, has there ever been any activity on her phone that you were made aware of after February 17th, 2015?
No, never.
Did you ultimately have access to, or gain access to her bank accounts?
We had some joint, almost all of our accounts were joint with me, just so we could move money around more easily here through the town.
And to your knowledge, was there ever any activity that you became aware of on any of her bank accounts after February 17th, 2015? Did you ultimately, did police come to visit you in March of 2015 and collect a buccal swab from your cheek?
Yes.
And you, obviously, you were okay with that, gave that consensually?
Yes.
And they came up to you in Minnesota to do that?
Yes.
Did you, as part of your normal sort of course, did you try to make contact with Allison on February 17th?
I did. I sent her a text message 9 o'clock at night. And I didn't get a response, but in those days text messages were reliable, so I didn't think a lot about it.
And so did you then reach back out to her that next day, February 18th?
Yes, we tried to call her a couple times, and, well, she might not answer her phone. It was always on because she was in sales. And it didn't ring.
And so for you, that was sort of unusual, like the phone was off, something that wouldn't happen?
Correct. That's why about 3 o'clock in the afternoon I called the Scottsdale police to do a phone check.
Did you ultimately get a return phone call from the Scottsdale Police Department?
Yes.
And within a few hours or so of you calling to do that well check?
Yes, about 3 hours later.
And is that when you first learned what had happened to your daughter?
Yes. Detective Heinzelman called, asked me if I was driving, and I said I was, and he said, pull off the road.
The last time that you were able to talk to her, did Was there anything about your conversation that alarmed you at all? Was it just a normal conversation?
Just a normal conversation.
She seemed to be in good spirits?
Yeah, in fact, her mother had met with her 3 days before on Valentine's Day and had a great visit. She was bringing me up to speed on her visit.
May I have just a moment, Judge?
You may.
All right, looks like they, I guess they take lunch right now because there's a big break. All right, looks like there's lunch. All right.
Correct? Well, I don't know what involved means, but...
Well, let's talk about that. You were in contact with the Scottsdale Police Department.
Yes.
Periodically.
Yes.
You traveled each month to Scottsdale and met with the Scottsdale Police Department when you were here, correct?
Yes.
You met with Detective Heinzelman.
Sometimes, yes.
You met with Detective McWilliams.
I don't think I ever met with him.
You met with Sergeant Lockerbie, who's now Lieutenant Lockerbie, correct?
I don't recall.
And you met with even some of the upper echelons of the Scottsdale Police Department.
Yes.
Like Assistant Chief Pop.
Pop, yes.
They kept you in the loop of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And it was your goal to help them determine who killed Allison, correct?
Yes.
I want to talk to you briefly about your relationship with Alex, okay?
Sure.
After Allison's death, you invited Alex to Minnesota, correct?
Yes.
And you invited him to eulogize her, correct?
Yes.
And for the next couple of years, you stayed in contact with Alex, correct?
Yes.
You didn't think he was the one that killed Allison, correct?
Never.
You knew that the Scottsdale Police Department hadn't ruled him out for quite some time, correct?
That's correct.
So for you, that unknown DNA, that PMH, was key, correct?
Yes.
And you worked with the Scottsdale Police Department to get the familial DNA search, correct?
I worked with the governor and the attorney general to see if we could make it legal.
And you were kind of the person who was the catalyst for that to be used in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
And the Scottsdale Police Department ultimately supported that, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, the Scottsdale Police Department had to make a big commitment to using that familial DNA, correct?
I assume so. All I know is that I worked with the Department of Public Safety on the mechanics of getting it done. Beyond that, I don't know what happened.
And ultimately, you were kept in the loop on what was occurring with that.
Yes.
You have one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. I don't have anything else.
Okay. And redirect by the state.
Thank you, Judge. May I have just a moment?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Mr. Feldman, ultimately, you maintain contact with Scottsdale Police Department throughout the years?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that solving or doing whatever you possibly could to solve your daughter's murder was important to you?
Yes. I took on 2 tasks. One was to help the police wherever I could to get the crime solved, and the second was to keep her legacy alive.
No further questions, Judge.
Okay. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if anyone has a question for this witness, we will collect it at this time. And you may approach. Time from the jury. The question is, to clarify, time you contacted Allison was Minnesota, so it's MN time, or AZ time, 9 p.m. text on 2/17, and calling police at 3 p.m. on 2/18, Arizona time or Minnesota time?
In Minnesota time.
And any follow-up from the state?
If you remember, how far ahead is Minnesota in February? Is it an hour ahead?
1 hour.
1 hour.
No.
Thank you. No other question.
Any follow-up from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And that was the final question. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. You may step down, sir. Thank you. And the state may call their next witness.
Rapham, state calls Jeff Chardy, and that is pronounced spelled C-I-A-R-D-I.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. We'll have you come up to this podium and we'll get you sworn in.
Jeff Chardy, C.I.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
And sir, I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box. Thank you. And you may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Jeff Chardy. I'm a resident of Chandler, Arizona, and been in Arizona for almost 20 years.
Where are you currently working?
I work at a company called BioVenus for the last year, but prior to that, for the 22 years previous to that, I worked at a company called Monleka, and I've been in medical device sales for 26 years.
For purposes of our court reporter, could you spell the name of that company? Because it's kind of hard to spell and pronounce.
No worries. So Monleka is MOLNLYCKE.
Now, when you were working for that company, can you describe what that company does?
So Monleka had a few different divisions. The division that Allison and I were in was the most prominent, which was our wound care, burn, trauma, and surgical portfolio. We also did a host of other medical devices, antiseptics, turning and positioning products that would prevent injuries in hospitals for patients with long-standing illnesses, as well as disposable medical products in the operating room.
And how long did you work for that company?
22 years.
Now, you mentioned in one of your last answers, Allison. So do you know somebody by the name of Allison Feldman?
I do.
And how do you know her?
Allison and I worked together for several years at Monleka. She also worked for me directly for almost 3 years.
And what type of work did she do for the company?
When Allison and I first started working together in August of 2012, she was a territory manager, which entailed she supported our wound care portfolio. So she would go to hospitals, non-acute facilities like hospice centers, clinics, and provide doctors, physicians, staff, nurses education about how to treat specific chronic and acute conditions. As time went on, she was promoted about a year into my tenure, and she became regional trauma and burn specialist, and she did that for the last several years.
Now, did she travel frequently for work?
Colorado, Utah, Idaho, went up through the base of Wyoming, across to Nebraska, Missouri, half of Kansas as well.
Do you recall what states Allison typically would handle for you?
Everyone, so wherever there was a major burn or trauma center. So we, everywhere from West Texas through Nebraska, Arizona. So she managed the entire region as well.
Okay. And you mentioned that there was frequent travel. Do you have an idea of how frequent per month?
I would say she was on the road typically 3 times a week. Sometimes our jobs would take us on the road every week, but I would say between 2 and 3 times a month.
Now, being on the road, is that always out of state, or is it sometimes within the state?
It could be within the state. So sometimes, depending on the in-servicing that we would do in support of the clinicians and staff, we may stay overnight, even if it was down in Tucson. But we were frequently outside of Arizona as well.
And did your company have a home office?
We did. It was in Atlanta, but we tend to work out of our remote facility, so we were considered remote employees, so our office was our homes.
Okay. So when Allison wasn't traveling, she was handling most of her work matters at home?
Yes.
Was Allison a good employee?
No, she was a great employee. She was amazing. Dedicated, driven, passionate. She balanced the hectic nature of a sales role, which is very much results-driven, with also being extremely compassionate. I think that's what made her special. She had such drive and tenacity, but it was balanced with a sense of passion and compassion for those that she was helping.
Typically, what was Allison's demeanor like?
Sweet, funny, caring, outgoing, talkative. She was just bubbly, fun. She was an amazing woman.
How did she get along with her coworkers?
Very well. We were a really close, tight-knit team. We typically considered ourselves a family. When we would get together with larger, our company at large at typical meetings, we tended to stay together as a team, whether it was social events, outings. We were sort of the, quote, fun bunch, and a lot of that had to do with Allison's presence, her bubbly nature. She was always trying to bring people into the circle. She was very charismatic.
In addition to being her boss, I think you said for about 3 years, did you also consider Allison a friend?
She was a friend and somebody that I considered almost like a little sister. I came from a large Italian family. I'm the youngest. Never had younger siblings, and Allison was somebody that I looked at as just someone I cared about very deeply. We would talk to 2-3 times a day. We were very close.
And it sounds like your group as a whole was pretty family-like. Did you guys socialize outside of work?
Yes.
Would that involve going to each other's homes and things of that nature?
Yep, very much so. We would go to each other's homes. Allison had come over to my home. I'd been to hers. We would frequent establishments, go out for dinner and drinks in Arizona. We also would do company functions as well. Festival of Trees, which was hosted by Maricopa Burn Center, we would go to on an annualized basis. But yes, we would hang out socially as well.
During the time Allison worked for you, did you ever have the opportunity to meet her parents?
I did.
How would you describe, given that you've indicated you had a very close relationship with Allison, her relationship with her family?
Family was everything to Allison, family and friends, but her family most importantly. Her parents, I don't remember a day that she didn't talk to her parents. That was just something she cared deeply about. Also, she was an aunt, so she talked to her sister quite often, but family and friends were 2 of the most important things in her life.
Did you ever have the opportunity to meet her boyfriend, Alex?
I did.
And again, in your close relationship with Allison, how did her relationship with Alex seem to you?
Amazing, great. I teased Allison quite a bit that no matter what conversation we were having, somehow, some way, she worked in a comment about Alex. They loved each other. I mean, you could tell there was a special bond, and Allison, over the time that I had known her, had dated others, but there was a different spark and a light when it came to her and Alex.
Was this a more serious relationship from the ones you had seen prior?
Very much so.
During the time that you had this close relationship with Allison and had supervised her, did she ever mention that she was having problems with anybody at work?
No.
Did she ever mention that she was having problems with anyone outside of work?
No.
I'm going to come back to one particular point about that a little bit later, but I want to kind of draw your attention to February 17th, 2015. Do you recall that date?
I do.
Was that the last time that you ever saw Allison alive?
Yes.
Can you tell us about your last interaction with Allison?
In February, prior to when we typically would get paid our bonuses, we would go through an annual review process. It was a pretty lengthy process. It would start in December, and in February we would go through, and I would sit down with each of my employees and go through it personally. Some managers would just send the document to those individuals, but I wanted to make sure that I met with each of my employees personally. So Alice and I, living in close proximity, we decided to go out to lunch and spend the afternoon together.
And do you recall where you went?
Yes, we went to the Daily Dose in Scottsdale.
Okay. And do you remember kind of around the time frame that particular day where you met up with Allison?
Yeah, we got to the Daily Dose probably a little bit before noon, and we stayed probably till close to 2:30, 3 o'clock.
Okay. How did Allison appear during your meeting with her?
Very happy. She received, as I said, she had just taken a promotion, and she was incredible in the role. When you're working in burn and trauma, you see some of the most critically ill patients. It takes a certain character of person that can compartmentalize that and still provide education, understanding to physicians and staff of how best to treat those patients. So when she took the role, I knew she would be great, but I didn't realize just how good she would be. Her review was stellar. I let her know just how proud I was of her. I'd seen her come from a person who was complimentary to the team and a leader, but someone who really flourished more as in a leadership role. And she and myself and one other partner on the team, our nurse, had the broadest interaction across and most collaboration across all of our teammates. And she was exceptional in what she did.
While you were at the restaurant with Allison that day, was there anything that gave you concern while you were there?
None.
After your meeting with her at the Daily Dose, did the two of you then kind of part ways?
Yes. I gave her a big hug after, told her how proud I was of her. I was leaving for a trip the next day, so I went home. I had asked Allison what she was going to do the rest of the afternoon, and she said different odds and ends. She'd probably run some errands, and that I would catch up with her later to remind her that she needed to sign the document.
Which leads me to my next question. At some point later on in the day, did you have a few more communications with Allison?
Yes.
What was the first one?
The first one was, as I said, to remind her that the process for the review was not complete until we had, until she went in to electronically to sign the document. And I had asked just to remind her that she had to go in and complete that task.
The reminder, did that come via an email, a text, a phone call?
We had spoken on the phone.
Okay. And then later on in the day, did you hear from Allison again?
I did.
And what was that about?
The prior week, we had been at a presentation where we were introducing our trauma portfolio to staff and surgeons at a hospital. She requested that I send over the document and the template to her for her meetings later on that week.
And when you heard from her requesting this template, was that something that came via email, a text, a phone call?
We had spoken one last time that evening.
And did you ultimately send her the template?
I did.
And how did you do that?
Via email.
Was that the last time that you ever communicated with Allison again?
Yes.
At some point, did you learn that someone else on the team had communicated with her a little later in the day that day?
Yes, in the days following the incident, yes.
Okay. And who was that coworker?
Kimberly Minor.
And do you recall what you learned about that communication and around what time that occurred?
Yes, it was later in the evening after we had corresponded about Allison wanting the template. So I think it was probably another hour later, somewhere around 7 o'clock.
If you recall, can you tell the jury when you learned about Allison's death?
The following day, so I went home, packed, and left for Denver, Colorado, where I was meeting another one of my representatives. We had meetings with physicians and staff throughout the Denver area that day. So in and out of hospitals, you tended at that point in time not to have great cellular service. So it was later in the evening after I was back at my hotel, probably, I remember it being very dark out, so it was probably close to 6 or 7 o'clock.
And was this on February 18th of 2015?
Yes.
How did you learn about what had happened?
My wife had contacted me and said that Allison's father was trying to get a hold of me that day. And between dinners and meetings, I hadn't checked my voicemail or text messages at that point. And that I should contact Allison's father.
Did you contact him?
I did.
And is that how you learned about what happened?
Yes.
Given this kind of familial group that you had at work, did you also learn, once you started talking about with the team members what had happened, that some of her coworkers had been trying to get in touch with her that day?
Yes.
And did that go without success?
It did.
Was that something that was unusual to you?
Very much so. Allison never turned off her phone. It was something we would joke about as a team. She was very responsive to me, her family, teammates, friends, but I honestly cannot remember a time where she would ever have her phone off or not respond to communications.
So you mentioned that you learned about Allison's death on February 18th. The very next day, February 19th, do you recall receiving a phone call from the Scottsdale Police Department?
Yes.
Did they do an interview with you?
They did.
Did that interview occur over the phone?
It did.
During that interview, did you essentially provide police with some of the information that you've discussed with us here today in court?
I did.
I want to ask you about some follow-up that kind of took place in between the days to follow. First of all, a few days after your phone interview with police, did they meet up with you to ask you to provide a DNA sample?
Yes.
Did you do that?
I did.
Were you aware of any other of your employees that did so as well?
Yes. One of the other male employees, Joe Paddock in the state of Arizona, who lived locally, he was also provided a DNA sample as well.
Was that a coworker that was close with Allison as well?
Very much so, yes.
Now, if you recall, I asked you about whether or not you were familiar with anyone that Allison might have had a problem with outside of work. At some point, did you receive an email from Allison's coworker, Kim Minor?
I did.
And tell us what you learned through that email.
In the email, Kim had mentioned that there was a person over time, I think prior to Allison moving to her home in Scottsdale, a UPS driver that Allison had mentioned to Kim that had either she had to thwart some advances or had asked her out on dates previously. Because we tend to get tons of packages, we're constantly ordering supplies so that we have samples to provide doctors or patients at that point. That professional probably had a ton of interaction with Allison over time.
And so when you received this email, did you provide that information to the Scottsdale Police Department?
I did.
In the event it was relevant?
Yes.
At some point, did the police also follow up with you to check on the status of a credit card that was kind of a company card, Allison's American Express corporate card?
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
I recall that the Scottsdale Police had reached out and asked if there was any activity on the corporate credit card when we would, go out, whether it be traveling for incidentals as we were traveling. The company provided us a corporate credit card for incidentals and for also entertaining.
And did there appear to be any fraudulent activity on that card?
At the time, I don't recall, no.
During your interactions with police, is it fair to say that you were trying to be helpful in providing as much information that you could to see if it in any way could assist the investigation?
100%, absolutely.
Do you recall talking to the police about a conversation you had had with Allison about a gun?
I do.
Tell us what you recall about that.
Allison had reached out and asked, and the only reason I remembered it was just days before the incident, and there was an issue with, I got an alert on my phone that there was either a terrorist attack or an ISIS attack, and Allison and I were chatting about that, and she had mentioned at that point that she was interested in potentially obtaining and owning a firearm. She knew that I like to go to the gun range and go target shooting, so she asked me just questions about which handguns, things of that nature, but.
And you told the police about this, why?
Just the timing, I felt it was just too much of a coincidence, but it was also something that just sparked in my memory just days after the incident that we had had this conversation, and I wanted to make sure that all relevant information was provided to the police.
Was there anything that Allison had told you at the time that you believed in any way was necessarily tethered to this conversation?
Not at all.
Just something that you felt like you should share in case there was something to it?
That is correct.
And then one last question I have for you is, I believe you had one other final contact with Scottsdale Police Department, if I'm correct, when I believe it was around October of 2015 when they called to ask some questions a little bit more specific to the areas that Allison covered as part of her job. Do you recall that?
I do.
And what do you recall about that?
I recall that they had asked whether or not Allison had gone up north into the Flagstaff area. Typically, Allison would go into the more metropolitan areas where, again, you'd have level 1 trauma centers or where burn centers would typically be situated. And there would have been very little reason for Allison to be in Flagstaff unless she was supporting Joe Paddock, who covered that area.
Okay. And so you provided the police with that information?
I did.
One moment. I do not have anything additional. Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination by the defense whenever you're ready.
Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Chardy.
Yes.
You testified you were Allison's direct supervisor for approximately 3 years, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you supervised, I believe, a total of 4 individuals as part of your direct group?
At the largest, it was 11. There were 4 of us in the state of Arizona, including myself.
Got it. And you described this team as a very close-knit group.
That is correct.
You considered each other family.
Yes.
And everyone in the team got along well.
Yes.
And in addition to being Allison's supervisor, you considered her a personal friend, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, I think you testified you saw her as a little sister.
Yes.
You guys were close.
Yes.
And you were someone that Allison trusted, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this work team of yours, including Allison, knew you were someone who enjoyed recreational shooting, correct?
Yes.
In fact, they gave you a gift certificate for a shooting range for Christmas,
Yes.
I believe. And Allison was aware of your knowledge and interest in firearms.
Yes.
And you discussed some of the guns you owned.
Yes.
You testified, you talked about going to a shooting range, taking her to a shooting range.
Yes, I offered that if she ever was interested and decided to pursue the matter further, that I would certainly be willing to take her and provide her at least some basic information.
Okay. Did you guys set a date or anything like that for that?
We did not.
And you testified that she was looking into getting a gun for home protection?
That was, again, the conversation that we had very briefly. It was just around personal safety. Yep.
And you also learned that Allison and Alex had visited a gun store in Tucson?
Yes, she made mention of that in one of our conversations.
And as you testified, that's something that stood out, that her asking about guns stood out to you after learning about her death. So you decided to share this information with detectives, correct?
I did.
Prior to Allison being promoted to, I believe you said territorial manager in 2015, her annual salary was approximately $82,000. Does that sound about right?
Prior, as a territory manager, probably somewhere in that range, yes.
Okay. One moment. And then just one last question. So 82,000, that would be approximately $3,416 a month.
I'll take your word for it.
No other questions. Thank you.
Any redirect by the state?
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Okay. And does anyone from the jury have a question for this witness? And seeing none, may this witness be excused subject to recall?
Yes.
You may step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the state may call their next witness.
The state calls Kat Palma.
Good afternoon. Are you Ms. Palma? Yes. Okay. We'll have you come up here to this podium and we'll get you sworn in.
Hello, can you state and spell your name for the record?
Kathleen Palma, KathleenPalma.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box. Thank you. And you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Would you please just introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kathleen Palma. I'm a crime scene specialist for the Scottsdale Police Department.
And how long have you been in that role?
22 years.
What did you start as with the Scottsdale Police Department?
24 years ago, I started as a police aide with the city.
So, police aide for a few years?
Sir.
And then you moved into the role you're in now?
Yes.
So take me way back to the beginning. How do you get that job that you're in now?
Well, the government had full reimbursement at that time, so they sent me to school, and I was interested in doing something different, learning a new career within the department, and so I found myself in the crime scene unit.
So what did you do in school? What kind of classes did you take to end up in the crime scene unit?
Biological, physical evidence, ethics, all the crime scene investigation and criminology classes that one would take for this job.
Is that at like one of the colleges locally here?
Yes, I have coursework at Scottsdale Community College and Phoenix College. Additionally, I also have West Virginia University.
So after going into those courses, you ultimately transition from being a police aide to the crime scene unit. What does that look like at the beginning? What's your role in the crime scene unit?
We do on-the-job training, so I had a rigorous on-the-job training program, 4 phases, with a trainer until I'm deemed competent with a proficiency test, and then I'm released solo.
So how long are you in that training initially when you have somebody with you?
You may.
For a moment.
Sure.
And these courses, I'm not handy enough with the standing microphone to pull that off. So we're going to go back to you take these courses, then you start at the crime scene unit with somebody else?
Correct.
How long do you work with somebody else?
My training was actually abbreviated since I already worked for the department. I had 3 months of on-the-job training.
And what does that look like?
Learning step by step from the note-taking process, what we look for at a crime scene, the policies and procedures of the department, and doing things, shadowing someone else until you're competent to do it by yourself with supervision, and then you move forward from there.
So after you get released to kind of be on your own, what does your day-to-day job look like at that point?
We basically wait for a crime scene. We wait to be requested, doing everything from burglary to homicide. So it can be any kind of case that we are requested to do crime scene work on.
Do you work with a team?
Normally we work solo, but if it's a larger scale crime scene, then we would work with someone else.
And so when you show up for work in the morning, let's say there isn't a scene you have to go to immediately, do you go to an office first?
I do.
And then at some point, you are called to go respond to a scene, whether it's a burglary, a homicide, or something else?
That's correct.
Do you ever get called out from home yourself?
Occasionally.
And so you arrive at this scene, and we'll get to this case in just a second, but typically would you go in like some sort of van? Do you keep your supplies in like your trunk? Does someone bring other supplies? How does that work?
We have a vehicle. It's a large van, and it's stocked with equipment. We also have personal equipment that we store in a storage room until we are signing on for our shift, and then we take that equipment and put it in the van with all of the other equipment.
So kind of like you see on TV, there's like a crime scene van that shows up and you have what you need in there?
That's correct.
Okay. So you've been doing this with the crime scene unit since 2004?
Correct.
Okay. And were you any breaks in there?
No, sir.
So going now to this case, February 18th, 2015, were you in the same job that you're in now as in the crime scene unit?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And in this type of scene, were you asked to respond out to Allison Feldman's home?
I was.
And was this a normal work shift for you?
It was.
So what was your shift at that time in 2015?
I was the 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. shift.
So we've been talking kind of about that 5 to 6 p.m. time frame, roughly. Were you then this was a normal day for you, tail end of that day?
That's correct.
Sitting here today, do you know exactly if you were responding from your office or from a different scene in the city?
I don't know.
Have you ever, to your knowledge, had any interaction with the defendant in this case, Ian Mitcham?
I have not.
So you respond to Allison's home. What is your kind of, when you arrive as part of the crime scene unit, what task are you delegated?
I find whom I need to speak to, the case agent or whomever is in charge of giving me a directive at that time, and then they will assign me to a task.
And was this sort of a unique, or is this a scene that sticks in your mind?
Absolutely.
You said you make contact with a detective. Do you recall when you first arrive at that house initially being asked to assist with photographs of Alex?
That's correct.
And before we get into the weeds of everything you did in this case, I want to kind of make sure we're on the same page. Is your role, as far as this scene goes, specific to mostly taking photographs, apart from impounding a few items from Alex?
That's correct.
As part of the crime scene unit, do you have experience where you may respond to a scene and be asked to do something else?
Yes.
For instance, you might be asked to collect certain items.
Yes.
Is that fair? Or swab certain items?
Yes.
Or whatever else fits under your crime scene unit umbrella?
Yes, sir.
But in this particular case, your role that you were given was largely to take photographs.
That's correct.
And we're going to go through a whole bunch of those in just a few minutes. So you arrive on the 18th. You initially take some photographs of Alex. Is he inside, outside, something else?
Outside.
Do you take photographs of any of the firefighters?
I do. I was directed to take photographs of their shoes.
Is that kind of standard for people who had been into a scene where you may want to know what their shoe prints might be?
Yes.
Do you get asked to go to a police station kind of following behind a detective who is taking Alex to the police station?
Yes, I do.
And why do you do that?
In order to collect his clothing.
And do you eventually arrive at that police station and interact with Alex?
I do.
Can you tell me anything about his demeanor?
Most of my interaction was actually prior when I was taking photographs. At the station, I was just handed his clothing and didn't have any conversation at all.
What's his demeanor like at the scene?
Oh, he was sobbing. He was very, very emotional.
And you collected some items and impounded them from Alex?
From Detective Lukai.
Fair enough. Is he with you at the police station?
Yes, sir.
What did you collect and impound?
Some clothing and a buccal swab.
Who took the, pronounce it buccal swab?
Or buckle.
Okay, either way is fine. Who took the swab?
Detective Lukai.
And then he provided it to you to impound?
That's correct.
What is that? I'm not going to ask you too much about this because we're going to hear a lot about it, but what does that process look like, the impounding process?
It was already prepackaged when I received it, so it was brought in my vehicle directly to Property and Evidence where I handed it over to them so they could process it immediately. There was no other action in between.
Are there other swabs that may require action in between?
Yes.
But in this case, you didn't do any of those swabs?
Correct.
Okay. So now we're going to take you back to the home, arriving back around 5:30 or so?
Yes, sir.
So tell me now what you do. You arrive back at the house, and now we're sort of getting into the nitty-gritty of your assistance at the scene. What does that look like?
I was asked merely to take overall photographs of the scene, exterior and interior of the home.
And what are you wearing, or what do you put on as part of your taking photographs?
We were all wearing personal protective gear, which was comprised of Tyvek suits, the white bunny suits that you may see, gloves, booties, and hairnets at that time, and particulate masks as well.
Before putting on that, did you notice any sort of smell emanating from the home?
Yes, sir.
Whereabouts do you first notice the smell?
Near the threshold, and I was told in advance.
That there would be that smell?
Yes.
Did it, was it, can you tell me more about that? Is it obvious to you, noticeable, faint, something else?
It was obvious. It was a very harsh chemical smell, and it burned the eyes.
So you've put on that booties, gloves, hairnet, particulate mask, and you said a Tyvek suit?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me more about what that actually is?
It's a non-breathable fabric-esque material that's mostly like a plastic-lined paper on the outside, kind of a plasticky on the inside, which protects you from the scene and the scene from you.
Does it get hot?
Very hot.
You said non-breathable?
Correct.
Do you take it out of like a plastic bag when you put it on? Is it the same one you wear to every scene? Something else?
We use a new suit for every scene that we would go to that needed one. We don't reuse them.
And at the point that you are there, you said you wear gloves. To reiterate the point again, are you moving through the scene initially with that detective that's next to you, or is it just you by yourself?
With the detective.
To your memory, is it just the two of you that go in to take sort of initial or entry photos?
I don't recall.
Okay. Why might you go through and take photographs of the scene prior to sort of putting up evidence placards or things like that?
To get the scene as pristine, documented as we possibly can without anything being moved or altered in any way.
So when you say pristine, help me understand what you mean by that.
As it was when we first arrived, without any disturbance.
And as people move through the scene, other crime scene unit specialists or detectives, at some point, are they going to have to manipulate items, whether they are collecting them or swabbing them?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall who was initially directing you to do these things? What detective?
That was Detective Lockerbie.
And you mentioned you don't recall if you went into the scene with another, or which detective you went into the scene with initially?
I believe it was Detective Lockerbie, but I don't recall if anyone else was present.
Okay. Do you recall, sitting here today, do you recall if Detective Heinzelm is seeing this gentleman?
He was.
Okay. Would it have been your practice when you're taking those initial pristine photos to be moving through that scene with the detective kind of following his direction?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to get to your initial photos, and then we'll come back. But that evening around 9:30 or so, do you essentially end your shift and hand over your photographing role to a different crime scene specialist?
Yes.
Is her name Alexic?
Yes.
Okay. Is that, at the time, was that normal for you to kind of stick relatively close to the hours of your shift that you were provided?
As much as we could be, so we could be utilized the next day without being fatigued.
So you mentioned your shift at that time was 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., but you stayed a few hours extra?
Correct.
And then once someone had arrived who could do what you were doing, you were relieved so you could be ready the next day?
That's correct.
And actually on the 19th, do you show back up at the house around 9 a.m. to continue taking photos?
I do.
Okay. So I'm going to go through now just some of the photos that you took on the 18th. We'll start there, and then we'll go back and talk about what you did on the 19th, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
And can you give me a heads up if you're showing any photos of the victim, for example?
Yes.
Okay.
Will do, Judge.
Thank you.
So we've got maybe 75 or so here that I'm going to go through initially. Is it fair to say you took a lot of photos?
Yes.
And at the time you're taking them, you don't know what happened in that house on 218?
Correct.
Okay. A couple of these have already been admitted, but I will note those, Judge.
Oh, we'll stipulate.
Judge, I'd move to admit by stipulation exhibits 182 through 248.
And no objection?
No objection.
It's ordered admitting exhibits 182 through 248 into evidence.
So I'm going to go through them just one by one. And again, there's some that we've talked about already. So we'll start though with 182. What is this thing?
That is my placard. That's the first shot that we take when we photograph a scene.
And so taking this initial photograph would have been early on, kind of just to orient you. We've already talked a little bit about some photographs that you took of Alex. Do you remember those?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll get to those momentarily, but I'm going to jump straight to the house if that's all right. So we have sort of out of order here, Exhibit 45, previously admitted. Is that just the front of the house?
Yes, it is.
Do you have a screen in front of you?
I do.
Now we're going to 189. Separate photo of the house. Is this red tape common for crime scenes?
Yes.
Did you put that up?
I did not.
Typically, would a patrol officer put tape up?
Yes.
Now we're going to go to 190. So you're taking kind of just general photographs of the home, is that right?
That's correct.
And what side of the house is this?
I don't know its directionality, but it's...
Do you know which direction from here the front door is if I go back one to this one? If I go from here to here?
Without my arrow, I don't know
Which way is
north.
Fair enough. Here, maybe if I keep going here. 190, this is 191. I'm going to keep going with photos of the house. Looks like just the side of the house. You've got a window there.
Yes.
And a block wall.
Yes.
192, moving back. What are we looking at here?
That is the front of the house moving to the right a little bit from the front door.
In these pictures, do you see the front door open?
Yes.
From this kind of vantage point, do you recall, would you be able to smell the chemical smell from here?
Yes.
193, moving again to the right. What are we looking at here?
The other end of the home from the front where the garage is located and a vehicle in the driveway.
And there's a hat over here in the ground?
Yes.
Rocks there. Just going to keep moving that way. Can you tell what we're looking at here?
And a little bit further to the right from the same images, kind of from a different vantage point.
And that's 194. This is 195. Is that the back or the block wall between Allison's house and her backyard area up here?
Yes.
$196. What is this?
That is just a placard that we use usually in between rooms or different areas to show that I was heading into the east backyard.
So kind of as you're taking these pictures in, if you look back at them in order, are you able to see, okay, these were taken here, now we're transitioning to another area of the home?
Correct.
197. What is this?
That would be from the north end of the backyard looking across the backyard.
And we've got kind of another vantage point, previously admitted. So you take these photos, we're into the early evening hours now?
Yes.
And these are, again, the ones we're looking at right now are what we've described as sort of those initial photos or the pristine photos, so to speak?
Yes.
So prior to other people from the crime scene unit coming in and looking at things or swabbing things or things like that?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm just going to jump real quick to 53, again, another photograph of the backyard.
Correct, from the northeast corner.
And so can you see this door here?
Yes,
And then there's an Arcadia door here?
correct,
Both of these doors appear to lead into the house from the backyard?
correct.
Okay. Going back now, 198. What are we looking at here?
That is again the backyard from a different vantage point under the patio at the southwest corner area.
And 199?
That would just be from the same area from a different vantage point looking east.
I feel like in some ways this, the reflection of this light kind of washes out some of the photos, so I'll try to be cognizant of that. But is there a gate here?
There is.
Okay. And again, you had mentioned as you move through the house and take these initial photos, you're with one other detective at the time? Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
Would you have been following that detective lead as far as like where to go, where to enter and exit the house, things like that?
Yes.
Okay. Going to photograph 200, just moving. What is that a picture of?
That is a closer photograph of that gate on the east side.
I'm gonna move a little bit closer. 201 now. What are we looking at there?
And that is that same gate close up.
Okay, and one more of the gate, 202. Here.
And that is a close up of the gate showing its closed status with the hasp.
And there's no lock on this gate as far as you can see?
Correct.
Okay. What's behind this gate?
That's an alley to the east that runs north-south.
I'm going back to 201 now for the record. Do you have any recollection about the height of this back wall?
I don't.
Okay. Does it appear to be somewhat lower than the height of the next door neighbor's wall?
Yes.
Moving back towards the house, 203, what are we looking at here?
That is from the southeast corner of the yard looking toward the garage carport area of the residence.
And I'm going to jump now to a previously admitted picture, exhibit number 50. Is that just zoomed in, same thing?
That is actually from a closer angle looking inside that carport.
Gotcha. Zoomed in was the wrong phrase probably.
Yeah. No, you're fine.
So we have the garage here. Can see that?
Yes.
And this little gate between the garage and the backyard?
Yes.
Does it appear to be locked at all to your knowledge?
Just secured with the hasp with no lock.
And there's a door here that leads into the house, is that right?
I believe so.
Okay. Gonna go to 204, more of the backyard. What are we looking at here?
That is from the southwest corner looking due north across the patio of the backyard.
And are there some coolers in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Some pool flotation things?
Yes.
I'm gonna jump to exhibit 51, previously admitted. What is this?
That is a photograph of the patio looking toward the Arcadia door and showing the items on the patio.
And there's a little yellow thing right here. Can you see that?
Yes.
What is that?
That is my north arrow.
Is that to orient yourself when you're taking photos?
That's correct.
Can you see into the house from back here?
Only slightly.
You think you could see in better if the lights were on?
Possibly.
Are you using a flash to take these photos?
Yes.
You can see, obviously you mentioned the Arcadia doors did appear to be a door over here that leads into the house as well.
Yes.
We saw this cooler here. Going back now to 204, there's two other coolers here, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Gonna go to 205. What is this?
That is I believe it's the north edge of the pool.
And so looking at this photo over here would be the Arcadia door to the house?
I'm not certain from this angle.
That's fair. What's this? Can you see it? Is there an item in the pool?
Oh, yes. That is appears to be a mat.
It's hard to see when it's up here, right? It's like washed out on that screen. I don't know why. But okay. Again, would you have been working in tandem with the detective of items that may be of interest to take photographs of?
Yes.
If I kind of go back, just because I want to make sure we have this orientation, to 198, and you see in this picture sort of where the grassy area is over here? Not quite well, but for purposes of my question.
Yes.
And that there's like a little pump valve or pipe right here?
Yes.
So to speak. So if I move you then to this photograph, 205, does that help orient you as to where that rug would be in the pool, generally?
Yes, that would be at the northeast corner, or sorry, northwest corner.
Gotcha. So now jumping 206, going back towards the Arcadia door there?
Yes, sir.
Kind of see your north arrow a little bit better?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At this point that you're taking these exterior photos, is there anybody in the house like working or anything? Is it just you and the detective? We're going to get these initial pristine photos.
Correct. No one else is in there until the overalls have been completed.
Call them overalls?
Yes.
All right. Going to 207, focusing in. What is that a picture of?
That is the base of the Arcadia door, the threshold.
And while you're here, can you see, did that appear to be potentially of evidentiary value to you?
Yes, sir.
Have you been to, I mean, at this point, in 2015, you've been doing the crime scene unit for 11 years?
Yes, sir.
Have you been to a lot of scenes in 11 years?
Yes, sir.
Are you generally familiar with what blood might look like when it's been spilled?
Yes.
Does that appear like it could possibly be blood?
Yes.
Exhibit 208, same thing, closer view.
Yes.
I'm going to go to 209, same thing, closer view. What is this? Do you recall?
I don't.
Okay. Might be a better question for someone else.
Yes.
At this point, your role is to photograph the things, but you're not picking up things, collecting things, touching them, so to speak?
Correct. Nothing specific.
Gotcha. Going to 210. What is that?
That's a closer image of where the doors meet at the threshold of the Arcadia door.
It looks like there's a screen door here that's open. Is that, or not, does that look right to you?
Yes,
it's hard
open.
to see from this picture.
Yes.
The glass part of the Arcadia door closed.
Correct.
And then what does this appear to be from your training and experiences, possibly?
It's an apparent blood stain.
Okay. .211 entry. What is that? Again, that's a card you use to document.
That's correct, prior to leading into the entryway of the home.
Is this probably your hand or someone else's hand?
Probably mine.
Okay. At this point, though, if you were taking this photo, for instance, with the placard or something, and you're just standing somewhere, let's say you're about to walk in the front door and you haven't entered yet, would it be that unusual for you to not have gloves on yet, considering you're just touching a placard?
That's correct.
Okay. But in this case, you do have gloves and you're right, looks like right inside the door?
Correct.
About to be. So now we're going to move to 212. This is going to be, we're starting to move into the house a little bit. Oh, never mind. 212. What is this a picture of?
That is looking through the front door threshold into the entryway of the residence.
And as we've moved through these photographs, I'm zoomed out too far now. So as you're taking these kind of in order, generally you did the front and you kind of moved around the front, and then we saw you were in the backyard and you had that east backyard. So reiterating that you were following whichever detective you were with at the time, do you have an independent memory how you got to the backyard?
I do not.
Okay. Safe to say you were following a detective who said, we're going this route and then we're going to go and take photos of the backyard and then move to the inside?
Correct.
Okay. So 212, well, I think I'll get to a better photo as we move through here. Now 213, what is this a picture of?
That is a photograph through the entryway toward the remainder of the living area and kitchen.
So where's like the front door from this perspective? Can you tell? If I go back 1 to 2,
I would be...
12. I guess if I go from 212 to 213, do you recall where you would be in relation to sort of entering the house?
I would be angled toward, we're looking at the east wall, roughly going toward the southeast, so it would be to the, I would be standing roughly at the area of the door just inside.
Just kind of looking to your right a little. Is that
Yes.
right? You use southeast, I think, but I'm not great with directions, so to your right. Is this how the couch was then?
Yes.
And this staining on the floor?
Correct, was present.
Okay. Do you see some obvious blood in this photograph?
Yes.
Just around here, kind of initially?
Yes.
Okay. On the left-hand side of 213. Now we're going to go to 214. Now we can actually see the door in this one. Where are you looking here?
I'm looking inside the door directly east toward the east wall through that that area to the dining area.
Okay. There's an item on the ground right here. You can't really see it from here, so I'll ask you about it a little later. But if you know already, do you know what that is?
I don't.
Okay. There's obviously that same staining we talked about here. There's this chair. Can you tell me a little bit about does this chair appear to be at the dining room table?
Yes.
And then there's a standing mirror back here?
Correct.
Okay. Again, it's maybe if I... Yeah. Okay. We're going to go to 215. What is this a picture of?
That's a photograph from the entryway toward the kitchen.
We see like a big S here. Does that appear to be blood to you?
It does.
Okay. And then some other staining throughout?
Correct.
Okay. You see what appears to be flowers on the counter?
Yes, sir.
So I've talked a little bit about using the lighting and how you weren't able to see very well from the back. Is this the lighting that was in the house? Were the lights off to your memory?
Yes, I believe the lights were off.
Okay. 216. What is that?
That is showing the front door from the inside looking outward.
You see somebody in this picture, would that potentially be a detective?
Yes.
What is this on his feet or her feet?
Booties.
$217. Bring back another one of your placards. What is SW?
Southwest.
218. What are we looking at here?
That would be a photograph of the living room area from the north to the south.
And again, this would have been the living room before items were collected or removed or processed?
Correct.
Okay. What about this one?
That is the same living room from a different angle.
The couch appeared to be pushed up right against this table,
Yes, sir.
as far as you can see. Is there blinds covering that front window?
Yes.
So this would have been how they were to your memory when you arrived?
Yes, sir.
Closed?
Yes, sir.
I'm at 220 now.
And I believe, is that the victim in the photo? Okay.
Sorry, Judge, in the corner there.
And so just as a reminder to our media representative, we will not be filming or photographing this portion. And you can proceed.
220, what are we looking at here?
That is the living room looking toward the northwest from toward the northeast from the southwest corner.
It looks like a computer here.
Yes, sir.
Maybe like an extension cord with something plugged in right here.
Yes, sir.
TV remote.
Yes, sir.
And you can see Allison, part of Allison's body here.
Yes, sir.
And this, do you recall this light being on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. $221, sticking with the living room for the most part, just items on the table.
That's correct.
Moving on, what does that say?
Southeast kitchen dining.
That's 222, just your placard there. So 223, back to the kitchen. Can you see what appears to be additional sort of blood or staining up in this area?
Yes.
And all through this sort of living room, or I'm sorry, dining room floor area?
Yes.
You have your placard here?
Correct.
Flowers I mentioned on the right side?
Correct.
Perhaps a card of some sort or two cards right here?
Yes.
Okay. Going to 224 now, continuing in the kitchen area. Again, just a different angle of sort of the same thing we saw from 223.
That's correct.
With some shoes on the floor here?
Correct.
Okay. Would it have been a normal course for you guys to leave this door open in this, when you're working in here?
Yes.
Does that also help with the smell?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to move on to 225, continuing through the home, initial photos. Again, can you see that kind of S smear here?
Yes, sir.
Shoes again?
Yes.
Be a trash bag?
Yes.
We've heard about the laundry room, but haven't talked about it in photos too much. Is that back here?
Yes, sir.
The left side of 225?
Yes, sir.
So if this is a door that I referenced earlier, could that potentially be the door that leads out into the backyard from the side of the house?
That's correct.
Just going to try to orient it so that I'm on the same page. 50?
Yes.
So that's the interior kind of corner, and we'll get to it in a minute. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Stick with me. We've got a lot of photos to go through still, okay? 226. Is that the kitchen?
That's correct.
Just a different angle?
Correct.
I'm going to keep moving. 227. We can see that laundry room door here?
Correct.
Okay. And 228. What is this a picture of?
That is from the living dining area looking outward toward that Arcadia door on the east side.
In the pictures that I'm showing you, all of these, the overalls, is this Arcadia door closed?
Yes.
Might be a good time to take a break, Judge. We're going to move into the hallway.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we will take that afternoon break. We will return at 3:15. Please remember the admonition.
All right.
Oh, they're moving into the hallway. They're moving into the hallway. I'm glad we don't get to see these. I feel sorry for the jury. I'm going to come over here so as not to cover Allison. So we're not seeing a lot of photos. Judges said we're not to see photos. Now they're moving into the hallway, which, of course, is where Allison was found. Medical examiners and 911 calls are just the worst. But for me, medical examiner, you get so much information from them. But I'm definitely, I'm not going to look forward to the medical examiner on this one. This one's going to be tough. But we don't have to worry about that right now. All right, so fast forward. Looks like we have about another hour to go. Let's see, 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock. Yeah, a little less than an hour, maybe about another 55 minutes. So we should be done around 6:30 or so. So just so you know.
You take all these photographs at the time that you're working in this house. You don't know exactly what may or may not become important later.
That's
correct. Is that fair to say? And we mentioned that you're working in tandem with the detective, but are there times where the detective may say, like, can you go get some photographs of the bedroom, and that detective maybe is not hovering over your shoulder the whole time, but trusting you to do that job?
Yes.
Okay. Kind of working at their direction. Maybe the detective has more information or has an understanding of a background that you might not have yet about what happened?
Correct.
Okay. 235, same bedroom?
That's correct.
Getting kind of an orientation. Okay. 236, moving on. What is that?
The northwest office.
Eventually your hand here again on the left side?
Yes.
Okay, looks like maybe is this taken sort of in the office to some degree?
Possibly.
Possibly, all right. We'll go to 237. Is that office view?
That's correct.
Okay. So this is what we'll call it for purposes of today, just the second bedroom we've talked about. We have the guest bedroom, we have this office.
Yes.
Okay. Now 238, another bedroom.
That's correct, the north bedroom.
North bedroom. Were all of these bedrooms off of that hallway?
That's correct.
So we have you go in and there's that hallway to the left with all 4 bedrooms?
Yes.
Okay. So now 239, picture sort of that bedroom. Does that look right?
I'm not certain.
Okay. Potentially just more used for storage, not having a bed or anything.
Sure.
Perfect. 240.
The central bathroom.
Were there 2 bathrooms?
I believe so.
Okay. 241. We've got bathroom.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you the other bathroom in a second, but just so we're on the same page, it appears in this bathroom you have your little arrow here.
Yes.
Orientation. There's a bathtub.
Correct.
Curtain on the left side of this 241.
Correct.
Okay. 242, same bathroom.
Yes.
Taking a picture of what it looks like from the doorway.
Yes.
Okay. Now we're moving on. 243. What is this?
The northeast master bedroom.
So that's kind of your designation to yourself. This is what the next photographs are going to be of.
That's correct.
Okay. 244. What is that?
Looking into that bedroom.
Okay. We've heard some testimony about this, but does there appear to be a jacket or potentially some item of clothing on the bed?
Yes.
And a few items at the edge of the bed here?
That's correct.
Otherwise, is there anything overly remarkable from this particular vantage point?
Not that I recall.
Does the window appear to be covered?
Yes.
Flowers on the dresser, on the nightstand?
Yes.
On the left-hand side of 244. Moving on to 245. Similar here. In this picture, can you see that taller dresser that you couldn't see in 244?
Yes.
And that's on the left-hand side of this exhibit 245?
Correct.
From these overalls, can you tell now if that looks like a jean jacket to you?
It appears to be.
Okay. And then otherwise, just a dresser with some items on it?
Correct.
heard some testimony about this as well, but these drawers generally are closed. This one maybe got caught on some clothing or was opened.
Your Honor. Argument and
Sustained, could you rephrase, please?
Sure. We're looking at this tall dresser. Right here. How do the drawers appear to you?
It's hard to tell to discern from the photographs, but appears at least one of them is ajar.
And the remainder?
Appear to be closed.
Fair enough. 246, same bedroom?
That's correct.
You can see that dresser again now on the right side of 246?
Yes.
How do the drawers appear to you?
They appear to be closed on that angle.
All right. So now when you're looking out this door or this picture, you kind of can orient yourself with this. Is this in the middle of the picture, the hallway leading back into the rest of the house?
That's correct.
Okay. That's in the middle of 246. We have more pictures of the house we'll talk about, but as we get through most of the overalls here, we'll at least get an understanding of what the house looks like generally. 247, what is this?
It appears to be the master bath.
The entry or doorway into it?
Correct.
Okay. 248.
The interior of that bathroom.
And looking at this picture, 248, can you see into the shower area?
Yes.
Okay. Otherwise, just a relatively unremarkable looking bathroom?
Appears to be, sir.
Do you know what this thing is?
It appears to be maybe a hair straightening iron.
So perhaps related to a female's bathroom?
Yes, sir.
Fair to say, okay. And we said this is potentially this is the master bedroom's bathroom?
Correct.
Okay. What about 249? We've seen this one before. What is that?
From a different angle.
Do you know if this door, does that appear to be consistent with the door that leads to that backyard as far as you know?
I don't know.
Okay. And again, your role at this point in the case as you show up on the 18th is kind of a detective saying, come with me, I want you to take some photographs.
Correct.
Okay. We skipped this before. These were previously admitted, but I just want to be clear as to who did what. The photographs that you took at Alex at the scene prior to following him to the police station, do you remember me asking you about those?
Yes, sir.
So I have a handful of those. I'm just going to move through them to make sure we have seen these are previously admitted. 183, does that appear to be consistent with photographs you may have taken outside prior to following along to the scene just to document Alex?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'll just move through them then. 184.
That's his face.
Same thing, okay. 185.
Hands.
186.
Other hands.
187.
And we have them flip their hands.
And 188.
And the other hand.
Why do you take pictures of his hands?
Just to be certain if there's any type of injuries or anything remarkable on anyone's person while we're taking overall images of them.
Did you notice anything in those photographs remarkable about his hands?
I did not.
Now, we talked about your role and you kind of turn it over to someone else and leave around 9:30. Do you go back then to the house on the 19th? I'd asked you that before.
Yes.
Around 9 a.m.?
That's correct.
And do you make contact again with Detective Lockerbie?
Yes, sir.
And when you show back up on the 19th, are more crime scene personnel involved at that point as far as doing some work at the house?
Yes.
More processing is being done at that house?
Yes.
And is it your role? What's your role when you show up on the 19th?
Just to take photographs.
So you're assigned again, come with us, take photographs.
Correct.
Do you do any swabbing on the 19th?
No.
Do you do any evidence collection and impounding on the 19th?
I do not.
Okay. Is it possible that when you are there in your role taking photographs, that someone may ask you to go to something and take a photograph of it, and including the inside of it?
That's correct.
If you were to do that, for instance, take a photograph of a cabinet or a drawer, would you then, in that capacity, have to open that thing?
Likely, yes.
What sort of precautions might you take in doing that?
We would be sure that we had gloves on at that time doing so.
And if you had any reason to believe that the cabinet or the drawer or anything was involved in some way, would you try to pull from it from a neutral area, an edge, or avoid any sort of handles?
Yes.
Would that sort of be a standard practice in your 20, or at that point, 11 years of experience?
Yes.
Plus the remaining 9 continued in this job?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you, well, let me move through some of the pictures then that you took on the 19th. I'm going to put this one down. Judge, I'm now going to ask this witness about exhibits 70 through 180. And defense has noted they would stipulate to the admission of these.
Okay, and just confirming that's correct?
Correct.
It's ordered admitting exhibits 70 through 180 into evidence.
So for anyone who's counting, we got about another 110 for your role on the 19th. At this point, there's other crime scene individuals out at the scene. Are there evidence placards and things like that that you're assisting and taking pictures of?
That's correct.
But so we're all clear, you're not necessarily collecting that item. So if I say, what is this a picture of, placard number 8 or placard number 9, you might not have been the person who did anything with that item number. You're more asked to, hey, there's a placard here. Can you please take a photo of it for us?
That's correct.
Okay. So to orient you again, we'll just go with your card. So we have on here a date and time.
Correct.
And what are those?
That's my placard from that day, 2/19 at 9:15 a.m.
And this is you, K. Palma?
Correct.
And what's this number?
That is my badge number.
And this is a report number?
That's the report number.
Okay.
Correct.
Obviously, we can read Scottsdale PD. Where is this picture taken, if you know?
That appears to be in my vehicle.
Okay. Looks like you have a little table or some sort of workspace, something there.
It's my camera case.
Oh, I
Yes.
see. So that's 70. Now we're going to go to 71. Just to orient you, again, a placard, carport.
Yes.
Okay. 72. We're not going to show too many of the carport just yet, but what is that?
The vehicle inside of the carport area.
And as we move from that one to 73, kind of jump a little, but was there a cabinet in the garage against the wall?
There was a storage closet.
Storage
yes.
closet. And did you photograph an item inside of that storage closet?
Yes.
Okay, so we're looking at 73 initially. Does that look like the door closed?
Yes.
And if you can see, does it appear to have a hatch up here of some sort that, at this point at least that you're photographing it, is unlocked?
Correct.
Okay. Or latch might be a better term. 74, is that the storage closet open?
Yes.
With you see a placard 8 there?
Yes.
I'm going to zoom in on it, or another picture closer in, 75. Does that appear to capture that exhibit 8?
Yes, sir.
And then 76, again, does this appear to be exhibit 8 just with the label?
Yes, that's correct.
And you said when you went in on the 18th, you could clearly smell a strong chemical odor?
That's correct.
So is it fair to say, was there, to your knowledge anyway, potentially a reason why you might be photographing chemicals in that garage?
To identify if any could be utilized in that way.
Okay. Try not to get my hands on here. 77, is that still that cabinet with the placard number 9?
It is.
And then 78. Some of these will move through a little faster. Again, we're gonna have some chemicals here.
Yes.
It's hard to read on there. If you can read it, can you read it?
It appears to be muriatic acid.
Okay. Are you familiar with Exhibit 8 and 9 as they might be related to the maintenance of a pool?
Yes.
Okay. 79. We've seen this, but now it has a placard. What is that the hat that was in the rocks in the front yard?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, now we're in the daylight, right? Because it's after 9 a.m. on the 19th.
That's correct.
Exhibit number 80. And we'll go this way. Now we've got a placard with that item in the pool?
That's correct.
Okay. Moving back to the house, 81, living room.
That's correct.
Okay, just to orient you. 82, we've got an evidence placard now 12. Is that right?
Yes.
And now again, we can clearly see that these pictures are taken during the day. From this picture, we also see some pieces of paper that are taped to the walls here. Can you tell me what those are since they're in this photograph?
They are targets that are utilized for the Faro scanning device, which is a 3D laser scanner that will take 3D imagery of the entire scene.
And so clearly these targets are up. Was that done here?
Yes.
By someone else?
Yes.
Okay. Is that pretty standard nowadays, the 3D scanner thing?
Now, no, we're way beyond in technology, but back then, yes.
It was pretty regular to do that Faro scanner?
That's correct.
Okay. 83. What are we looking at here?
Those are markers placed down with an overall of that living room dining area.
And so again, I recognize I've reiterated this a number of times, but you're taking these photographs, and now we have something else here in the bottom left corner-ish of 83 that's like a blue mark.
Yes.
Did you put this down?
No, that was a laboratory.
Okay. So you're taking this picture, and we're documenting how it is now on the 19th, which is sort of throughout the morning. How long are you there on the 19th?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember, was it that a regular work day for you?
Yes.
And so if your regular shift ended at 7, would it be possible or likely you probably worked towards around that time frame?
Yes.
Okay. Again, there might have been some flexibility given that you worked longer the day before and you're kind of continuing with the same scene?
Correct.
When you came to this scene on the 19th in the morning, did you come straight here or did you go to the office first? Do you remember?
We always go to the office first and get our vehicle and equipment prior to responding to a scene.
Okay. So now in this one, I think this is probably the first time we've seen these letter placards. We know that you left about 9:30 the night before after taking the overalls, and there were not these letter placards. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So when these were placed and who did what with these would have been during a time frame perhaps before you arrived back on the 19th in the morning?
Correct.
A better question for a different witness?
Correct.
Okay. Now we're going to 84, again documenting. We have these Faro targets.
Yes, sir.
And then this L1 here.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not going to ask you too much about what each of the numbers mean, but is it fair to say you didn't place this or collect anything as it related to this particular item?
Correct.
But you documented it in a photograph?
I did.
Okay. 85, we have L1 and L2 in this picture, is that right?
That's correct.
And again, at this point, there are other crime scene personnel who are delegated a different task and are doing their tasks on the 19th while you're taking photos.
Correct.
And I say that just to point out that at some point you take a photograph here in 83, and you're there this late morning, and we have L1, and then later in your photograph, same morning, we have someone has come through, and now they have documented an L2 to focus on as well.
That is correct.
Okay. And in this, can you see that Faro tripod, or is that something else?
That appears to be the tripod, yes.
Okay.
Or a photography tripod.
Some sort of tripod?
Yes.
Fair enough. Should have said it that way. And it looks like you captured somebody in the mirror here. I don't know. I doubt you can see who that is. But does that appear to be similar to clothing that you would have worn? Or is autofocus? That might help. Maybe? A little washed out. Appear to be similar to clothing you would have worn as being there as a part of the crime scene unit.
Yes.
You can see kind of vaguely a mask, the suit, a hairnet. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Looks like perhaps that person was just captured inadvertently in the mirror.
That's correct.
On this picture, well, I'll leave it alone. By this point in the morning, Allison's body has been removed.
It appears so, yes.
Okay. You weren't present for that removal?
I was not.
Okay. Would that be common practice in your experience that the medical examiner would come and remove the body relatively soon after police response within hours?
Yes.
Jeff, could you give me the number of that picture, Sergeant?
85. This is Exhibit 85. If you're asking for the title of the picture or the exhibit number? 86, continuing to move through here. Now we've got what's L2, and someone asks you to, hey, can you take a picture of this?
Yes.
Is this standard when you're doing these kinds of things, or did someone lay this down for you?
No, that is my L scale.
What's that?
That's to take measurements, usually of comparison quality images or footwear or something where you need that scale in your image for reference.
So moving through, we have here, this is your L scale. Now we can see it actually looks like an L.
Correct.
All right. And down here, we've got a little tag, a date, item number, case number. Is that your initial and badge number?
That's correct.
And again, your directionality?
Correct.
This you can't see this whole placard, but here you've got it labeled L3.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, you didn't apply this blue stuff to this particular thing when you took a picture of it?
Correct.
But someone else did and said, come take this photo?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move through similar 88, just another picture of that, different lighting. Do you sometimes take multiple pictures of the same thing? Scratch that. When you're taking these photographs, do you kind of check them as you're going and say, did I capture what I intended to capture?
Yes.
Okay. Are there times you might take multiple photographs from a different angle or a different lighting just to see if you can see on camera what you might be seeing with the naked eye?
Yes, and actually on images such as that, it's a normal practice to take several different lighting angles.
So now, consistent with that, I'll move to 89, which we have here documented as L4. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 90, another of L4, different, just slightly different lighting.
Yes.
Slightly brighter, okay. Now, kind of in reverse order here, we've got 91. Can you see on 91 where potentially L3 and L4 are in relation to the house itself?
Yes.
So can you just describe for me? I feel like I'm doing a lot of talking. I want you to talk.
They're in the dining area, which is the bordering the east Arcadia door there, L4 being just inside, just to the west of that east door, and L3 being further to the west, which is closer to that living room front door area.
Okay. And we see, again, these have sort of this blue stuff on them?
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you too much about that, but is that something that is consistent you've seen used in crime scenes when it comes to potentially shoe or foot impressions?
It's a laboratory process. It's not a crime scene technique that we on the road use.
Fair enough. And help me go through that. In this case, while you were present, did some members of the Scottsdale Crime Lab come to the scene?
Yes.
And do some of the things that the lab does?
Yes.
And I won't ask you too much about that, but they were present at the same time as you were.
Yes.
Sometimes, okay. East backyard.
Yes, sir.
It's Exhibit 92. Going to move back to the backyard. Now, Exhibit 11 again, what is that?
That is the mat or piece of carpeting that was pulled from the pool.
Does it appear to have some staining here?
It does.
Okay. Now 94. Is that the same thing, just a different angle or different zoom? Or?
Yes, a closer image.
And does that appear to be consistent with the carpet then that was marked as 11 and in the pool initially in those overalls that you took?
Yes.
Now it's just been taken out of the pool and laid on the cool deck?
Correct.
Cool deck. All right. Now we're at 95. What is this? Can you see that?
I believe it was an earring inside the pool.
And we see placard 13?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to now go to 96. Maybe it'll be easier to see. Does that appear to be an earring in the pool?
It does.
$97. What is this?
And that's an overall of the edge of the pool.
And you can see placards 13 and 14?
Correct.
And can you kind of see that earring that was referenced in placard 13 previously?
Yes, sir.
Right here in the bottom middle of the photograph, roughly?
Yes, sir.
And then 14, we have what appears to be, what is this?
A broken tile.
And does that appear to be consistent with this item at the bottom of the pool on the left side of this photograph?
It does.
Okay. '98, same thing, just zoomed in.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this exhibit 14, the tile piece broken.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now 99. Let's do. That way's fine. What is that?
That is the earring removed from the pool at a close-up.
Okay. And you're kind of matching it up with the placard that we had previously shown to kind of keep the item consistent with the item number in the photograph?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. We're at exhibit 100. Similar questions. What item number is this?
That is the broken tile removed from the pool and placed on a piece of paper.
Okay. Exhibit 14, or I'm sorry, item 14 with the placard anyway?
Correct.
Okay. And I don't know if sitting up there if you can see this, but does there appear to be potentially some hair attached to that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. We're at next 101, laundry room.
Yes.
Okay. Gonna move into the laundry room. 102. Again, now we've got, what is this a picture of?
That is the laundry room.
Can obviously see a washer and dryer.
Correct.
Some cabinets.
Yes.
We've got, this looks like the edge of somebody with, can you see anything on their feet or no?
They're wearing booties.
Okay. Is that sort of consistent with some of the personal protective gear that detectives frequently utilize?
Yes.
Now 103, what is this?
That is a closer-up image of the cabinet doors above the washer dryer.
So now again, we're talking about 219 sort of during the day, I'll call it now, as you're taking these photos and you're present at the scene. So now we've got 104. What is this?
That is the open cabinet displaying photo marker number 15.
Up here?
Correct.
Above the Swiffer box on the right side of this photo?
Correct.
And then so if this is 103, in order to take this photograph, would you have opened these cabinets?
Yes.
These two, how would you have done that?
From an area that would not normally be touched and certainly not by the knob.
Going back to 103, are you able to see those knobs?
Yes, sir.
Do they appear to potentially have, I'm going to try to put it at an angle where it's not as washed out. Do they potentially have what appears to be something, can you see anything around each of the knobs?
Yes, there were dried droplets, some type of spray on each of the knob areas.
Would that have been apparent to you when you were photographing these cabinets?
Yes.
Would that have been a reason for you to avoid touching that area?
Certainly.
.105, that cabinet on the right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, 106, moving into the kitchen.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at this point, we've seen the kitchen overalls that you took it, and is this picture a little bit different than the initial overalls that you took?
Yes.
So this is 107. You see some of those item placards in this picture?
Yes.
Can you talk to us about them?
They were placed prior to my arrival, and I was asked to photograph the marked items.
So you see it looks like a 16, a 17, and an 18?
Yes.
Is that right? And then a little arrow?
Yes,
north
and I
arrow?
believe there may be a 19 in that furthest drawer as well.
Over here?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see that? It's hard to see from this
I
picture.
can't tell what that is.
Yeah, that's fair. We'll get to it. But this is sort of the countertop here, and now you started to move into placards and taking pictures of placards to later correspond it to items that may be either important or seized or swabbed or impounded or to some degree connected back to the placards, and you want to know where they were when you took this picture. As a little compound, Judge.
If you could rephrase, please.
Sure. Is it important that you're taking this picture so you can know where placard 16 was?
If you could rephrase, please.
Sure. Why do you take a picture of placard 16?
To show an image of what may be of evidentiary value, which has been marked prior to my arrival.
Same reason you're taking a picture of all these placards?
Correct.
This is the gist of my question. Okay. Moving on. 108. What is this?
That is contents of a purse, marked item number 16.
Again, what we saw in 107?
Correct.
Okay. Now we're going to go to 109. Do you know what that is?
And that is a Walmart receipt that was marked as the PM16 in the
Okay.
purse.
$110. What is this?
The drawers, which have been marked as 17, 18, and 19.
Okay. And again, at the point that you're taking this picture, you didn't put these placards down, is that right?
Correct.
Did someone else open these drawers then?
Yes.
Okay. And maybe if we go from this one, can you see anything around placard 18? 'Cause I'm going to move on to the next photo. Can you see anything?
It looks like an additional receipt.
Okay. Now, if I show you exhibit number 111, does that appear to be, what is that?
That is the Kohl's receipt that was shown previously.
Okay. And you're documenting these photographs. Is it your job to be connecting up, the dots, so to speak?
No, sir.
Okay. Now we're going to go to 112. What is that?
Photo marker 19, which appears to be additional receipts.
Okay. That last drawer in the kitchen that we looked at?
Yes.
All right. 113.
Item number 20, a soap container on the counter.
All right. 114. Oops, I'm going to turn it this way.
Internal contents of the refrigerator in the kitchen.
Okay. $115. Dining room?
Dining room.
$116. What is this?
That is a photograph marked PM21, which is the threshold of the Arcadia door in the dining area.
Looks like the Arcadia door is clearly open at this point. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Do you have any memory of opening that door?
No, sir.
You were asked to take a photo of this placard?
Correct.
Okay. Based on your training and experience, does this red staining, is this consistent with blood?
Yes, sir.
Does this blue appear to be related to the lab's work?
Correct.
Okay. 117. You see that placard 21 again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is that?
I'm not certain.
If I go from this one, 116, to this one, does that just appear to be that track of that door here?
Yes.
What does it appear to you?
I'm not certain.
Okay, fair enough. But we do see the placard 21 here.
Yes.
Okay. And that's exhibit 117. Exhibit 118?
That's the staining to the Arcadia door at the threshold.
Okay. Is that, you call it staining? Does that appear to be consistent with blood to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as I'm looking at this picture, is this essentially... Well, let's go to one more, see if it helps. 119. What is this?
That's another image of the same area.
Okay. So, the blood here, middle of the picture along this white piece of the door. I mean, as you're looking at this, can you tell if you close the Arcadia door, is this going to be between the door and the wall?
That would be a protected area had it been closed.
And as well as this, depending on whether the screen was open or closed, but if it was closed, this would have been against the wall?
Correct.
Is that fair? Okay. 120, backing it up, is that the same area we've been talking about, 120?
Yes.
And again, there's an item here?
Yes.
Exhibit 121, what is this?
That is a Swiffer mop marked in the dining room of the residence.
Oh, marked as 22?
22.
Does there appear to be an item of clothing on this chair?
I'm not certain
can
what
you
it
tell?
is, but yes,
Okay. Something red is in the middle of this photograph?
correct.
And again, your job is to take photos, not to document what each of these things are necessarily.
Correct.
All right, okay. $122, what is this?
That's a mirror that is directly to the east of the Arcadia door.
And it has placard number 23 on it?
Correct.
Okay. 123, moving back, what is this?
That is the pillar leading from the front entryway into the dining area, and you see the hallway to the north.
On this photo, it might be faint from your perspective, but can you see anything around this light switch area from there?
I believe on the corner, the southwest corner that's closest to us in the image, there was a red discoloration.
Now, if I show you 124, is that a better picture?
Yes, sir.
Now, of that red discoloration?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now, going to 125, an evidence placard number 24. Is that the same thing, but now with an evidence placard?
That's correct.
Okay. So that's 125. We're going to move again. This living room, okay?
Yes.
126. All right, now we're on to 127. So we've seen this image a couple times, but now you see some evidence placards?
Correct.
Can you see on the floor here that discoloration again?
Correct.
Was that apparent to you when you were there in person?
Yes.
Now we're moving on to 128. Again, now you've moved sort of same thing in the living room, but a different angle.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 129. Again, this is the status of, is this the status of the scene on 219 as you're working during the day?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Kind of documenting what others are doing and what the placards are being placed?
Correct.
Okay. 130. What is this?
Photo markers number 25 and 26 of items on that living room coffee table.
$131.
Northeast master bedroom.
So going back to the master. Now we have maybe a better picture here. 132. We can see now placard 27.
Yes, sir.
Consistent with what we've discussed before. What is that potentially?
It appears to be a jean jacket.
Okay. And now we can see here potentially this drawer is more open than it was in the prior picture. Is that right? Or
Possibly.
Possibly? Okay. Again, we'll move to what the spare bedroom, as I termed it, 133.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned, I'll just show limited pictures of those. 134. What is this?
That's the rack along the wall in the bedroom.
Okay. And now 135. Were you asked to take a picture of that placard number 28?
Yes.
And again, as you're taking these pictures, you're not necessarily the person who's documenting what each of the items are.
Correct.
Okay. 136.
The northwest office.
Okay, back to the office. 137.
Placards 29 and 30 located on the floor of the office.
Okay. Now we're going to go back to the bedroom. Okay, northeast master.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's exhibit 138. And 140.
Photo marker 31.
What is that? Just, do you know?
It's a case of some sort.
Okay. What does this appear to be a picture of generally?
It appears to be that open nightstand drawer.
Okay. And now you were there for most of the day, and we had talked about potentially how long that day. If I showed you Exhibit 141, does that refresh your memory a little bit?
Yes.
So does it appear you were still there on the 19th at 1900?
Yes, sir.
What time is that?
7 p.m.
Okay. Again, we've seen this placard before, but do you just kind of write on this and then use each time you use this, you reuse the same card?
The placard, yes,
Yes.
we would just erase it and put a new case on there or other additional information.
Got it. 142.
The carport.
Were you asked then to go in and take some photos of the car in the carport?
Yes.
143. What are we looking at here?
The doors and door handles of the vehicle inside the carport.
In this image, in this vantage point at least, what door is this?
That is the passenger front.
Okay. 144. Is that a handle?
Yes.
I think perhaps better at 145. Can you see anything on here?
Yes, there's wiping and dripping on the handle area of that door.
Would that have been something you would have also seen with your eyes?
Yes.
Okay. 146. Now we're still on 219, roughly 7 p.m. We're going to the laundry, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now 147. It's hard, kind of washed out, but what are these up here?
Those are the cabinets in the laundry room above the washer dryer.
Okay, but now they've got little things on them.
Correct.
So is that, did you place those little things?
I did not.
Okay. Someone asked you to take a picture of them?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to move to, what is it? What does that say at Exhibit 148?
Laundry A.
Okay. And what about 149?
Laundry B.
And what about 150?
Laundry C.
Okay, and now I'm going to slow it down. Can you kind of see, you tell me, can you see in Exhibit 148 that, I think you called it droplets or something that you testified to earlier around the handle here?
Not as much from this angle.
Okay. What about on 149?
Yes.
And what about on 150?
Yes.
So, just for purposes of efficiency, if I'm kind of this, is this what you're referring to?
Yes, like a semicircle of dried droplets around the handle area.
So on Exhibit 150, this sort of semicircle in the bottom middle of this photograph where it has sort of a white coloration.
That's correct.
Okay, and kind of, you had mentioned we showed a previous picture of it with all three handles, but as we zoom in on these, perhaps this one has the best general understanding. Can you see it on this handle too, which would be to the left in Exhibit 150 a little bit?
Yes.
Left middle of this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Going to 149, can you see anything about the knob itself?
It appears to have dried material on it as well.
Okay. $151.
Into the kitchen.
Back to the kitchen, okay. And now $152.
And that appears to be the windowsill area and the window from the kitchen into the backyard.
Okay. Now it's evening time on the 19th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in this picture, do you see any of those similar white droplets or consistent discoloration that you've talked about before?
Yes.
Where is that?
That is on the window that is to the south.
This is sort of the middle of this picture almost?
Correct.
Do you see anything on the faucet handle at all?
Yes.
Okay. So, is that, well, this is a bad question, but when I asked you about the discoloration, do you see anything like that on the faucet?
Yes.
Okay. It's 152. 153. Keep moving here. Central bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. And 154.
That is the sink of that bathroom.
Okay.
And faucet area.
And what about this picture, if anything, is remarkable to you?
There are significant dried droplets of material on the faucet and in the sink.
And so, again, just for the sake of time, if I note this faucet here, like around this basin up here, you can see what appear to be white droplets?
Yes.
Would that have been visible to the naked eye as well?
Yes.
On this handle here in the top middle of the photograph?
Yes.
Do you see? And then you mentioned in the sink itself?
Yes.
And when you put central bathroom, is that that's the bathroom is that the bathroom that is not the master bathroom?
That's correct.
Okay. So sticking with that for a moment, we have 155. What is this a picture of?
That is the cabinetry of that bathroom, then marked similarly to how the laundry room was marked.
With these stickers?
Correct.
Did you apply these?
I did not.
Okay. So I'm going to now go from 155, perhaps a better angle on 56.
That is a close-up of that area of the cabinetry.
Is there anything remarkable about 156?
It also had a dried spray of some type throughout.
And maybe it's obvious just from the picture, but as you're looking, this kind of these white dots here, so that's what you're describing as like a dried spray?
That's correct.
Can you see anything in here that appears like maybe drippage or something along those lines?
Yes.
From your being present at the scene, was this, we've seen this now in this picture, but just so I'm clear, this doesn't appear to be intrinsic or part of the design of the cabinet, but something applied or sprayed over top?
Correct.
Okay. 157.
Northeast master bedroom.
Going back to the master, 158. Do you know what that is?
That's the door handle of that bedroom door.
Is there anything remarkable about this photograph?
It also appears to have a dried spray substance on it.
And then 159. Another handle?
That's correct.
Again, anything remarkable about this photograph?
It also appears to have the same material.
And just to be clear, this one, 158, has sort of a key possible, can you see that?
Yes.
And then 159 has sort of a, you could lock it by hand?
Correct.
Okay. Continuing on, 160.
The master bedroom dresser with the markings on the handles accordingly.
And now when you're taking photographs in this room, well, let me go to 161 before I ask you that question. Again, we have these stickers?
Correct.
Okay. Is there anything remarkable about this photograph?
It also appears to have a similar spray.
It seems that the light, yeah, there we go. So you can, is this what you're talking about, these white dots?
Yes.
And then this, what, these lines?
Yes,
okay.
drippage.
Drippage, okay. And as you're working in this room, moving to exhibit 162, you're getting multiple photographs and multiple angles of this tall dresser?
Correct.
Do you see the same staining or spray on these handles?
Yes, throughout.
Okay. At the time that you're working in this room, is it kind of, well, at this point, you're kind of getting up close and personal with this dresser at exhibit 163? Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. You might not be able to read that. Can you read the label on that one?
I see the master bedroom, but I cannot see the number.
Okay. I can actually see it on this one, but it's not appearing as very well on yours.
Maybe an A?
Okay. Is it fair to say that these were labeled by someone else and you took pictures of them?
Correct.
And why, in your experience, would you go through and label the drawers?
They plan on taking some sort of evidence or documenting a specific area of that mark.
So if going to 164, for instance, if you were going to either take something from this drawer or swab the knob or do something else, might you want to know which of the drawers in the dresser you were referring to later?
Yes, you'd grid it out essentially in a smaller area to be able to identify where the evidence came from.
Okay. Can you read that number if I put it like this?
It appears to say master bedroom B.
Okay. And again, in this zoomed in photo, we're looking at Exhibit 164, this closer photo. Can you see what a better angle maybe of what you were talking about?
Yes, with the spray and the droplets,
Yes.
drips, yes.
Okay. If you look at the handles themselves, does there appear to be any on that handle itself?
Yes.
Okay. I won't ask you that about every single one, but we are going to move through so we have documented each individual handle. 165?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you to read every letter, but is it, if I go back to this picture, would it be standard if we're going A, B, C, D, and you would just go down in a grid through the letters?
I believe so, but I didn't place them, so.
You didn't place
it's
them,
hard to
fair
see.
enough. So now we're going to move on to 165. I'm sorry, 166. Again, same dresser.
It appears to be D and F, possibly?
Fair enough. Can you see that staining on here?
Yes.
Okay. 167.
That would be master bedroom E with the same type of staining on that drawer.
And on the knob, does it appear to be any as well or no?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
168.
It appears to read master bedroom F with the same type of spray to the knob and drawer.
Okay. 169.
Master bedroom G with the same type of spray.
And 170.
Master bedroom H with the same markings as well.
Okay. Almost through here. 171.
I can't read the letter. It's in the master bedroom. Looks like possibly, is it I? Yeah.
If this was H, would it most likely be
Yes.
I? Okay, I won't hold you to it, but as we're going through each of these, I'm almost done with the dresser here.
And
Another
master bedroom J with the similar markings.
one? Okay, it's 172, 173.
Master bedroom K with similar spray.
And again, would this spray have stood out to you as you're standing there?
Yes.
174.
Master bedroom L with similar markings.
Okay, almost, here we go, 175.
And that appears to be the nightstand with the drawers and knobs marked with a similar spray visible in that photograph.
Is there anything remarkable about this when it comes to the coloration?
With the spray that it's very visibly white against the black dresser.
Moving on to 176, and then again, just what is this a photo of?
Master bedroom M would be that drawer with that spray on the drawer and knob.
So just moving through, documenting the scene as it stood out to you on the 19th.
Yes.
Okay. 177. We're back. That's just documenting that you were in the master bedroom.
Yes.
Now we're going to go to 178. What is that, another card where you asked to continue to do photographs that evening?
Yes.
Okay.
That's another card number 3, which is at 8:20 p.m.
And so why do you do these multiple cards? You know, you have one at like 9 and then one at 7 and now at 8:20.
If we have to use a different photo card, if one is full and we need to change to a different card, we want to reorient ourselves and show exactly where we are, the report number, and all the necessary information.
And then what do you, we're almost at the end of the day, so what do you do once you take all these photos with, you know, you're at the scene, you have your camera, you're taking all these photos, what do you do with them?
Our photo cards would then be uploaded into our digital image management system, and the cards would then be reformatted for reuse in a different scene.
Okay. So you upload them to you called it a digital management system?
At that time, yes.
What is that?
It's a big server that stored all of our images at that time.
And is that a secure place to put these photos for saving for later?
Yes.
Fair to say, okay.
Yes.
And will this placard help you reorient as to where you were, what case number, things like that?
Yes, should anyone need to view the images, we want to make sure that they have all that information.
So that was 178. So you go back in the house and you take a few more pictures. I'm not going to show you all of them, but it looks like you took more pictures of potential things on the floor. I won't ask you too much about what they are.
Yes.
And then that's 179, the L2, and 180. Why does this one look so much different than 179?
That doesn't appear to be my image.
Okay. When you went back into the house?
Yeah, that looks like it's, sorry.
Go ahead.
It looks like it's a photo lab image where they change it into black and white to better contrast when they're examining. So those photographs don't appear to be mine.
Okay. Were you present at the house at the time that the personnel were going through and taking footwear images?
No.
Were you present when you took the footwear images earlier that day?
Yes.
Okay. But if the lab went in after you and took additional footwear photographs, you would have left by that point?
Yes.
Okay. And do you do any sort of footwear comparison or anything? Is that part of your job?
The photography, yes.
Just the photography of the potential impressions?
Yes.
And to reiterate, you didn't seize any sort of swabs from any of the knobs?
No.
Would you have any reason to have touched any of the knobs?
No.
Would you have any reason to have, well, were you asked in this particular case to impound anything that may have been collected from the house?
No.
Okay. You actually go back again, might be, well, we can continue for a few more questions, and that might be a good time to break, Judge. Are you asked to return again on the 20th?
Yes.
So now this would be your third day at the scene, essentially?
Yes.
Do you remember around when you got there on the 20th?
I don't.
Okay, fair enough. If I put up this placard, what would that help orient you?
Yes, that is 8 o'clock in the morning, 8:05.
On February 20th, 2015?
Correct.
So now we're back to card one, sort of is that in reference to the camera cards you're using?
Yes.
Okay. So Judge, I'm going to move into the 20th. Let me show defense the remainder of these. Judge, I just moved to admit and publish 256 through 269 by stipulation.
And any objection?
No objection.
It's ordered admitting 256 through 259 into evidence.
And then I'm going to, if it's all right with Your Honor, after we go through a few of these, I will break for the day if that's okay.
Fine.
Okay. So we've got you there. I'm going to show you now 256. Center bathroom again. So again, you're asked to come back on the 20th, or told to come back on the 20th.
Yes.
Is that around when your shift started then, the 8 a.m.?
Prior to.
Okay. So if you were there on the 19th from 9 a.m. to what appeared to be 8:20 or so from that last placard marker?
Yes.
Is it likely that you did anything else related to your work prior to going back on the 20th?
No.
In the morning? Okay. So when you left on the 19th, you tell me, was it your understanding that you're probably just, hey, come back tomorrow? Looked at 257, 258. What is this?
That is a soap container in that bathroom marked number 32.
We're going to zoom in a little bit. 259. Just, what is that?
That's a close-up of the soap container, number 32.
Okay. And again, we're a little disjointed. Is it fair to say that there, again, are other individuals in the home that are looking at things and putting photo markers down for you to photograph?
That's correct.
260?
The living room.
261. What is this?
That is an area that the laboratory had processed and marked out for me to take photographs.
And so once we're at 261 now, this one clearly looks a little bit different than some of the ones we saw of the living room before. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And how is it different?
It appears that there are placed cones there. There's now an L number 5. And there's something else in the image that I can't tell what that is. Laboratory material.
Down here?
Yes.
Better question for someone else, perhaps?
Yes.
And these cones, obviously, these are not in the image previously.
Correct.
And does the couch appear to be in a different orientation?
Possibly.
And what do you recall seeing a coffee table in prior images?
And that is removed. Correct.
Okay. We're going to just zoom in on that. In 262, were you asked to take a picture of L5?
Yes.
What is this?
That's the edge of one of the traffic cones.
Okay. 263?
That is another laboratory marked area, L6.
And it's probably hard for you sitting here today to tell us why they marked this or what they did with this, because you didn't do it.
Correct.
Okay. 263, 264, we'll move through those. Is this your photograph?
Yes.
Is this your initials?
That's correct.
L5?
Yes.
220?
Yes.
Can you read that? It's hard to see.
Yes.
Okay. 265. Again. Is this still L5?
Yes.
Okay. And you're taking photographs of these, whatever they might be on the floor?
With different angles of light.
Okay.
Yes.
Again, is this pretty standard practice for someone who would have been tasked with taking photographs at a scene as you were in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Moving forward from 265 to 266. Again, not asking you to opine what we're looking at, but just that you were asked with taking photographs.
Correct.
Okay. Does this floor all appear consistent with that living room floor that we've been talking about? 265, 264, 263?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're almost done with your role at the house, and then I'm going to ask that we break for the day. So just a few more, okay? 267?
The East Alley.
Okay, and whereabouts is this in relation to, well, let me go to the next one, 268. Where are we in relation to Allison's house?
That is the alley to the east that runs north to south.
Okay, and can you kind of see on the farthest right of this image, 268, the backyard of Allison's residence?
Yes, sir.
And you can see in here at least photo markers. Can barely see this one up here. I won't ask you to opine on it, but can you see this one?
Yes.
And then I'm going to dig in one more. What is Exhibit 269? What is this?
That is a closer up image of that communications box at the top of it.
So if we look at this box here.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, do you know why you were asked to take a picture of the top of the communications box?
There was some type of marking or transfer on it that they were interested in.
Okay. But again, that wasn't your role in this particular case at this time?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, that might be a good place to stop.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and break for the afternoon. Please remember that admonition as you go home tonight. Please do not discuss the case, do any research, read any news articles about any of this case or anyone involved in the case, and we will look forward to seeing you back tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
All right, so that does it for days 1, 2, and 3. But before we go, I want to show you we've heard all about this fence and the pool. So let's check this out. And I'll show this again tomorrow too for those that are not with us tonight. All right, here, check this out. All right. All right, so those that don't know the area, so this is Phoenix. They're in Scottsdale. She's in Scottsdale. So Phoenix, as you can see, is on this side of the coast of the U.S. So California's over here. All right, there's California. Of course, Mexico is down here. Chihuahua. Mexico's down there. Here's the Baja. All right, so here's New Mexico's over here. And okay, so you got Arizona Arizona right here. All right, so let's zoom in. So there's Phoenix, there's Tempe, or Tempe, is it Tempe? Tempe, Mesa, Glendale. I know all these, right? This is all familiar sounding names. Phoenix is huge. It's a big, big city. All right, so here, let's zoom in. So here's Scottsdale. All right, here's her house. Here's Monterey Way. All right, really, I mean, it's nice looking. I mean, everybody's got a pool. Look at all the blue. Look at all the blue. That's insane. Like everybody's got a pool, right? That's really funny. All right, let's keep zooming in. Now here's where it gets interesting. All right, so here's this alleyway. There's that infamous alleyway that they're talking about, right? All right, so let's drop in. Let's drop in here. All right, and they blur her house, so we're not going to see her house. But here's Allison's house. They're not going to show us the house. All right, there's the what do you call it? The fence or the wall. So it's really not that tall. All right, I mean, that's maybe 5 or 6 feet, maybe. What are those blocks? Those blocks are like a foot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? Are those blocks are a foot? Not even. I think those blocks are less than a foot. Right? Those cinder blocks are probably less than a foot. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 feet plus a little bit. Now this might be a little bit taller. This might be 6 feet. That might be 6 feet, possibly. But you could jump that. I mean, he's 50 now, so 10 years ago he was 40. Yeah, he could jump that pretty easily. But how and why did he choose her? That's going to be the question. And they just have her house is just completely blurred. They're not going to let us see any of it, unfortunately. So we're not going to be able to see any of her house. So we'll just have to. You know, I mean, nice looking neighborhood. She made $82,000 a year, and they said $3,000. No, it wasn't 3. That's $6,000 a month. $82,000 is not $3,000 a month. $6,000 a month. 6 and change. So that was an error. But yeah. So this is the alleyway. This is the alleyway. Maybe he chose it because of the alleyway. You know, maybe he chose it because of this alleyway. You know, he could have chosen the house because of the alleyway. Maybe. I don't know. All right. Gordon, that's not 5 feet. This one right here, you don't think that's 5 feet? You think that's which one? Oh, dude, come on. The back alleyway, the back one, which one doesn't look 5 feet? No, I think this is more 6 feet. That's like 6 or 7 feet. Was her house ever for sale? The parents said they kept going back there, so are they still paying for it? That I don't know. We'll find that out. I'll do some research tomorrow. It's we'll pick up on this again. It's getting late here, so I want to call it a night here. But I just wanted to show that to you guys real quick. We can get into it more tomorrow about that. That's good question. We'll definitely I'll get into that more tomorrow. 13th juror, don't worry. The address is here. Here's the address. Oh, Rafa, come on, man. Stop. All right, here's the address. There's the address. 8526 East Monterey Way, Scottsdale, Arizona. Okay. All right, you guys. I'm going to call tonight. We got little bean boy over there having some issues. Thank you for joining us tonight or today. Brian Walsh, and then now a new trial. They are in day 8, I believe. So we got through 1, 2, and 3. So we'll be able to catch them in a couple days. I'm pretty confident we'll be able to catch them. Little man. We'll be able to catch them probably by Thursday or Friday. So thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. Dwayne, I don't have Super Ball to show you. I've got little Roger over there. Of course, you hear Rafa and little Houdini's over here. So no Super Ball. She was here earlier, but she went upstairs or something. I'm not sure where she is. So thanks for joining us. Thank you, mods, for making sure this is a nice, safe space for everybody. We appreciate you guys. And thank you to Erin. Erin worked on, I think, a couple shorts today, or she was working on our merchandise store. So if you haven't checked out our store, you want to get a cool mug. Got a cool mug here. I got some other stuff I'm going to show tomorrow. Maybe I'll show some other stuff. We're waiting for my shirt to arrive. Hasn't come yet. So with that, have a great evening. Thank you for joining us, and we'll pick up tomorrow. I think we're going to get through days 4, 5, and 6 tomorrow. I think we can get through 3 days tomorrow as well. So have a good one. Be sure to thank our mods and Aaron on your way out. And thank you guys. Be sure to thank yourselves. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for being a part of this community. And we appreciate you, and we will see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye.